Zealand pathway continues to evolve and change. We look at the athlete funnel, which takes rowers all the way through to the Olympics.
We're sort of trying to look at athletes once they've finished school, because the school program here is very well done and it's awesome. So it's like, if athletes want to continue rowing after school, what are their options? So we've got under 18s, we've got interprovincials, Trans-Tasman Uni. Those are sort of the first opportunities for athletes to try and do some things, and then as Rowing New Zealand then starts to provide some more international experiences with our junior team, under 23 team, and they're all sort of ID points in sort of us sort of then going, okay, are these athletes ready to step up to that high performance space? So we've got Olympians, gold medalists, so we know what the standards are, so it's easy for us to be able to say, look, you're tracking on the same sort of path. Coaches are trying to use more technology in what they're doing, and trying to, I guess as coaches, you always want the athletes to believe what you're saying is right, but sometimes athletes need to see stuff and see it in person, so being able to sort of track that data and see that is really cool. Coaches obviously use a lot of video this day and age, so a way of being able to give video feedback and the athletes being able to sit down and watch it afterwards. So all those bits are really important, so engaging the athlete so it's a more coach-athlete relationship rather than the coach is kind of dictating everything. He didn't pick up an oar till he was in his 20s. Like, it's not the kind of thing that you have to do when you're 5. Like, you can pick it up all the way through school, you can pick it up when you're at uni, and that's the beauty of having different entry points into our system as well, which is really important. If you don't make it at juniors, doesn't mean you're not going to be an Olympic champion.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun. Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going. Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions, plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the metal. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Maadi Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat, but I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching it from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus stands to watch Maadi Cup. He's got quite big legs. Is this it?
Yeah.
You stand here?
No, sit.
You said it was in the shade.
Oh, it normally is by the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk me through it.
Well, I can see down there and see the colours, and you can see the white boys at the 500, and I can see the 1,000-metre boys down there. You can see the rower boats across there.
Okay, so looking at those boats, who's doing well? How do you possibly know?
Lane 4 and 5 are up, but you would almost expect that. But lane 7 is up more than what you might expect from a lane 7. That's almost equal with lanes 4 and 5 at the moment.
I'm nervous. I feel like sometimes I'm more nervous than the boys. Like, they've done all the work, we've done all we can, and all we can do is put them on water and hope they execute the race well.
It's school racing. You get to the end of the season, that's what you work for. It's a very prestigious regatta, a lot of history.
For us as coaches, it's hopefully seeing the fruition and the development of some really good people. And I mean, that's what we're about. We want to make fast boats, and we don't talk about medals or winning.
Our group of kids that we've got right now are just great top to bottom in terms of their character and how much work they put into it. You know, not only are they performing well out on the water, they're quite often quite high achievers academically, and about 70% of our squad has part-time jobs that they balance around their rowing.
I tell a lie, occasionally I've sprinted along the bank when I've really thought we're in the medals and had to have a bit of a yell with the rest of the troops.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
The venue is the famous Lake Karapiro, and of course it culminates today with two of the greatest prizes in secondary school sport. It will be the Livin Jubilee Cup for the under-18 girls 8, and then of course the 78th running of the boys Maadi Cup, the under-18 8s. We've got a lot of finals across all different classes, across all the different age groups, in conditions which can be simply described as stunning. Joining me in commentary throughout the day is Meg Glenn. Meg, wow, the first 5 days simply unbelievable. Continuing to write yet another chapter in what has become a bestseller, the Maadi Regatta.
Yeah, we've been treated to many good races across the week, and as we're now halfway through the finals, we've done 1 day of finals. We've got some leaders in the trophies, all-round trophies. So the Star Trophy for the top school overall, we've got a 3-way tie at the moment. Sitting on 16 points is King's College, St Margaret's, and St Peter's School, Cambridge.
Now, King's College, we're referring to King's College in Auckland versus King's College out of Dunedin, because we've got St Peter's, Cambridge, haven't we, in the Waikato? We've got St Peter's College in Auckland, and it's to tell you what. But you mentioned too, and I know you've got your statistics there, the number of schools that have won medals
Yeah,
across this entire regatta. It's not being dominated. You've talked about the leading schools in terms of overall points, but there's not one school particularly dominating here.
Oh, absolutely not. We've got 160 schools in attendance, and 42 schools have got themselves on the podium so far. So that's good numbers. Plenty of schools getting crews in the top 3.
Yeah, which is great. Again, we've talked about it. You've heard me over the last few days talking about the rise of schools like Dunstan and Wakatipu. Areas that, if you go back 20 years ago, weren't necessarily areas that were producing rowers, but we are starting to see that now. And the fact that we've got 42 schools right across New Zealand, it's got to be good for the New Zealand rowing program as a whole.
Oh, absolutely. And you mentioned Wakatipu there. They're currently sitting top of the President's Scull. So they're the school that's holding on to the top sculling program at the moment. They've got 14 points. Just behind them, St Peter's School, Cambridge, and then St Paul's. So they are doing really well as the likes of Wakatipu.
But it also, I think, is a reflection too on the depth and the wonderful coaches that we have too, because, you know, we'll keep saying that to be a successful rowing program, you've got to have good coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many coaches in the boat park, so many coaching teams that just really get together. It really is it's a team sport on the water, but it's also a team sport off the water. You've got to have a good team around you in terms of coaches, your managers, your mums, your dads, helping with the food, everyone like that. We really need to make sure everyone performs to their best.
And what I'm liking too, you know, as we've seen this Maadi Regatta continue to grow, we've also seen a real increase in terms of the number of women that are now starting to take up coaching. This is no longer just sort of a male domain.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many of us women in the boat park. I'm one of those proud women coaches, and there are many, and you're seeing many more women lead programs as well, many directors of rowing at the top that are women too. Yeah,
well, Joe Shotter, of course, clearly head of the Westlake program, and boy, I tell you what, big day yesterday for them, picking up the under-18 pairs, picking up the Springbok Shield, and hopefully trying to win the treble today with that Maadi Cup. The 78th running. So, yeah, a wonderful example right there. Look, just talking about that, I mean, you are a coach and you have dropped in and out and done some coaching. What are the emotions as a coach? What are you feeling when you watch your young chargers into a final or competing?
I quite like when you push them off the pontoon, you feel like you're just setting your little ducklings off to go in.
Hoping they're going to come home geese.
Exactly, into the big bad world, and you know you've prepared them with resilience, but you do see a lot of nervous energy around the boat park. Plenty of coaches polishing and repolishing a boat, getting down to the primer almost as they try to work out their nervous energy.
Yeah, and you talk about their nervous energy, so what is it? Just trying to keep your crews calm? I mean, obviously coaches have different communication styles. What's your style?
My style is, that is a good question. What is my style? My style when we're getting ready for a big race like this is just nothing new, like stick to the basics, go back down to what we've sort of always talked about, and just reinforce. Yeah, exactly. Reinforce what we've always talked about. And I've got to go. Personally, at the moment, I've got a great coaching team with me, so I know their strengths. Like, for example, we've got a fantastic sculling coach with us, Martine, so I'll pull him in for the sculling races and let him take the lead. Got some awesome younger coaches coming through with me at the moment that I'll be like, okay, they're really grabbing this race by their horns, I'll let them lead that, you know. So it's a lot
about empowerment as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And just letting go. And obviously you've got to sit there, look at your crews, and then you say, right, these are the tactics that we want to employ today. That might be holding a little bit back in the smaller boat through the first 1,000, looking to maybe bring it home through that third 500. Do you base that strategy because that's your mentality as a coach, or do you look at the physiology of the athletes and then determine that based on maybe some of the data that you're getting?
It's certainly a bit of both, but in an ideal world, your training plan, what you've been, like how you've been training them to get the changes to make them better athletes in themselves, then is to lend to that ideal race plan, if that makes sense. Yep. Yeah. So you're and sometimes you will look at, though, if you've got maybe a slightly weaker crew, like their erg average is slightly weaker than what is typical, you might do a lot of high rate stuff to try keep their rate up a bit higher and try to win through fitness as opposed to strength, whereas if you've got a stronger crew, so you kind of do balance it a little bit like that.
Yeah, and I guess the message in all of this for people out there listening is just how complex this is, just how much goes into these programs, how much work the coaches do to try and take the guesswork out. I often say this, sometimes you'll see crews, for whatever reason, not performing, and coaches can sometimes take responsibility. I'd always say this, no coach gives any athlete or any crew a program because they want them to go slow. If it was an exact science, It'd be easy, wouldn't it? But it's not an exact science, and you've got 4 or 5 athletes, or 4 athletes that we're about to see very shortly in the first of our girls' A finals today, which will be the girls under 16 quadruple. You've got to try and get all 4 of them peaking together on the same day at the same time.
Oh, it's very much the art, isn't it? The art of coaching is very, very important, because as well, you've got different seats in the boat. You've got the stroke, that's who everyone's following. You've got the bow person, they've got to be nice and tidy, and you've really got to try put the right athlete in the right seat, as we're just seeing these crews back in.
2,000 metres, there it is, Lake Karapiro, and we'll talk about those conditions shortly. We will introduce now these teams for this first of the girls under 16 quadruple sculls A final. Will be Cambridge High School, the local school, in lane 1, Ashburton College in lane 2, Wanganui High School in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4, Wakatipu High School in 5, Cashmere in lane 6, Wellington East Girls will start in lane 7, Craighead Diocesan School in lane 8. Interesting there to see Wanganui High School in lane 3, because they have a little bit of a history here at the Maadi Regatta.
They're doing well as Wanganui High School. They actually placed second in their semi-final with a fast time of 7:50, so they're certainly one to watch. As we see St Paul's there just giving each other a little handshake and a little fire up. St Paul's, of course, won North Islands and did win their semi with a 7:44, so they're a very fast crew to watch, is that St Paul's crew.
I love to look at the contrast in face. They're all sitting there looking nice and relaxed, the boys and the girls, big smiles, and about 3/4 of the way down they've got that war face on, haven't they? And they've got the grit going, and they're going, here we go. And so a real contrast. It's one of the great things in sport too, when the hurt does go on, and let's not underestimate just how much these crews will suffer, and the mental fortitude and athleticism that is required. It is simply remarkable. So that's St Paul's team of Anaya Bansal, Hazel Church, Claudia Horsfall and Polly Hunter. Their cox is Matilda Miller, and they're coached by Anna Taylor and Roy Pickard. So we are set for the first of the finals on the last day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Settle back, enjoy this one, folks.
And fun fact about Anna Taylor there, one of the coaches of that St Paul's Collegiate crew, she is in fact a New Zealand Paralympic cyclist.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was lucky enough to do the Paralympic cycling in Paris, and what I will say, man, how inspirational are those athletes. Remarkable what you do see and what you do get to call and what you do get to watch, and I'd imagine that's just an inspiration in itself when you see the athletes sort of maybe complaining a little bit about how hard things are.
Yeah, you talk a lot about mental fortitude. Certainly Paralympians know a lot about that.
So here we go. Gold medals up for grabs, a place in history. One of the big events too. This is a real look into the future too, for future 8 crews trying to maybe challenge in next year or 2 years from now in regards to the Livin Jubilee Cup. So a really good even start. Good start coming from Ashburton College at the top of the screen in lane 2, but I've got to say, Meg, fairly even.
It is fairly even, but Ashburton, they do run a good sculling program down there in South Island, and they are the current South Island champions. So no surprise really to see them out the front in these early stages, but now we're seeing Wanganui High School, St Paul's and Wakatipu push up on them.
Yeah, Wakatipu and the yellow boats often have the yellow bucket hats as well. And then down here in lane 7, Wellington East Girls College have got away nicely. Second from the bottom of your screen, that's Maddie Wellington, Lola Story, Ruby Podrell, Tabia Leanhart and Selma Smith, their cox. Coaches are Stacey Tamlin and Nathan Wallace.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but it is just now the crew in lane 4 just starting to push up. St Paul's Collegiate just nudging their bow into the lead there. Only just though over Wanganui and Wakatipu as we get a good close look here at this Wanganui High School crew.
Yeah, just looking at the river conditions too, looks like a little bit of a ripple on the surface, but from where we sit and we're looking down, also at times it's quite flat through parts of it. So I think they're going to get just some subtle little changes in terms of what is happening on the surface here at Karapiro.
Yeah, no, we did start with a lovely morning, just that slight breeze, but it's no match for these crews. Of course, we are on Karapiro, a dam lake, part of Te Awa or Te Waikato. The meaning, of course, there is a taniwha in every bend, but no bend here on this beautiful straight 2,000 metre course.
Yeah, really nice job being done here. So it's St Paul's Collegiate, who are out by a canvas lead over Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School of Carolee Hannah, Bailey Barnett, Ruby Bullock, Addison Jenkins, Morgan Wood their cox, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley. So just a chance here just early on just to get a bit of a feel, feeling each other out a little bit. They've gone out at a high rating, now looking to just lengthen it out, just bring it back a bit, just settle down, go into what we would probably call a high aerobic state before the real hurt starts to kick in.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job, these two crews, just pushing out. St Paul's now just about a canvas of a boat lead up over Wanganui High School, and their Ashburton crew really going with them. So is Wakatipu, as we now move into the second 500 metres, as they really start to stretch into the middle of the race.
First race of this morning too, and but warm-up protocols will be important. They'll be reasonably well established at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. Like second or third year rowers are under 16s, so they would have rehearsed the perfect warm-up that works for them, and tweaked it from regatta to regatta, and really with the aim of peaking for this event.
And what are you noticing here about the St Paul Collegiate crew in terms of the technical component of it, in terms of that collectiveness?
Yeah, they're really good at putting their blades in the water. The entry of the blades into the water is really nice because all four are going in. You almost see one splash. If you look closer, you don't want to see 8 different splashes. You just want to see, well, 2, one on each side, and they're doing that really nicely.
It's all timing, so it is still St Paul's Collegiate who continue to lead this race. Up there in lane 3, it's Wanganui High School, and then across in lane 2, Ashburton College, and we've still got Wakatipu. One thing I have seen with Wakatipu crews, they are very strategic. We do traditionally see them put a bit of a burst in through that third 500.
Yeah, absolutely. They do tend to have that strong third 500, which is always a good race plan. You've just got to make sure that you don't run out of lake in the final bit. As we move through the 1K marker there, you just saw that nice Milford boy, of course, our live stream partners. But it is still with St Paul's at the moment. St Paul's looking to get their names on the Bethlehem College Cup, but it is Wanganui High School, that are really pushing up and challenging them.
Okay, now I have a lot of people always asking me in terms of the setting up of the bigger boats, whether it be the 4s and the 8s. So how traditionally do you set it up? Maybe the smaller athlete that's a bit more technical, or maybe a little bit more fast twitch versus, say, the bigger engines. Is there a right or a wrong, or is there a set template?
There's no real right or wrong, but everyone really starts with it's like a sandwich. The meat's in the middle and the bread's on the two ends. So you put your meat, your bigger engines possibly in the middle of the boat, and you might have your lighter, nippier ones towards either end to help lift the rate. But sometimes the smaller ones are right there in the middle and the stronger ones at either end. As we see Wanganui High School here really push up. What a strong start to the final K we've seen from them, as they're really pushing up. Ashburton holding on to third.
Yeah, this is a really, really good performance here. Really starting to bring it home now, Wanganui High School. And I tell you what, we talked about Wakatipu being strategic through that third 500. Well, it's in fact this crew out of Wanganui who are really, really looking to just now send a message to St Paul's Collegiate. Now the pressure goes back on St Paul's Collegiate. Can they respond? Do they believe? Do they have the ability to take it up again? It's now about a half a canvas in it, starting to just lengthen out a little bit more. So it is very much game on, folks. Settle back, enjoy this, watching the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls A final.
Yeah, we just see the coxswain there look across. I love it when the coxswains get really, really involved as we enter the final 500 metres. Sorry, just going past the 1500 there. Wanganui High School having a very strong third 500. And if you do have a strong third 500, you can use that momentum to just build it into your wine. The final 500 here is, of course, the wine zone. As we see them now stretch out to almost half a boat length over St Paul. St Paul started so beautifully, but really the second half of this race, the story is with Wanganui High School.
Yeah, Cashmere High School starting to make a little bit of move there in lane 6. So the boat second from the bottom of your screen next to the yellow sled of Wakatipu, and still across the fast side it's still Ashburton. But it is Wanganui High School who are now lengthening it out and really starting to take control of this race. They're about to approach the 1750 metre mark, and it's almost a boat length now. So at what point does St Paul's Collegiate say, you know what, the suffering, the hurt is just too much. I think today's second might just be good enough for me. Do they believe? Here we go.
It is Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School is really pushing up now, 3/4 boat length, as we get a good look at Ashburton. Ashburton currently holding on to third, but we were seeing that good challenge from Cashmere High School just moments ago. St Paul's Collegiate sitting in second as we sprint for the line of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry, but it is Wanganui High School that had that fantastic move in the third 500, entering the last 100 metres first. just about a half a boat length ahead of St. Paul's. So St. Paul's is really pushing up. Ashburton doing a great job holding on to third as we see Cashmere battle it out with Wellington East Girls and Wakatipu for the 4th, 5th and 6th. But it is still Wanganui High School as we come down to the line of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Skulls. And it is Wanganui High School with 3/4 boat length over St. Paul's. They win the first event of day 6 of the Maadi Regatta. 3rd place to Ashburton. What a race for 4th,
Yeah,
though.
I'm not going to pick that one. I'm not going to pick that one. We'll wait for the photo and the official results for 4th place. Great race, though, and Wakatipu coming through in the yellow boat. And then a very good performance coming too from our outside crew, and that is Craighead Diocesan School. So there we go. What a moment for them, and how much did they enjoy that? Thoroughly deserved. And if you don't think it means too much, well, you've only got to look at that. A gold medal at a Maadi Regatta. That is not an easy thing to achieve. It's hard enough just making a final, let alone winning it. They'll have their place in history. They'll always be New Zealand champions at a secondary school level. Wow. Well done.
Yeah, that was awesome to see, and it's great to see so many people watching this morning on the live stream, wishing everyone luck. It's awesome to see the positive comments coming through, so thanks for engaging. Remember, if you do leave us, the best way to find us is back through Rowing Hub, and the stream you're watching right now is all for A finals. If you'd like to catch up with some B finals, check out Rowing Hub and you'll be able to find the B final stream.
Okay, folks, don't go away. Our next day final set to go at 10 minutes to 9. If you're wondering what that is, that will be the boys under 16 double sculls. Now, if you're alumni, former students, or you've got a connection with these schools, you won't want to miss it. Taupu Nui Atea College. We've got Napier Boys High School. We've got Wanganui High School, Whakatane, Francis Douglas College, Otago Boys High School, St Peter's School of Cambridge, and Gisborne Boys High School. Wow, what an eclectic mix. That is to come at 10 minutes to 9.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out it's very important. We find out from the experts.
Some of them probably don't realise how much they need to eat, particularly because they train so much as well, and they can be out on the water for quite a long period of time. And if they're younger and they're growing as well, or they're doing other activities, that just adds on actually how much you need to fuel.
Yeah, nutrition, incredibly important for fueling our athletes. And actually, about 6 years ago, there has been a change in the nutrition in Wellington girls, and we really saw that change resulted in happier athletes, more resilient, we had fewer injuries, less illness, and then of course we've had increased performance as well, which has been really great.
Food, pesto pasta. We eat a lot of that. All of our parents are really lovely. They make good quesadillas.
Tasty food that the girls will eat rather than perhaps some more standard food. So if the food's there, it's tasty, looks good, the girls are going to go for it.
As a parent, I always, at home, getting nutrition sorted out is really important, because without the right fuel, you can't row to your potential.
Cream rice?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, one of your favourites. Nice, good recovery.
Yeah.
What to eat?
The food is absolutely lovely here. Yeah, it's a pizza split half and half pepperoni, half ham and cheese.
So what would you say to parents that have just got a novice rower that's just started?
Great challenge for them. I suppose just checking in with them and just asking, have you had your breakfast before you go out to row? What are you taking out on the water with you? Do you have some, some snacks, some food, bananas? Up and goes yogurts for afterwards. Okay, what are you having for your lunch? Just keep asking the question and checking in that they are eating.
How's the Milo, fellas?
All good. Amazing.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, so the 4 hours of recovery, particularly after you've done a training session. So we want to refuel. So we want to refuel the muscles. We want to fill up the fuel tank in the brain as well. We want to repair. So repair with high protein foods. We want to rehydrate, particularly if it's been hot. Drinking those fluids, and we want to revitalise. So that's making sure you're getting in your fruit and veg, those different colours, keeping your body running.
Well, back it is. It is the second final on the final day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. So much talk, so much discussion about this one. So many schools looking forward to it. It's the boys under 16 double sculls A final. Joining me in commentary, Meg Glenn. And Meg, the double sculls, talk us a little bit about this and introduce these schools for us.
Well, in lane 1, we have got Taupo Nui-a-Tia College. In 2, Napier Boys High School. In 3, Wanganui High School. In 4, Whakatane High School. In 5, Francis Douglas Memorial College. In 6, Otago Boys High School. In 7, St Peter's School of Cambridge. And in 8, Gisborne Boys High School.
Okay, so double sculls. What's the key here? What's the technical component that you have to master to be successful?
You really want to be nice and really on the same page with your partner. The person I used to row a double with in high school is still my best friend to this day, because we would just talk to each other without really having to talk to each other, and we had a lot of fun.
And
so
had to endure so much. We are looking at lane 3, Wanganui High School. Joseph Dudson and Nikki Maxim, coaches Alan Luff and Dave Dudley will be sitting there nervously hoping they can get the job done.
And these boys, of course, are the North Island champions. And we just did see a crew from Wanganui High School, their girls, win the previous event. So I wonder if we can get 2 in a row for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It'll be an absolute beauty. So generally, do keep an eye on the middle lanes. We have had medals won on the outside lanes. We have had gold medals won on the outside lane in previous years.
This, of course, being Whakatane. We're looking at Whakatane always have a fast sprint, so we'll have to keep an eye on them.
Yeah,
we're a heat winner as well.
Yeah, Cole Vanden Anker and Adam Albert May. They're coached well by Gary McAdams and Leighton Hale.
Oh, it just blows the hair out of his face there. It is a bit breezy, but it's actually a tailwind at the moment. It's a bit of a cross tail, so it'll be helping the crews come down the course.
Yeah, you can just see that too, and obviously speed is your friend when you get these conditions. You want to just get that bow nice and high, plane across the water. So we do get set, and I imagine there's been a bit of a sleepless night for some of these athletes, having to deal with the nerves and the anticipation. There's been a lot of visualisation going on as well. So set for start in the second of our A finals here on the final day of this unbelievably successful Maadi Regatta. Wonderful drone shots, courtesy of the team of Altitude HD, and special thanks to Milford for their ongoing support of the live coverage.
So we just watch Otago boys keepers bow nice and straight. Of course, this event is sponsored by Laszlo Boats. I've seen Vera and Laz running around the boat park helping everyone the last few days. If you have any breakages, you know who to call.
Yeah, amazing these days, the technology, the carbon, the science that goes into the design, which I guess correlates with the science that these days goes into the training regimes. So Otago Boys High School, like a coiled spring, just waiting to explode, waiting to pop. Just waiting for a start. White flag is up. Set and poised. Just checking with the crews, they're all good to go. 2,000 metres, 1,800 metres of hope, 200 metres of truth.
And we're away with a nice fast start there from Whakatane, as this is the A final with the boys under 16 double sculls. St. Peter's getting away nice and fast, along with Napier boys down on the inside.
Yeah, Napier Boys High School up there at the top of your screen in lane 2, getting out very quickly. Good to see the local school, St. Peter's School of Cambridge, here. Bottom of your screen in the famous sky blue and red. They've had a remarkable regatta so far across the smaller boats, but still a relatively even start as they're about to approach the 250 metre mark of this boys under 16 double sculls A final.
Absolutely, and here we are getting a good close look at that Wanganui High School crew, the current North Island champions, looking to add a national medal to their collection. You can see there is a bit of a cross side wind there. You can sort of see the waves pushing over, but these boys are keeping their boat nice and even, so it's no match for them as we see them just catch a little bit of water. But what a beautiful recovery from Wanganui High School. It doesn't matter the mistakes you make, it's what you do after, and what a great recovery that was.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you often want to do when you've got that dead time in training is do a bit of what we call negative visualization. Go through those scenarios in your head. What happens if this does happen? How are we going to deal with it? And so you do actually have a plan. But very much leading this race now, Napier Boys High School of Kazuki Bocock and Carlin Johnson, coached by Matt Mannington, have gone out very quickly indeed. About a half a boat length lead now over lane 3, Wanganui High School. And so Wanganui High School still in the fight. Lane 5, it is Francis Douglas College, Oliver Kalassi, Noah Prendergast, coached by Jody Haskell.
Yeah, this is a great race we've got in our hands here, because right behind them, stalking them, is of course Whakatane and St. Peter's of Cambridge, two good sculling programs as well. So as this race progresses, it is going to get more and more interesting, but it certainly is our boys from Napier Boys that are just stretching out their lead a little bit more, hot on their heels, of course, Wanganui High School and Francis Douglas.
Yeah, we know that obviously through the first 250 metres you want to get a high rating. Just talk us through that. What sort of rating are we sort of talking about? I know every crew will be slightly different, and then obviously what the rating drop off is when you tend to get through that sort of second 500.
So these boys probably went out close to sort of around the 38s, and then they'd settle it down to a little bit more like the 34, 36s, well 32s, but with a bit of a tailwind as it is today, you want to keep it ticking over higher a bit longer, because the wind's behind you. So you want it to keep pushing you. So you don't want to bring it down too early or too much. So I'm sure we'll see some high rates and then just keep ticking over as the race goes on, as Napier Boys still holding the lead. But we're seeing a great move here from the double from Francis Douglas, Oliver and Noah, as they just push up into second place and got a good momentum behind them. Great close-up here of Taupo Nuiatia, Zach and Nico down in lane 1. They're really pushing up there as well. Beautiful timing. I'm liking what I'm seeing here in terms of they push their legs at the exact same time.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful from Taupo Nuiatia College and their coach Grant February doing a really good job. Now it's starting to close up. Francis Douglas College have made a big move through that second 500, looking now to just apply the pressure here on Napier Boys High School. Napier Boys are going to need to respond. They'll be using that peripheral vision. They'll be looking out to their left-hand side. They'll be asking each other. But this is really good tactically from the school out of Taranaki, out of New Plymouth. Francis Douglas College now about half a canvas lead over Napier Boys High School, squeezed in the middle there. We've got the brilliance of Wanganui High School as well.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Francis Douglas. They've certainly got a strong middle kilometre on them as they just stretch out every stroke. Plenty of power coming from these two young men. But we are starting to see the Wanganui High School crew start to lift it. They've obviously got a good move there just after the 1K because Wanganui High School now is really pushing up.
Well, we often talk about that third 500 being often really strategic. It's a lot harder in an 8 to bring up that speed up, a little bit easier in the smaller boats, and now we are starting to see it. So real pressure coming here from Wanganui High School on Napier Boys High School. So Joseph Dudson, Nicky Maxon have decided that enough is enough. Now, can they shut down this very good crew out of Francis Douglas? So I've seen a number of lead changes. Early on, it was Napier Boys High School. Now it's Francis Douglas, but it's Wanganui High School who are beginning to make the big move across there in lane 3. Joseph Dudson, Nicky Maxim, do they believe?
Yeah, and we're just seeing a great shot there of Wanganui High School, and they're just keeping it nice and relaxed up top, so there's not extra tension in their arms or their shoulders. So all the work is happening through the legs, which is exactly where we want the work to be, as they now stretch out to almost a boat length over Napier Boys to really push into second, entering the final 500 metres of this race.
Well, Francis Douglas at this point, what is it? It's about maintaining concentration. It's about just saying, hey, let's just concentrate on form. Let's just make sure we don't at any point drop off technically. And we are seeing a really good example of it here. We saw them through the first 500. We're now seeing them coming towards the last 500. Hey, you notice anything different here technically?
They're just holding on to it really nicely is Francis Douglas. You can see they're starting to hurt a little bit, but it isn't slowing them down at all. They're just really got onto their rhythm, and the momentum that they have built is travelling with them. But we are still seeing that Wanganui High School crew push up, but the beauty for Francis Douglas is that they have got clear water, which is always a nice confidence burst as we enter the final 250 metres of the A final with the boys under 16 double sculls.
Yeah, the one thing about leading is you've obviously got a clear view of where your competition is. You'll sort of be saying, hey, look, you can start to look at their facial expressions. You can start to look at their form. I'll often say this, facial expressions, yes, you can accentuate the pain you're in, but really I think the true test of whether a crew or an individual is in trouble when you start to see the form go. But it is very much Francis Douglas at the moment in control over Wanganui High School, Napier Boys High School in third. Bit of a challenge though, coming through there from the likes of St Peter's School of Cambridge.
Yeah, but we're just seeing them really lift their rate there, did Francis Douglas. Francis Douglas really sprinting for the line, and that is in response to the sprint that Wanganui High School is putting on. But Francis Douglas still holding that one boat length lead as we come down to the finish line of the boys under 16 double sculls, and it is Francis Douglas Memorial College with about a boat length lead over Wanganui High School take the second, and the all-important bronze goes to Napier Boys with a fast finishing St Peter's School Cambridge in fourth.
Yeah, what a wonderful display from Francis Douglas. We talked about, I think we said 42 schools at the start have won medals across this Maadi Regatta, and that's just another example of another school out of a different region of New Zealand saying, hey, we can win at the highest level as well. And we keep saying that the story in all of this is how good is rowing right across New Zealand, how much depth do we have, and congratulations to the coaches, and what a proud moment for that very, very proud school indeed. And well done to their coach, Jodie Haskell, Oliver Kalassi, Noah Prendergast, gold medalists. Well, folks, it's still A finals all day, of course. We count down to the two big ones at the end of the day, the Livin Jubilee Cup, the under-18 Girls 8, and then the 78th running of the Maadi Cup set to go at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Our next race will be, well, I keep talking about the word blue ribbon, I throw it out there, but we are about to find out very shortly who is the best individual female rower at this regatta, because coming up next it is the girls under 18 single sculls, representation out of Columba College, King's College, Onslow College, St Paul's Collegiate, Waikato Diocesan School, Marion College, Craighead Diocesan School, and Diocesan School for Girls. That next.
It's the winter season, so that means some downtime for the rowers. The rowing sheds here at St Kitts College are closed, out of action, but there's a group of novice girls that are here. Where are they? Let's check out the gym. Elsie, it's 6 a.m, you're at the gym. The rowing season's finished. Why are you here?
Well, we had such a great first start to the rowing season and we found a few successes, so we want to feel some more. So by strengthening ourselves over the off season, we thought, well, the others aren't, we can get back and then be stronger for next season.
What did you like about rowing?
Well, I loved how it felt like everyone was pushing themselves, but it was together. You could push yourself as hard as possible, but you obviously had to rely on the people around you, and we had such a great crew. So everyone pushing themselves together, you felt like you succeeded as a crew instead of just individually.
And I mean, it's also about friends, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was lucky that my best friend also does it, so it's almost like going away is like having a big sleepover. And all the girls here, we're all really good friends. We're kind of one big group now, yeah, so it's perfect.
Gigi, it's 6 a.m, the rowing season's finished. Why are you here?
We're here for off-season training to stay fit and stay healthy.
So did you like rowing?
Yes, I love rowing.
What did you like about it?
I love the community that it gives to you. I love the competition. I love the family. Yeah, I love everything about it.
So you're back for next season?
Yeah.
So strength and conditioning is not only great for getting strength for the girls in the rowing boat, but it's also a great time to get them out of the boat, away from the rowing sheds, away from the ergs, because it is a lot of training.
Yeah, because I mean, when you grew up, were you just rowing non-stop? Did you go to the gym when you were at school as well?
No, not really. It was just lots and lots of on-water trainings, and so it's I guess a breath of fresh air for these girls to be able to come in and do something different, but still obviously enhancing their performance.
What have you got them doing, Paige?
Oh, yes.
Movement
prep. So, yeah, kind of a bit of a full body mobility just to wake them up because it is early in the morning. And then this is their first session with us, so they're just going through a full body basic movement program, starting with some squats, just trying out lots of technique and just trying to get them to figure out their movement patterns.
Do you think they like it?
I hope so. I think so. There was lots of laughter this morning, but we'll see.
Key, right?
Exactly,
Keep them laughing, keep them smiling.
Yes, definitely.
So let's talk about what they are learning in the gym. Is it about getting them stronger in their core and their legs? What are you specifically trying to get out of them?
It's very important that they develop that core strength. Rowing is all about your core strength, holding your shape through the stroke. And the programs that we're developing in the gym enable them to develop that core stroke, so then we've got that stronger athlete when they come back into the program.
You've been at St Kitts doing Director of Rowing for a number of years. What do you think as a whole you're trying to achieve when you, as a club, over the years, what have you seen works and what doesn't?
Well, I think what we've tried to develop over the last couple of years is an environment that kids want to be involved in. They feel a deep connection to the program, to the rowing club, and a sense of belonging.
Final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, and what a day it is. So many wonderful finals to look forward to, but I know so much anticipation and excitement around our next race to find out who is ultimately the best all-round single sculler amongst our girls this year. Yes, it is the girls under 18 single scull, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. It'll be representations from Columba College in lane 1. King's College will start in lane 2, Onslow College in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Waikato Diocesan in lane 5, Marion College will start there in 6, Craighead Diocesan in lane 7, Diocesan School for Girls in Auckland will start in lane 8. Meg Glenn alongside of me. Meg, this should be a beauty, and Gallicani, second last year in the girls under 17, this year racing for Waikato Diocesan. Is she the athlete to beat?
She certainly is. She is the North Island champion, but what was really interesting, earlier in the season, she actually placed second in the senior single at the North Island Club Champs, the winner of which is now in the New Zealand under-23 team. So she gave a real run for her money. So Angala is really up there, and right next to her, Marion College is the current South Island champion, both with very fast times in the semi-finals.
Olivia Martin here, out of Onslow College, coached by Jason Theobald, so another one.
Yeah, and Olivia just yesterday got bronze in the under-17 single, so she's the only one in this field that was also in the under-17s.
And another opportunity next year.
Yeah.
So there you go. So you got the future, you've got the current, and this will be an absolute beauty. And so look forward to this one. And it is a lonely sport, isn't it, the single sculls? You've got no one else to lean on. It's only you. You've got to deal with all the nerves. You've got to go through the warm-up yourself. You know, if things are not going well early, you've got no one else there to maybe say, hey, we're okay here, we're okay here.
As we look at Amber Church from St Paul's Collegiate, just keep her boat nice and still. And there's Angala Kani from Waikato Diocesan. She just keeps tapping on that one side. As I say, it is a tail but with a bit of a cross wind, so that's why their bows keep switching a little bit and they just correct it.
How strategic are we expecting this race to be? Are we expecting to see athletes look just to try and keep it steady and even across the full 2,000 metres? Are we expecting to see other athletes maybe make their move at the 500 or the 1,000 metre mark?
Well, I do think we haven't seen yet the best of Angala. She did win her semi-final, but she wasn't overly pushed. Faster time from the other semi, which was Marion College and St Paul's, but they were the same time. They were very much having a race. So I do think those three in the middle are really going to push each other.
8 of the very best female scullers in the country set to go. A 2,000 metre journey. National honours up for grabs. Settle back. Enjoy this one.
And we're away in the A final with the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. 8 very fast scullers here battling it out for the Stephanie Foster Cup. And we are getting a fast start from King's College there in lane 2. But St Paul's Collegiate in 4 there. Amber Church is really starting to push it up, and so is Sibylla Thompson down in lane 8 from Diocesan School for Girls.
Yeah, so a good even start. Interesting to see the tactics here. So Diocesan School for Girls, Sibylla Thompson deciding that she wants to try and get out quite fast there in lane 8. Coming back into the middle in lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate, Amber Church. Waikato Diocesan representative and probably the pre-race favourite, and Gallicani just sitting back, nicely poised, currently sitting there in lane 5, not wanting to burn too many matches too early, but we just know how good Gallicani is technically. She is an absolute master technically.
Yeah, she rose really nice, really long and strong. Does Angala really relax up top? But at the moment, the race is here with Sibylla Thompson from Diocesan School as we get a look at yesterday's bronze medal winner from the 17 single, Olivia Martin, battling a little bit difficult conditions, but they're all doing very well. Sometimes a tailwind can upset your balance a little bit, so you do have to be a really sculler in a tailwind.
No, so there we go. So Gallicani now just starting to get that bow ball nice and high, and you'd suggest on the angle that she's now taken that lead here, the pre-race favourite from Waikato Diocesan in Hamilton. And so the smallest of margins now just starting to stretch out. She'll just want to try and tighten the screws here. They'll all be aware of her reputation coming in. They'll all know that she is the athlete to beat based on what we saw last year at under 17 level, what we've based on seen at the North Island Championships.
Yeah, and we're doing a great job here as we just approach the 500 metre marker. So let's see who's going to go first through it. And it is Angala, but only just right on hot on her heels is Dawson School for Girls, Sibylla Thompson, who had a very fast start. Is she going to maintain that nice high rating in this tailwind and keep her right up there?
Yeah, look at that. Wonderful athleticism. Just the great ones just make it look easy, don't they? They just seem to have that little bit more time and just continues to lengthen it out long and strong. Look at that. Nice upright, no head movement. Again, we talk about in these sort of sports about keeping soft hands. And as long as you're keeping soft hands, we know you're relaxed and we know that the form and the boat is moving. You're connecting those strokes nicely.
Yeah, as we just see Amber Church here from St. Paul's sculling beautifully in this little bit of chop. I love how when her blades get in the water, there's just a nice amount of even splash on both sides. So she's got a great blade placement, does Amber Church here from St. Paul's, and she's just relaxing. Believe it or not, they are relaxing into the race rhythm at the moment. As we see Angala just stretch out now to a 1 length lead, but a great race happening for second between Dawson School for Girls and Marion College. Charlotte Peterson, of course, the current South Island champion.
And technique, such an important part of these sports too, you know, and if you're a smaller build or you maybe don't develop physically as early as other athletes, the thing you always need to remember, okay, I might not have the size at the moment, but I'm going to make sure that I'm technically really, really good, because you can always build the athlete a little bit later. And Gallicani, very much an example of wonderful technique, and White, she is continuing to extend this lead as we continue to watch this wonderful battle here between Sibylla Thompson of Diocesan School for Girls down here in lane 8, that is Diocesan out of Auckland, and then across there, obviously, we've got Marion College and Charlotte Peterson doing a really nice job as well.
As we just move through the 1,000 metre marker, so we're moving into the second half of the race now. Angala stretched out to a length and a bit. Sibylla Thompson, she had a fantastic fast start and she's still maintaining that speed, holding on to second. Marion College pushing up for third, and of course plenty of many lonely hours training, but these girls always need to remember, no matter how good you are, there's always someone who's better, so you've got to keep climbing every day out there on the lake or the river.
Yeah, and I always have a saying too, even if you're the number 1 athlete, wake up every day and train as if you're number 2, that you're still aspiring to be number 1. And we're just having a look here at some of these tricky water conditions. And I'd imagine as the day goes too, some of the other crews from these same schools will be talking to the athletes that have already gone and said, hey, tell us what the conditions is doing. We can watch it on TV, but is there anything you can pass on to us in terms of the little adjustments we need to make?
Yeah, absolutely. And Angala would have done a bit of that. But there she is. She is now a length, or 2 lengths. She's got a length of clear water, does Angala. But Marion College here, Marion College, the South Island winner, is really pushing up. She's really making a good challenge on Sibylla Thompson, who's currently holding on to second. These two good battling it out, and a great battle happening for fourth between St. Paul's Collegiate and King's College as we move through the 1250.
Yeah, I'll just run through the athletes for you. We've got Kiara Patterson from Columbia College right there at the top of your screen. Lane 2, it's King's College. Their representation is Bella Furman. Onslow College is Olivia Martin, coached by Jason Theobald. I should say Natalie Welch, coaches out of King's College, and Isabella Davey out of Columba. St. Paul's Collegiate, as mentioned, Amber Church, coached by Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard. Waikato Diocesan and Gallicani leading this race. Congratulations to their coach, Alice Denyer. We've got Charlotte Peterson out of Marion College, Fiona Mackay, their coach. Isla Crawford is the representative out of Craighead Diocesan, coached by Dean Milne, and Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. Sibylla Thompson, her coach is Joel Clayton Green and Franklin Hamilton, but it is still a dominant display, almost an exhibition being put on by Anne Gallicani out of Waikato as she continues to lead as we start to approach the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, so there's Angala. Now we're through the meat of the race. We're into the wind zone, but really great race happening between Marion and Dawson School for Girls for second. Here we are getting a nice good look at the Marion College sculler, Charlotte Peterson, as she just effortlessly pushes away every stroke. You see her, she's quite close to that buoy line, but it's where she wants to be because it's helping keep her straight. Then she knows where she is in her lane. She's very happy there.
Yeah, again, just in terms, I know we've discussed it, but our audience is almost changing and just see the little adjustments they're having to make in these tricky conditions, but just the steering on these boats, in terms of keeping the boat straight, how do they manoeuvre?
Yeah, they've just got to put a bit of pressure through one side or the other, a bit more pressure through one foot or the other. As we see Marion College, that she's really got that strong stroke, and it is pushing her up just into second over Sibylla Thompson, but the lead, of course, still with Angala Kani.
Okay, so 250 metres of the journey remaining, and for this young lady here to add her name to a long list of wonderful champions over the years. And I'm sure this will still be, in time, a stepping stone to even higher honours, but she will enjoy this moment. She just continues to maintain that wonderful technique, that ability to adjust in these conditions as well. But the real race for second and third.
Yeah, what a race we're seeing here as Marion College just pushes up into second, but Angala Kani has just stretched out her lead even more. She's got lengths of clear water, and we are seeing a great race happening on the inside. King's College is pushing up alongside St. Paul's, so King's currently sitting in fourth with St. Paul's. Are they going to push up on second and third and make a play for the medals? Sibylla Thompson down the bottom here, a very fast start. She shot out of the blocks and she's still holding on to a medal, but Marion College, as we enter the 100 metre there, is just pushed into second. But can Sibylla lift it again? She appears to be, as we get close to the finish line now and watch Angala Kani. She's led this race from the start to the end, sculled beautifully, pushed out away from the field. We finally, today on the final day, got to see what she was capable of and what a race that was, as we come down to the finish line, and Marion College with that play pushed up into the silver medal position. How good. Dawson School for Girls in third, and what a race we had there for fourth, fifth and sixth between Onslow, St. Paul's and King's.
What a domination, what an exhibition, what an athlete. Wow. And Angala Kani doing it in style, showing just how classy she is, giving us an exhibition on how you row a single scull, both technically, both physically, the complete athlete. And that is a remarkable performance.
And especially coming from a school, Waikato Dawson, that is more of a sweep program. So some schools focus a bit more on sculling and sweep. Dawson particularly a bit more dominant in the sweep. So great to see them also having a strong sculler amongst their midst.
Okay, folks, the scene is set. It is a beautiful day here in Lake Karapiro, the final day of racing for the 2025 Maadi Regatta, as we do count down to the two big races at the end of the day, the running of the Livin Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18-8, and the 78th running of the boys Maadi Cup, the under 18-8. Don't go away though. Coming up very shortly, we will find out who is the best individual rower amongst our boys at this year's regatta. It is the under-18 single sculls. We'll have representatives from St Kevin's College, Wakatipu, St Thomas of Canterbury, Maclean's College in Auckland, Wanganui High School, Whakatane High School, Otamoto College out of Tauranga, and St Peter's College of Auckland. We'll take in some more highlights back shortly with more live coverage.
I've been involved in rowing all my life, been with the Avon Rowing Club. I held all the positions in the Avon Rowing Club and CRA. As far as the coaching goes, I finished rowing and I was 22, and Ted Lindstrom and Fred Strawn spent an hour and a half on the riverbank one day trying to talk me into coaching, and I said no. And in the evening, Ted Lindstrom arrived round home, and 4 hours later, between my parents and Ted, I ended up coaching. So
Rowing for me is very foreign, know nothing about it. We started with the help of Pat and Colin last year, and then we thought it would be a really cool idea to involve other schools from Selwyn so that we could grow rowing in the Selwyn district.
A lot of these children that are here, these rowers that are here, they're not sporty kids. They've come along, they've had a go, they've loved it, they've got into it, they've met different people. They come from all different diverse backgrounds. It's great having the homeschoolers here as well.
Lay hold, lift, over your head. Well done.
Right, what way you want to go? You go that way, this way.
Kids in the country didn't get the opportunity to row. It's too far to go, too expensive. So we're doing it on the cheap. Avon gave us all these old boats. Fella gave me a quad, and Burnside High gave me another quad, and we've got second-hand oars.
As an ex-rower, I always talk about rowing with my daughter, so she's always been interested. And as soon as we heard that Selwyn rowing was starting up, she was like, I'm in. And she's loved it. She's absolutely loved it every step of the way, even falling out of the boat twice.
How good is that?
It's amazing.
And roll to water now. No, I just love coaching the youngsters and watching them grow and helping them to achieve something in life, and it actually changes people's lives. It sets them on a different path. Idea. Keep that pressure on. That's good. The unique to this area is we've got water to row on. You go down to Avon in the afternoons when the schools are there, you've probably got 40, 50 boats out on the water, and you really can't do your coaching right. And the beauty is here you can get out in the coaching boat and you can coach. And you know, I took you up against the boat so you could do some photography. You can do that. You can get right beside it and talk to the people, and that's the beauty of coaching from the coaching boat. Leah. Isla, let's see those legs going down. Once you start pushing, you keep pushing. I think we're going to have a regatta at Ashburton, so we've got to get ready for that, don't we?
Maadi Cup would be the pinnacle. That would be the opportunity to actually get out there and make the Selwyn schools a place to be, to stay at. We have a lot of children that leave to go to town schools, but because we can offer such an elite sporting opportunity, we're hoping that this will help students stay in the area rather than go to town schools. We're very, very lucky to have parents that want their kids to try something different and to come in and give them the opportunities. We have an amazing committee put together of about 15 parents from across the high schools as well. It's really exciting to be part of a really good community, and we are building a community of rowers. And to have these facilities out here at the Selwyn huts to use is just amazing, and we can't do this without the likes of Pat and Colin's support, as well as Adam, who's taking it on the coaching role as well.
Oh, we love Pat.
Pat is
He's
so
like
good.
the best.
You think of rowing and you think of the big schools, all the private schools and their big funding, and so it's quite an expensive sport, but it's great to have it out at a place like this.
He's like the best, perfect. Because he pushes us, but he's not mean about it.
I reckon lots of schools could do it.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Locked, finished.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school, just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the emerging scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Wazell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there that would like to, just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group. You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
Final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, and wow, this is it to find out who is the best overall boy at this year's Maadi Regatta. It is the single sculls, the under 18 representations from St Kevin's College, Wakatipu High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, Maclean's College, Wanganui High School, Whakatane High School, Otamotai College and St Peter's College. Which one of these 8 coiled springs will launch their way down this 2,000 metre course here at Karapiro and etch their name in the history books? As we have a look at Patrick Spillane of St Kevin's College there in 1. Harry Lightfoot will be alongside of him out of Wakatipu. And we'll have Carter Baxter will be the representation out of St Thomas of Canterbury, coached by Paddy Dowling. And we'll have Maclean's College, Nathan Strachan in 4, Jake Newton in 5 out of Wanganui. Travis Talpas out of Whakatane will start in lane 6. Arthur Crimmins of Otamotai in 7. Billy Simpkins out of St Peter's College in 8. As we have a look here at Harry Lightfoot, coached by John Morrison. Alongside of me, we have Meg Glenn. And Meg, well, we saw a very dominant display by Angela Carney out of Waikato Diocesan in an absolute exhibition. What are you anticipating here?
I think we're going to have a bit of a closer race. And they're off.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's been a very, very nervous 24 hours for all of these individual scullers. It's been a tough week of heats and semi-finals for some repecharges, but getting out very quickly in lane 3 out of St Thomas of Canterbury to Carter Baxter. This is a rowing program that's only really been going for about 20 years. They're a small school. They train on the Selwyn River, a roll of around about 700, so really good aggressive start. But now we just start to see Maclean's College, Nathan Strachan, coached by Martin O'Brien, just beginning to increase his rating. Now probably has about, well, I don't know, an 1/8 of a canvas lead, so it's still very, very low as we start to come up to the 250 metre mark.
Yeah, and we are seeing Maclean's just stretch out a bit there. And, of course, the trophy for this is the Charlie Stapp Cup that Maclean's currently holds on to. So one of Nathan's teammates won it last year. So can he defend the title for his school as we see him just battle a little bit through the cross tailwind? But he's doing a great job at staying straight in his lane and just getting his blades a little bit away from the water to make sure he doesn't catch on the way forwards.
Yeah, and these conditions are probably the most difficult we've seen throughout the 6 days of this regatta, so there has to have been some adjustment technically. They would have done some homework early this morning, talked to their coaches and said, look, this is what you're going to get. It's going to be a tailwind. There is going to be some chop here, so be aware of it. Go through, visualise it. Still a really good performance coming across the far side there from Patrick Spillane out of St Kevin's College in lane 1, and still just staying in touch too. Carter Baxter out of St Thomas down here in the bottom lane. Really good performance coming from Billy Simpkins out of St Peter's College.
Yeah, St Kevin's really pushing up there. And we're also seeing Otamoto College, Arthur Crimmins is squeezing up a little bit in 7. So at the moment we do have McLean's holding on to the lead. Second currently sitting with Otamoto, only just though over the likes of St Thomas of Canterbury, and Wanganui High School is now pushing up and getting into the fun.
Yeah, now we do start to get into that part of the course where things can become strategic. This is where we might just start to see moves being put on. It often happens between that 500 metres to the 1500 metre mark, sometimes 750 through to 1250, but we do know that each of these athletes will have an individual game plan, and at some point one of them will want to try and launch an attack. For our athlete out in front at the moment, Nathan Strachan, he has the advantage of being able to just survey those behind him. He will be prepared to respond. You throw the gauntlet down, I'll throw it straight back at you and see if he can negate any attack that does come.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are seeing Jake Newton from Wanganui High School just attack the lead that Maclean's College there really pushed for early on in the race. But it really is a bit of momentum there behind the Wanganui High School sculler. He's got lovely, long, relaxed arms, which means that he's not adding any extra tension to his boat. And that is what is propelling him forwards at the moment.
Oh, wonderful battle. Really good race beginning to develop here. Nathan Strack and Jake Newton. It'll be who wants this the most, who has recovered from what has been a really busy week. And we shouldn't underestimate the recovery side of it. They're not just individual scullers. You'll see them pairs. Often you'll see them in the bigger boats as well. And so it's a very, very busy schedule. This is not the only event you're partaking in, which means that you've got to flush that lactic acid. You've got to be woke up the next day, do it all again. It's not just about physical recovery, but it's also about clarity of the mind.
Absolutely, as this race is really heating up, because that is what we call bow ball for bow ball. Every stroke there's a different bow ball in the lead, as we get a good look here at Jake from Wanganui High School. So quite the race here. McLean's pushed out early, but Wanganui High School, the second 500 metres here, has really been his. He's really squeezed up.
Yeah, good performance here. Settle back, because this could be an absolute beauty. We've seen some wonderful races over the last 5 days of action, just simply in terms of trying to get through to finals with some really good action yesterday in a lot of the finals. Are we about to see one of the great races in this boys under 18 singles sculls? Because it's very much game on at the moment. It is Maclean's College. We've got Wanganui High School in there, St Thomas of Canterbury. And it is just an eclectic mix of schools. Look at this. They're just looking at each other. This is a street fight, folks. It's not just mental. Now it's psychological. Who gives up first? Who is prepared to lock themselves in the hurt box, stay there the longest? And do not underestimate just how much these two remarkable athletes are suffering.
Yeah, so these two really pushing out the front here, but a good race is happening there for bronze. So bronze currently sitting with St Thomas of Canterbury, but we are seeing great challenges here happening from Otamoto and Wakatipu.
Wow, here we go. Now it starts to get absolutely brutal. This is where we find out who's done the base work, who's got that strength, who's got those years and layers of training, who had the best night's sleep perhaps. That's what it could potentially come down to. Through the 1500 metre mark, it will still be Nathan Strachan out of Maclean's College by the smallest of margins though, over Wanganui's representative Jake Newton. Both schools standing here at the finish line anticipating two very nervous coaches, Martin O'Brien from Maclean's College, Alan Duff, Dave Dudley for Wanganui High School.
It's bow ball for bow ball, and they're really lifting it. Quite the challenge there happening from Maclean's. He said, you've sat next to me for too long, Jake. I'm going to start stretching out and I'm going to start pushing away, and that is what he's doing inside this final 500 metres.
Yeah, good move. Hit him early too. Sometimes you say, look, I'm not sure I'm the fastest finisher here. I'm not going to leave anything. I'm a strength endurance-based athlete. I'm going to take it out a little bit more. I'm going to put some pressure on. I'm going to test his mental fortitude. I know if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to suffer, and I'm going to take you to an incredibly dark place to do that. The bonfires in the arms, the bonfires in the legs, the razor blades at this point just attacking the lungs. It's not a nice place, folks. 250 metres to go.
Inside that final 250, and he's just stretched out now to a length lead. What a push he had at the 500 there. And St Thomas of Canterbury holding on to third.
Yeah, well, here we go. Settle back, McLean's. It was a great moment last year, and you're going to defend this with a different rower this time. It'll be Nathan Strack, and he's out to a boat length. The pressure was put on, though. He was squeezed by Jake Newton through that third 500 metres, but he's responded brilliantly. He will come down in front of this large crowd. He'll be recognised and he'll be honoured. He is arguably the best individual rower at this year's Maadi Regatta amongst the boys. Now just starts to lift it. The adrenaline kicks in. What a display. What a performance. Another exhibition. It was Angelicani from Waikato Diocesan in the girls individual under 18 sculls, and now it is Maclean's College. Stand up, Nathan Strack, a national champion. Jake Newton, Wanganui High School, silver medal to you. And now coming down in lane 7. What a moment for Arthur Crimmins of Otamotai College, the local school from Tauranga.
Oh, what a finish that was. Quite the finish on Arthur Crimmins from Otamotai to get up there. That was epic. Oh, how happy is McLean's. I love it. I love to see this emotion and how much it means to them.
Oh, it means everything, doesn't it? I mean, it's such a brutal sport. You've got to get up early in the morning, mum and dad. I mean, it's not a cheap sport at times either. There's a financial cost to it. You have so many bad days where you doubt yourself, and then you've got to hang on to those good days and go, this is what I'm capable of. What a moment, and I'm sure this will just be a wonderful moment, but just a stepping stone to higher honours for him. So congratulations to Maclean's College. If you're not sure where Maclean's College is, you're not that familiar, so it's sort of East Auckland, Howick, Pakuranga way. Some of their other alumni include the likes of Ironman triathlete Cameron Brown. It's another school with a really proud, rich history as well. So if you enjoyed that one, don't go away, because there is more heart-stopping action to come. Coming up next, it'll be a radio commentary, just due to our regulations around filming under 15 events, but we will bring you the girls under 15 double sculls, sponsored by Lewis Lawyers. It'll feature Takapuna Grammar School, Cashmere High School, Dunstan High School, Burnside High School, Craighead Diocesan School, Glendowie College, St Peter's School of Cambridge and Bethlehem College. That coming up next here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025.
Crimmins with the sprint there.
Fuck yeah, great. Oh, but I love that. I love the fact that you got Otamotai College. I love the fact that, you're getting these smaller schools, man, showing that it can be done. But what it actually highlights to me, talent is everywhere, mate.
Oh, yeah.
You put a program in place, get the right coaches, the talent's there.
Yeah, because I was he's on our list. And we need to see how that race went.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need. But the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents: reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication. But I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just called to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance, and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Ciao.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, it's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and I've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results, and we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Live coverage here on the final day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. It is the girls under 15 double sculls A final. We will not be bringing you a visual of this due to our restrictions in terms of covering under 15 secondary school events. However, we will bring you a radio commentary. And I can tell you Takapuna Grammar will start in lane 1, Cashmere High School in 2, Dunstan High School in lane 3, Burnside High School in 4, Craighead Diocesan School in 5, Glendowie College out of Auckland in 6, St Peter's School in lane 7, and Bethlehem College in lane 8. I should say St Peter's School of Cambridge. Of course, there is St Peter's School in Auckland as well, which is a boys' school. And they will feature a little bit later on in that Maadi Cup final alongside of me, Meg Glenn. Meg, another opportunity for our young up-and-coming scullers to start establishing a little bit of a reputation, not just for this year, but in future years as well.
Yes, of course, many good New Zealand rowers have come through the 15 double scull event. One that I think of that just made the recent elite team announcement would be Becky Lee. She certainly had her time getting a few medals in this event. As we check out Dunstan there with those bucket hats that you love so much.
Love the bucket hats. I tell you what, they're a game changer. Charlotte Crosby, Bella Breen there, coached by Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson out of Dunstan High School. They'll start in lane 3, looking pretty relaxed.
They do. As we get a closer look there at Burnside. Burnside were a heat winner right at the start of the week in this event, alongside also that Dunstan crew were also heat winners. So some fast crews sitting in the middle lanes here.
Yeah, Lucy Gibson, Harriet Gorman are the two athletes there, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Meets. As we do look at this picturesque course, a little bit, that maybe doesn't tell a true story, that particular aerial shot, in terms of the conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Probably the toughest day we've seen across the first 5 days, day 6 here, because there is a tailwind behind them and that lake is just a little bit choppy.
And a tailwind helps you in terms of the wind's going the same direction you're going, but it is a bit harder to make the boat balance and to set it up nicer for you. It can be a bit easier to row into a headwind. So we just see Craig Dawson there, just get ready. So we can't be far away from the start of the A final.
Yeah, Craig Dawson represented by Ella Metcalf and Neve Callahan. Their coach is Dean Milne. So here we go, set to go. Another one of the big races. Just want to grab that gold medal. There is that air temperature, 21.5 degrees. Low humidity, wind speed, 6.22. Westerly wind as we do get underway. Really good clean start, nice even start. Good start coming from Charlotte Crosby out of Dunstan High School in their lane 3. And also down here in lanes 6 and 7 getting away quickly too, which was Glendowie College, Marin Sapper, and St Peter's School of Meg Cannon.
Yeah, so St Peter's got a fast start there with Glendowie. A little correction there for one crew, just a little bit wonky, but now they're all nice and straight. So it is certainly the lead sitting with Dunstan High School as we're about 100 metres in. Then it's back half a length to Glendowie and half a length back to St Peter's. And then it's more or less throw a blanket over the rest of them.
Throughout this race, obviously you see the role of the coxswain and the cox boats, but here the two athletes, are you talking to each other at any point?
Yeah, you have little crew calls that you'll shout out at each other, and you know what those words mean. It's a bit hard to get out full sentences, but we are just seeing Craighead Dawson push up there. So Craighead now battling it out with St Peter's School for third place.
Yeah, good start here from Dunstan. We have seen a lot of their crews quite strategic. They are a crew that do tend to like to throw the gauntlet down at the 1,000-metre mark. It seems to be very much a part of their DNA. However, this crew's decided to take it out and put the hurt on everybody early and ask some questions of them and hope that at some point they can't find the answers and they wave the flag and say, you know what, second is good enough today. So really good performance from Dunstan. And then across here in Lane 6, Glendowie College. And their coach, Denzel Christian and Karen Smith, will be sitting there nervously, hoping their Chargers can get the job done.
Yeah, so Glendowie currently in second, but a really great battle between Craighead and St. Peter's for third, as we see Takapuna down on the inside also push up for that battle for that third place. All of these crews, they are battling the wind conditions a little bit, but they're doing very well to just remain straight in their lanes and to keep pushing.
Yeah, and having a wee look around, really nice example here, being shown by the crew out of Burnside High School, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman. I should just mention up there at the top of the picture, Takapuna Grammar. Their representation is Sophia Cagney-Potts and Sky Grice-Douglas. Their coaches are Kira Sherrick and Sam Grant. So good to have Takapuna Grammar, but really just in a commanding lead at the moment as the crew out of Dunstan High School shot out very quickly at the start and really haven't looked back. And what you can see there, Meg, looking at their form and stuff, you're happy by what you've seen. They haven't gone out too quick. With the greatest respect, they haven't confused ability with ambition too early.
No, these Dunstan High School girls are rowing very well. They've got excellent coaches, so of course they would have told them a race plan that is well within their abilities, and they're currently holding on to first by about 2 lengths as we move through the 750 metre marker. Glendowie in second is 3/4 boat length back to Craighead, only just over St. Peter's, and St. Peter's have brought up with them Bethlehem College, so Bethlehem College now sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, Bethlehem College, if you're wondering where that is part of just outside of the city of Tauranga, so part of this sort of Bay of Plenty region. Lovely to have their involvement. We talked about 42 schools across this Maadi Regatta have won medals, again just demonstrating that it's not just 1 or 2 schools that dominate this sport. There is opportunity for all. It also just demonstrates there is talent everywhere in this country. Sometimes you just got to connect people with the right sport. But the bucket hats of Dunstan, and what a beautiful, beautiful rowing environment that is, in control.
As we're just about to approach the 1K marker, so we're just coming up to halfway in the A final, the girls under 15 double sculls, and let's see the gaps between them as they all move through that marker. So Dunstan goes through, and that's about 1.5 lengths, so that Glendowie crew that's in second there is really pushed up. They're a length over Craighead, a length back to St. Peter's, sitting in 4th, 5th place. Bethlehem 6th will be sitting with Kashmir, only just over Takapuna. They're having a great battle in lane 1 and 2, and 8th currently sitting with Burnside.
Yeah, I just noticed there from Dunstan too, they just look like they just again increased their stroke rate quickly once they hit that 1,000 metre mark and just put the hammer down again. They want to leave nothing to chance here. They just want to get out. They'll know that the fatigue levels will be exponential for everybody when they hit that 1,750 metre mark. Everybody at that point is suffering. It's going to be very hard for some crew to make up significant time. So look at this. We've seen some exhibitions this morning. We saw Angela Carney earlier in the under-18 single sculls just put a masterclass on, and now we've seen a similar thing here from the Dunstan crew of Charlotte Crosby and Bella Breen out of Dunstan High School.
Yeah, they're just stretching out their lead. They're having a really, really strong third 500, and we are seeing plenty of crews today with a strong third 500 that hold on to the lead. So they've got about a 4 boat length lead over Glendowie, who have a boat length lead over Craighead Dawson. Craighead Dawson putting a bit of pressure on Glendowie now, so we might see quite the race for silver and bronze. Then there is a bit of clear water back to that St. Peter's crew, and we are seeing the battle between Takapuna and Kashmir on the inside are really pushing them up.
Well, look at that, 3-4 boat length lead now for Dunstan. Really, it's just about maintaining form here, talking to each other. They've got that huge benefit, haven't they? Meg have been able to just look back and survey and pick up the intel on the rest of their crews.
Yeah, no, they've got a clear advantage being out the front, and you can just check up on everyone. When they do a move, you do a move, as we see Dunstan just move through the 1,500 metre marker. So now 500 metres left to travel in the A final with the girls under 15 double sculls. It is Dunstan in the lead with clear water over Glendowie, who have just lifted again to get themselves a little bit of clear water over Craighead Dawson, as we are seeing St. Peter's now starting to pick up. So St. Peter's have closed the gap, holding on to 4th, and then we've got the likes of Bethlehem, Takapuna, Kashmir and Burnside.
Yep, and so this Glendowie College in East Auckland, if you're not familiar with the school, there are so many schools here. I've got to admit that when I first came down here a few years ago, there were some schools that I did have to do a little bit of research on to find out where they were geographically located, but Dunstan High School in control, and how good is this for the sport of rowing? We've also got Wakatipu now that, historically 20 years ago you never really heard or saw too much of. Got these just wonderful vistas, these wonderful lakes down there in that beautiful part of Central Otago, and really capitalising on it, really utilising it, and coming to the fore now. And it is going to be this Dunstan crew who are in complete and utter control.
As we come into the final 250 metres of the girls under 15 double sculls, it is Dunstan High School with a clear lead, but this Glendowie crew is having a fantastic sprint. They're really pushing up and getting clear water, even more clear water over Craighead Dawson, who's holding on to third. Over St Peter's, go through the 250 in fourth, and then we go back to Takapuna, Grammar, Cashmere, Bethlehem and Burnside. As we keep pushing to the line, Dunstan now inside the final 100 metres, and Craighead really pushing up, but Dunstan is just stretching out their lead even more. Dunstan now with 50 metres left to travel in the A final with the girls under 15 double sculls. Glendowie having a great sprint. They have pushed up, but they're still holding on to second. Craighead Dawson holding on to third, but we are seeing a great sprint happening here from St Peter's. St Peter's only half a length off Craighead as we see Dunstan cross the line in first. Well done, Dunstan. Second place is going to be Glendowie. Who's going to get the bronze? Is it going to be Craighead? Is it going to be St Peter's? We're right down to the line, through the line. Oh my goodness, I'm definitely not going to call that. Check Rowett if you're watching at home, because what a sprint St Peter's had. Craighead certainly had their name on bronze early on, but St Peter's pushed back between those two crews. I do not know who got it on the line.
Well, unofficially, I still think Craighead might have narrowly got it, but we will wait for the official results. Of course, go to rowett.nz. We will finalise and update those results for you folks. It is sometimes very hard making sure that our cameras clearly are 100% straight on the line. We're doing a fantastic job on that, but boy, some wonderful finishing, isn't there? And what a display, what a demonstration there from the Dunstan crew. Unbelievable from Charlotte Crosby, Bella Breen. Congratulations to their coaching staff of Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. Absolute class acts. Well, folks, we have another of our under 15 Cox races to come. That'll be the next one. Again, we'll have no visuals of it. We'll certainly bring you a radio commentary for that. That is the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. And this will be sponsored by the Grassroots Trusts. This will feature St Paul's Collegiate, Burnside High School, St Peter's College, Onslow College, Hamilton Boys High School, Wanganui Collegiate, Wakatipu High School and John McGlashan College. So there you go. That is up next. It is the final day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Just want to acknowledge Milford too for their wonderful support in regards to the live streaming and their wonderful and ongoing support of Rowing New Zealand.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talk to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will, in a huge way, affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it, and ultimately their success as well. So I tried deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said, to hell with it, look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
Is the boys under 15 Cots quadruple sculls. Lane 1 will have St Paul's Collegiate, Lane 2 Burnside High School, Lane 3 St Peter's College, Lane 4 Onslow College, Lane 5 Hamilton Boys High School, Lane 6 Wanganui Collegiate, Lane 7 Wakatipu High School, Lane 8 John McGlashan College. Due to our regulations around the filming of under 15 college sport, this will be a radio commentary. Meg Glenn alongside me. Meg, one noticeable thing about this particular race seems to be very much in terms of the seedings, I guess, dominated by the North Island.
Yeah, absolutely. The four crews in the middle there, St Peter's College, Onslow College, Hamilton Boys High School and Wanganui Collegiate, were the four heat winners, and they're all from the North Island. Onslow, the North Island winners.
And they're Hamilton Boys High School. We're just getting a visual of them. Clearly you can't see that as well. Look, obviously there's so many different trophies for the different individual events, but there's the overall best schools, and that's based on, results. Obviously schools that are getting more and more crews in the finals, and then that's also based on placings. And you've got an update.
Yeah, so the Star Trophy, the overall top school. At the moment, we've now seen Waikato Diocesan move up into the top of that with 18 points, but right behind them, tied for second, St Peter's School, Cambridge and St Margaret's.
You're smiling, aren't you? Because you are. We don't pretend, coaching there at Waikato Dio, so part of that success at the moment. Clearly things can change throughout the day.
Yeah, and the sculling trophy as well, the President's Scull, we've seen a bit of movement there this morning too. So Wakatipu's still holding on to the lead with 14 points. St Paul's tied for second with 13 points with Wanganui High School, and we have seen some great sculling medals this morning from Wanganui High School, and that's what's pushed them up.
Now, as I said, you're not going to get any visual of this, but we are getting the visuals here, and we just had a shot there of St Peter's College of Auckland. Now, they're a school that are really just establishing their rowing program, made their first Maadi Cup back in 2023, made the Maadi Cup last year where they finished third, just lost it to silver to St Bede's on the line, and they're in this afternoon's Maadi Cup final. But St Peter's College, small school in Auckland, and this will be a real opportunity to see how much depth they've got. They've got the likes of Maximilian Charters, Tommy Landals, Tom Tracy, Payet Dainty, and their coxes Henry Ryan. They're coached by James Russell and Harry Malloy. So St Peter's College of Auckland, another one of these real stories in recent times of turns of saying, moving away from just being, I guess, a more traditional rugby school to now really trying to establish a rowing program.
And out in lane 8 there, we've got the likes of John McGlashan, who are the South Island winners. So a day like today with a bit of a tailwind coming from that side. Sometimes lane 8 often can sneak a good win, but certainly keep an eye on John McGlashan for you throughout this race if you're listening from the South Island.
Yeah, not too far away. They're all lined up. The white flag has been raised, so hopefully getting away you can just see a little bit of movement. I can tell you, describe at least for you, there is a little bit of movement here in terms of just making sure they've got their blades set, they're forward on the rails, and so 8 of the best schools, 15, most of these youngsters have been really just rowing for about a year. If you come at the other end of the age group, you might be your second year, but still a lot of inexperience. But another one in terms of letting everybody know the depth of your program, and maybe just a wee look at future Maadi Cup rowers and schools as we do get underway. Good, clean, even start. Lane 4 got away probably the best of our crews. That is Onslow College and out of Wellington, and also possibly looking, I think, at lane 6 got away quickly too, Wanganui Collegiate.
Yeah, and of course Onslow College there within that crew, Ruben and Lias, they did win gold in the 15 double yesterday, so they'll be looking to add another one to their necks. But it is lane 7 pushing up there, Wakatipu, lane 7 just nudging their bow in front. Onslow College going with them in second as we're about 150 metres in. St Paul's Collegiate on the inside holding on to third, equal with Wanganui Collegiate. Burnside would be sitting in 5th at the moment, 6th St Peter's College, and then back to Hamilton Boys and John McGlashan.
Well, we talked about a lot of the favourites for this race, predominantly coming out of the North Island. Well, maybe, just maybe, Wakatipu heard us say that because they want to say, yeah, I tell you what, no, we're going to represent the South and we're going to represent the deep South. So you've got Baxter Kingan, Henry Monier, we've got Phineas Thomas, Ruben Davis, their cox is Jesse Glover, their coaches are Ashton White and Mia Pagan. So it is the school from the south who at the moment puts the early pressure on. And then across there in lane 1, it's also St Paul's Collegiate of Jamie Heap, James Jordan, Cale Ganley, Ashton Russell, Charlie Seath, and James Jordan, I understand, Blair Jordan, very good triathlete in his day, his father sitting there nervously watching it, as a lot of the parents will be, whether they're here at the venue or obviously listening to the live stream.
Yeah, and this Wakatipu crew, of course, Wakatipu currently on top of the President's Scull, which is the trophy, all-round trophy for sculling. So Wakatipu, a very good sculling program, so that's obviously why they have got out to this nice early lead. So Wakatipu currently holding on to about a half a canvas lead over St Paul's. Third place sitting with Wanganui Collegiate at the moment. Fourth would be a good tie between John McGlashan and Onslow College. Fifth sitting with St Peter's College. Then we're back to Burnside and Hamilton Boys.
Yeah, Hamilton Boys High School, the big red sled just struggling a little bit, which is a surprise for Hamilton Boys High School. But again, do not underestimate them. They have this wonderful ability just to feature, just to get themselves on the podium. They're going to have their work cut out because we are still seeing this very good performance here coming from Wakatipu High School. Normally are in the yellow boats. It's a white boat today. We don't have the traditional yellow bucket caps on, but it is a good performance. But boy, how good is this performance coming from St Paul's Collegiate across the far side? They are somewhat of a little bit of surprise at the moment. The question is, can they hold it together over the back 1,000?
And what's really interesting about this race is we are seeing the crews in sort of the outside lanes 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. They're all up there, and they've come through the repecharges. So the likes of Wakatipu and St Paul's Collegiate, they progressed to this final from the repecharge as opposed to the heat. So they've just had one more race under their belt this week, and what they would have done is they've perfected their race plan a little bit more, and it's really working for them.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you this. Sometimes you look at it and go, well, look, we just want to qualify straight for the final because we've got a whole lot of boys got so many races going on. We just want to try and not burn too many matches, keep our powder dry. But then when you do get to these bigger boats where there is a little bit more cohesion, it is about placement, it is all about, coordination and getting all these different pieces moving together. Sometimes in a race situation, having a little bit more time together can actually benefit you and actually outweighs the potential fatigue factors that might go with doing that extra race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing plenty of stuff happening in this race at the moment because Wakatipu still holds on to the lead, but only by a canvas as Wanganui Collegiate pushes up into a firm second as we're now inside the third 500 metres. St Paul's Collegiate holding on to third, but we are seeing Onslow College in fourth, really battling it out with Hamilton Boys has now pushed up from 8th to 5th.
Yeah, St Paul's Collegiate across the far side just starting to tie up a little bit here. They're going to need to concentrate. They're going to need to maintain that form. But boy, what a big push coming here from Wanganui Collegiate. And we know this 500 is really strategic here, folks. So this is the key moment here. And we still continue to see that bow just lift from the likes of Wanganui Collegiate, Wakatipu High School.
Yeah, the momentum at the moment is certainly with Wanganui Collegiate because now they're only a few feet away from the bow of Wakatipu. So Wakatipu still holding on to the lead, but we are seeing a fast-travelling Wanganui Collegiate crew really push them. Third place sitting with St Paul's, but a great battle happening between Hamilton Boys and Onslow College, which is really pushing them up. And John McGlashan currently sitting in 6th. Then we've got Burnside and St Peter's College.
Well, great to see the resurgence of Wanganui Collegiate here because they've been in wilderness, I guess, in recent times. Compared to their rich history, they've won the Maadi Cup on 17 occasions, the last time being back in 2004, and now they're looking to redevelop that program. They want to add an 18th in future years, and they're starting here with this under-15 programs. The outstanding performance here coming from Levi Swanepoel. We've got Charlie McIntyre, Harry Sherritt, Anthony Jones, their coxes Angus McConnell. The responsibility of their coaching is on the shoulders of Matt Gizzen and Mitch Caratau. So it is Wanganui Collegiate who have the smallest of leads now over Wakatipu.
Yeah, we're now about 400 metres from the finish line of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Wanganui Collegiate just push up into the lead there. They've now got a canvas over Wakatipu, and third place only just sitting with St Paul's. But the battle there between the Onslow College and Hamilton Boys are happening for 4th and 5th. Might see them push up into a middle position because they are right there as we move into the final 250 metres. It's Wanganui Collegiate half a length over Wakatipu, half a length over St Paul's Collegiate, and then right there behind them is Onslow College and Hamilton Boys.
Well, I talked about Hamilton Boys through the first 1,000, maybe being a little bit out of it, and I said do not underestimate them. Do not ever write a Hamilton Boys High School crew off, and we are now starting to see real momentum from there, looking to try and get themselves into that third place, and the challenge is coming across the far side. It's still St Paul's Collegiate, so there's still 2 schools out of the Hamilton region. Everyone will be really pushing both schools on. St Paul's Collegiate across the far side, still in third place. It's Wanganui Collegiate, however, who continue to to stretch out. They're almost a boat length clear. That looks like they will come down and pick up this gold medal in the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. And now we also see on the outside Wakatipu High School. They'll win the silver medal. Nobody is going to deny Wanganui Collegiate a dominant performance, the bronze medal. Which way does this one go? And I think Hamilton boys might have just got it on the line. I don't want to call it, but Hamilton boys might have just got the last stroke in to tip St Paul's Collegiate into 4th place. Wow, what a race for third. Unofficially, 3rd place. Bird's eye view, Hamilton Boys High School. We will confirm that for you. But I just want to acknowledge that crew from St Paul's Collegiate, James Heap, James Jordan, Cale Canley, Ashton Russell, Charlie Seether Cox. Wonderful performance from you guys, whether it be 3rd or 4th place. But equally to Wanganui Collegiate, Levi Swanepoel, Charlie McIntyre, Harry Sherritt, Anthony Jones, Angus McConnell. You are national champions.
What a race that was. That sprint from Hamilton boys there. Oh my goodness, that was something exciting to watch. I hope you enjoyed listening to it at home. We will take a short break. Next up will be the A final for the girls under 17 Cox 8, sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust, and this will be back on the screen at 10:30.
Set the venue, the world famous Karapiro. It is the sport of rowing, the final day of the Maadi Cup Regatta, and the finals continue as we count down to the Livin Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18-8, and then the 78th running of the boys under 18-8, simply known as the Maadi Cup. But our next race, well, it's a bit of a look into the future. It's another one of these real blue ribbon events. It is the girls under 17 Coxed 8. Alongside of me, Meg Glenn, bringing you all the analysis and the commentary, and Meg. All the big schools are represented, and I guess the one everyone will be looking at, Lane 5, Rangiruru, because when it comes to girls rowing, you think Rangiruru, you think the sport.
Absolutely. Rangiruru have done fantastic as well at this regatta. They were a heat winner, the fastest heat winner as well, 6:48. The next fastest was St Andrews with a 6:54, so a bit of a gap there. So Rangiruru quite fast. Also the current South Island title holders.
Look, one thing, and I always say this, and I'll get your thoughts on it, but look, when you get any sports team, and at a young age particularly, that are dominant, that is just expected to win and are probably used to winning, I think what you've got to try and do, you've got to try and put pressure on them early. You've got to put a little bit of doubt in their head. How much adversity have they really dealt with? And can you just maybe shift their thinking a little bit? Is that the tactics that need to take place here from the likes of St Andrews, Columba College, Christchurch girls?
Well, we'll see what happens, but certainly St Andrews were only 4 seconds behind them at South Islands, so they have been pushing them all season. But what happens earlier in the season, it all depends on what's happening within that program. Sometimes they can sort of target a little bit here, and really what comes into play here, the final 3 weeks from South Islands and North Islands to here, is how have they peaked, how have they tapered into this event.
Yeah, so much at play here. Even when we go to the North Island, South Island schools, the schools that are winning there, turn up 2 weeks later to this Maadi Regatta, and that form doesn't always carry through, and those crews that were second or third suddenly just come back in that 2 week period. So it's all about different phases when we're looking at results. Were they in a base phase? Were they in a strength phase? Were some further down their program and already into a speed work and even tapering? So there are just so many unknowns, but we are going to see these crews make their way into these starting gates, into their lanes. We can tell you that conditions are certainly the roughest we have seen. Still idyllic, but still rougher than what we have seen through the first 5 days. There's a tailwind behind them. And Meg, just for maybe the audience that's tuned in now, what are some of the complications that go with having a tailwind?
So it's actually somehow easier to set your boat up, and what I mean by that is sort of balance it into a headwind. So into a tailwind, especially this isn't a straight tailwind, there's a bit of a cross on it, and so that can just throw your balance off ever so slightly. So the direction this is coming from at the moment, we're going to need to make sure that we're really drawing up our stroke side. This wind is going to put our blades, push our boat over a little bit onto our stroke side, so we've got to make sure that we are drawing up nice and high into our ribs on that side.
The nice thing is we've had a number of A finals this morning. We'll introduce the teams first. Okay, so starting in lane 1, it will be the Might of St Kentigern College out of Auckland. Close neighbours Epsom Girls Grammar will be in lane 2. Columba College in 3. Never underestimate a Columba crew. St Andrews College will start in 4. The Might of Rangiruru in 5. Christchurch Girls High School, who won the Livin Jubilee Cup for the first time in their history last year, will start in lane 6. Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland in lane 7. And the brilliance of Cashmere High School in lane 8. I was going to say that we've had a lot of A finals, and it has been rougher conditions with the tailwind that slightly crosses, you've mentioned. So the coaches have had a chance to look at some of the television footage, get that in their water, and so they would have obviously had those discussions in terms of how they need to adapt, how they need to make the little adjustments.
Yeah, so some coaches may think it's a good time to adjust the lengths or the ratio of the oars. Some might be happy with where it's currently set for their crew, and there's wind conditions, so they'll really know what their crew is capable of and what conditions they row best in, and then may make adjustments to the boats, or they may think their crew will be completely fine. So there are little intricacies like that at play.
Okay, so having a look here at the St Kentigern College crew, starting there in lane 1. Their coaches are Tim Nelson and Zoe Mills. Epsom Girls Grammar, in fact, is it? My apologies. It might be Epsom Girls Grammar. It is Epsom Girls Grammar, so my apologies there. Madeline Donovan, Eden Hong, Ruth Berg, Mia Breen, Emily Hammond, Amanda Horn, Jessica Walkinshaw, Imogen Wallace, and their cox will be Emma Owen.
And of course, that crew is the current North Island champions.
Okay, so there you go, Epsom Girls Grammar.
This looks to be Columba. Columba in lane 3.
Very similar colours to Diocesan of Waikato Dio in terms of the green and the white.
Same as St Cuthbert's and Craighead. Green and white, popular colour combo for girls' schools.
I tell you, I've just been coming off the New Zealand Surf Lifesaving Championships, and you've got to call the colours of the caps, and I tell you what, there's a lot of very similar colours, and then you get them wet and very, very hard to pick up.
St Andrews sitting in the blocks here looking nice and relaxed, maybe just having a little chat, just confirming we're on the same page, you know, we're going to start like this. Okay, sweet.
Yeah, you want a little bit of nerves, you don't want a whole lot, you want a little bit of confidence. Almost, I hate to say it, I say it with the greatest respect, it's purely a sporting sense, sometimes it's just that little degree of arrogance as well. You've got to have this mix of all these different emotions, all these different things to be a successful boat.
Here's Rangiruru, the current favourites, I would say, for this event.
Yeah, and just straightening up, so 2,000 metre journey. You are about to watch the girls under 17 Cox Day, sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. This, ladies and gentlemen, is event 434 of the program.
Looking very ready is Christchurch Girls High School there.
Yeah, what a moment for them last year in terms of winning that Levin Jubilee Cup for the first time in their history, upstaging the likes of Rangiruru, St Margaret's, and how much of that success has now flowed through to the rest of the school and the succession that often comes with it, which can often be the real legacy with success. And we do get underway, so here we go. The girls under 17 Cox Date, and it's a good even start. Rangiruru get away as expected nicely there in lane 5 down the bottom of your screen. Cashmere High School getting out very quickly as lane 7 Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. So it's the half. So it's lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7, or 5, 6, 7 and 8 that have probably got the best start. I'm not sure that's got anything to do with conditions or not. I think that is purely tactical. Also a good start coming from Epsom Girls Grammar across there in lane 2 at the top of the screen.
Yeah, what a start, nice and fast from the outside lanes there, as we're just now starting to spread a little bit. Just about to move through that first 250 metre buoy, and it does look like Rangiruru will be the first bow through that line, bringing with them Christchurch Girls, Dawson School for Girls, and certainly Epsom pushing right up there on the inside.
Yeah, good here from Christchurch Girls. I talked about this. You want to try and put the pressure on this crew early. Put a bit of doubt in their head. Same with St Andrews. You've got to squeeze Rangiruru. Ask the question. Boy, I feel like we're going really, really well, but we're not really making any ground here. And does that start to have a little bit of an impact?
Yeah, a little bit. They're doing well, though, aren't they? As we just see Rangiruru stretch out to a little bit more of about a canvas of a boat length lead. And great work here from Christchurch Girls. They're squeezing up as we're now starting to see. It was the outside lanes with the faster start, but we're now seeing the inside lanes as they get up onto their race rhythm really squeeze up. And I love this aerial shot here when you just see all these oars in unison.
Oh, look, that's just art, isn't it? It's just wonderful. Epsom Girls Grammar, the North Island champions. So second on the right-hand side of your screen with the yellow boat starting to make their move. Really important now these crews go with Rangiruru. They do not want Rangiruru to just be able to continue to stretch the bungee cord here. They do not want that to snap. They've got to go with them, even if it means maybe you tire up over the last 250 metres. It's it's now or never, I would suggest, for these other crews, if they want to somehow upset the might of Rangiruru, they must go. They must increase their ratings here.
Yeah, as we see St Andrews having a really strong second 500. So once St Andrews get up onto their race rhythm, they are certainly a crew to look out for, because now they're pushing up into a strong second. They want to get themselves in second very convincingly and let the battle happen behind them for bronze. But it is Rangiruru with 2/3 of a boat length lead at the moment. And of course, many fast crews out of Rangi, and it is hard being there mentally, because it is much harder to be the hunted than it is to be the hunter.
Well, too, when you've got a rich history in the sport like Rangiruru, you've got a target on your back. I mean, it also instills confidence if you are at the school. Hey, we're Rangiruru, we've got a history. We know our training, coaching's great. We know we've got a track record of having the guesswork taken out for us. But again, sometimes with that comes pressure. So I just want to acknowledge that Rangiruru girls crew. That's Georgia Stalker, Harriet Abbott, Sophia Harris, Alice Duffy, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, Tallulah Nelson, Maddie Young, Charlie Waters the Cox, and Adam Ling is the coach. So that is a very, very good lineup of 8 athletes plus the Cox, doing a wonderful job at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing superbly. They're just pushing up now to 3/4 of bowling. They saw that St Andrews crew coming at them and they decided to squeeze away. So great calls coming from their coxswain. St Andrews now in second, but we are seeing the North Island champions Epsom girls going with them. They'd much rather be with St Andrews than with the rest of the field because there's quite the battle happening for fourth. But Rangiruru are just rowing beautifully out the front here. They're really getting right out to the front of their slide and getting all the water they can, stretching away again every stroke.
Yeah, just starting to pick it up again. I just noticed a little take up there in ratings again from Rangiruru. The St Andrews College crew is Isabella Cody, Lucia Ups, Sophia Drury, Sailor Hedgecock, Charlotte Galvin, Chloe Lowe, Katie Taggart, Molly Thomas, Robbie Miller the Cox, and coaches Marlon Hardwick and Kendall Everest. So this is a very, very good St Andrews crew, and what a wonderful battle for second and third at the moment. But Rangiruru just continue to stretch the lead, continuing just to stretch that bungee cord. At what point does it break? At what point do these other crews say, you know what, second is good enough today?
Yeah, we're well within the third 500 here, which is really the meaty 500. You've got to get down into the depths of your soul in the third 500, and that is what Rangiruru has done so well as they stretch out a little bit more clear water over the rest of the field. But it is St Andrews clinging onto the second, because Epsom girls just keep pushing up, and the battle happening as well between Christchurch girls and Diocesan. I do think we are going to have a very fast finish down on the line, particularly for the likes of bronze.
Well, interesting too, though, Rangiruru have gone out, but they're not actually stretching that lead anymore at the moment. It is, if anything, it's just been held here. It's Epsom girls, Grammar now just starting to make their big move. So now moving into second place, probably maybe a canvas, I would suggest, possibly over St Andrews College there in lane 4. So Epsom girls, the North Island champions, really starting to apply it. Just when I say that, though, you do just sense St Andrews College begin to lift again.
Yeah, they're really heating up here because we've only got 300 metres left to travel. Auckland Diocesan there pushing up. They're holding on to fourth. But the race really is with Rangiruru. This race is their story as they enter the final 250 metres of the A final. The girls under 17, Cox 8 with clear water over Epsom girls. Epsom girls, the North Island champions, holding on to second place. St Andrews holding on to third. Let's see everyone down on the banks cheering them on. Great race happening for silver as St Andrews lift it again, but Epsom, they challenge back. Epsom pushes back, holding on to second by canvas, but Rangiruru just keeps stretching out now. 100 metres to go. Rangiruru holding on to their clear water. Epsom lifting again to just push away from St Andrews. They really want that silver, does Epsom, as we come down to the finish line of the girls under 17 Cox State, and across the line first it is Rangiruru. It was their race from start to finish, and a fantastic final 500 from Epsom to push them up into the silver medal and bronze for St Andrews. Great race there, fantastic race from Auckland Dio as well, coming across the line in fourth as we see Cashmere fifth, then Columba sixth, St Kentigans seventh, and that is how they finish in the girls under 17 Cox 8.
Oh, Epsom girls showing so much emotion for picking up that silver medal. Rangiruru absolutely delighted with that gold medal, and that's what we love, is the emotion. Enjoy the moment. They do not hand out a lot of medals at a Maadi Regatta. So Rangiruru came in as favourites. They've lived up to their billing. It was a dominant display, but Epsom girls showing why they are the North Island champions. Wow, that is good racing. And that certainly shows that Rangiuru not just going to be real favourites for this afternoon's Levin Jubilee Cup, but also that certainly looking to next year and beyond, they've certainly got wonderful depth in their program. Hope you are enjoying coverage here, folks, of the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. It is a finals day. We do count down to the two big ones, the girls under 18-8. The Levin Jubilee Cup, first set in 1981. Is set to go at 20 minutes to 5 this afternoon, and then the 78th running of the boys under 18-8, an event simply known as the Maadi Cup. The boys under 17 Cox 4 will be the next of our A finals that will feature Westlake Boys, St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys High School, Hamilton Boys High School, King's College, St Andrews College, St Bede's, and the original winners of the Maadi Cup, my old school, mighty Mount Albert Grammar.
Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the mettle. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
Day 6, the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, and it's been just a remarkable 5.5 days so far. Our next race is another one of the Blue Ribbon A finals, another look at the depth of these great schools. We bring you the boys under 17 Coxed 4, and it is the who's who of schools when it comes to boys rowing and the history of the Maadi Regatta. We'll introduce those teams now for you. It'll be Westlake Boys High School, who will have a 8 in the Maadi Cup final this afternoon. St Thomas of Canterbury, this fairy tale story, they will start in lane 2. They will also feature in that Maadi Cup final this afternoon. Christchurch Boys High School in 3. The Might of Hamilton Boys High School in 4. King's College out of Auckland in 5. St Andrews College in 6. St Bede's out of Christchurch in 7. And the first ever winners of the Maadi Cup, the Might of Mount Albert Grammar, will start in lane 8. Alongside of me is Meg Glenn, as we have a look at the crew here out of Christchurch Boys High School of Hugo Parnham, Ruben Fifield, Charlie Greenslade, Harvey Moyle, their cox is Blake Robson, their coach, Tim Osmers and Scott Shackleton.
Scott Shackleton, of course, has rowed for New Zealand in many age group teams before, and if anyone's got a sprint on them, it's him. So I wonder how well he's coached this crew. I'm sure he's coached them very well, so I'm expecting good things from that crew.
Well, the red sled there of Hamilton Boys High School in the middle, but they will be flanked either side by St Andrews College and Hamilton Boys High School.
So this we're just looking at is King's College. King's College didn't feature on the podium at North Islands, but they did come through the heats with the fastest time, 4 seconds, clear of the next fastest.
Yeah, real resurgence in that King's program. King's College out of Auckland, of course. There is the King's College down in Dunedin as well. St Andrews College could be the real surprise package. I just love the story of St Thomas of Canterbury. They train on the Selwyn River. They've got a roll of less than about 700. I think they won their first ever medal at a Maadi Cup was, I think, going back to 2003. And they've got a crew in the Maadi Cup this afternoon, which will be the first time in history for them. So Hamilton Boys High School there in the middle. It'll be King's College just below them as you're looking at it. And then it'll be Christchurch Boys High School just above them in lane 3.
The boys look very close to being ready. Can't be far away from the start.
Always look so relaxed, don't they? But I imagine the heart rate is pounding. There's a little bit of nervous energy there, and they'll be enjoying the serenity, because once it gets going, folks, there is no serenity at all. It's concentration, it's hurt, and it is suffering.
And with this kind of a bit of a tail crosswind, you'll see that right up until the starter buzzer goes, so even maybe under attention, you might still have the bow person or the two person, depending on which side of the boat they're on, just tapping to keep the bow straight.
Shouldn't underestimate too Westlake Boys High School. Again, a lot of people talking about them this afternoon in terms of picking up their 4th Maadi Cup victory.
And Westlake did win this event at North Islands this year as well.
Yeah, and of course, very good coaching setup led by Joe Shotter. Of course, Andy Hay, who's been really a big part of the program over the last 3 years, and Jordan Stanley having come on October last year. So they've got that coaching mix right. As we do get underway in this boys under 17 Coxed 4. It's about getting out nice and quickly. It's about trying to establish that early rhythm. Really good start from Westlake Boys High School on the left hand of your screen. Already out to about a half a canvas lead. Good challenge also, though, coming from Christchurch Boys High School in lane 3. Again, that's the third boat in from the left hand side as you're looking at it. And there across King's College, 2 out of Auckland in lane 5. Hamilton Boys High School, a little bit more strategic, a little bit more measured in their start.
We've had some fast starts too there from St Andrews and Mount Albert Grammar, but it does look like the crew on the inside, Westlake at the moment, it's them and St Andrews are having a great tussle out the front, but right there, of course, is Christchurch Boys and King's College. And so we're just going through the first 250 metres now. I'm sure all these crews will put in another move and then kick on down to their race rhythm.
Yeah, so Christchurch Boys High School, lane 3 there. Just edging stroke for stroke alongside of Westlake Boys High School across in 1, and also here in lane 6, as mentioned, St Andrews College, which features Harry Pitts, Oliver Barker, William Curry, Bradley Hughes, Emily DeJoux is the cox, and it's Mitch White, Liam Parker, the 2 coaches, waiting at the end nervously for their charges. Hamilton Boys High School, the might of Hamilton Boys. We talk about Rangi Ruru on the girls' side. Well, if you look back through the history of the Maadi Regatta, particularly over the last 20 years, it's this school that has been the most dominant.
Yeah, beautiful blade placements there from that Hamilton Boys crew. But it is St Andrews stretching out through the first 500 to a canvas of a lead over Christchurch Boys. And then a good tussle for bronze happening between King's College and Westlake. Now, Christchurch Boys, typically I do see them often do quite well in a tailwind. Okay. Which is what we've got.
Yeah, in tailwind, and that does bring a different dynamic in. It's a different conditions than probably what we've seen through the first 5 days. So there are little adjustments that have had to be made, and obviously a lot of that messaging will be coming through the coxswains. And really nice job being done here in lane 6 by the cox of the St Andrews College crew, which is Emily DeJoux. And it is great to have the girls being the coxswains for some of the boys' crews, and vice versa.
Absolutely, and St Andrews there, of course, are the South Island champions. As we move through the 750 metre marker, quite the race happening there for silver, bronze and 4th between Christchurch Boys, Hamilton Boys and King's College. So they're going to have a great race. They're going to really squeeze up on the leaders. Westlake Boys as well in 1 going with them as we get great shots here of the crew from King's College.
You do not underestimate Hamilton Boys High School. We know how good their coaching setup is with the likes of Bruce Holden and Alex Kennedy. Of course, Alex previously having done some commentary work, and they're going to be looking to really look to try and bring it home. We just start to see the bow of Hamilton Boys High School now looking like they're about to move into 2nd place. They're about to make their move. They're very tactical. It's a big push now coming from the big red sled. Can the likes of Christchurch Boys High School there in 3, King's College in 5 respond? Can they lift? What are the orders? What is the communication coming from the cox?
We're certainly seeing a great response from Kings as they just start start to drive up as we move through the 1K. So both crews have a good, strong push through the 1K, and Hamilton Boys and Kings are no different as they really start to challenge with each other, and that has also pushed them up on St Andrews. They're now only half a length back from St Andrews.
Yeah, even across the far side, still in the fight is Westlake. Of course, Westlake having won the under-18 double yesterday and picking up the Springbok Shield, and obviously looking to try and win the treble. And it's really just an opportunity to gain and develop more depth, more experience amongst the younger rowers. But it's still St Andrews College, the old Scottish Thistle there, looking good. And still about a half a boat length lead, but they are now starting to be squeezed. So we're seeing King's College, Hamilton. It's Kings now who have got the momentum. King's College starting to lift, increasing their stroke rate, and saying that St Andrews begin to fight back. What a street fight this one is, folks.
Yeah, the King's College crew, once they've found their rhythm there, it's just really, they've got the momentum with them, and squeezing up every stroke on St Andrews, but St Andrews still with the lead, so of course they can see them coming and they can make some great responses as we're watching St Andrews here just row beautifully, holding on to the lead. But it is King's College, the momentum is with King's College at the moment as they expertly squeeze through. Love a good hard third 500. If you think it hurts for your crew, make it hurt harder for the rest.
Well, that's what you got to remember. I'm suffering. I've got the bonfires in the legs. I've got the razor blades attacking the lungs, but I know this is the case for everybody else. King's College, such a rich history. Maybe their most famous rower, of course, single sculler Olympic champion Rob Waddell. They had Alistair Dryden back in 1964, Peter Masfin, Peter Dignan, who actually won a bronze medal with the 8 in 1976, and a member of the 8 that won in Tokyo in 2020, Dan Williamson as well. So they've produced a wonderful group of alumni, but now we do start to see King's College, the real race now starting to be between second, because we're starting to see Christchurch. We're starting to see Hamilton Boys High School, St Andrews neck and neck, and now Hamilton Boys High School start to make their move. So it's St Andrews College who find themselves in just a little bit of difficulty now.
Yeah, St Andrews went out early and they had to try and get as much on this quality field that is obviously going to push back at them as we see King's College there. We're about to come to the final 250 metres. King's College with a length lead, Hamilton Boys, but great response from St Andrews, those two moving through that marker together.
Well, look, here we go, and it is going to be an absolute battle of wills for second and third at the moment. King's College look like they're in control. The form still looks good. The orders are coming off the water. King's College really looking to re-establish their program. They haven't won a Maadi Cup since 1960. They're looking to develop and build that depth. Are we looking at potential Maadi Cup winners next year with this King's crew? That's what they want to do. They want to send the message, and they want to do it 365 days out. It is King's College who will come away. They should pick up this boys under 17 Coxford gold medal. It'll be the race for silver. Will it be the might of St Andrews? Will it be Christchurch Boys High School? Will it be Hamilton Boys High School? Coming down, King's College stand up, gold medal, and the silver medal will go the way of Hamilton Boys High School by the smallest of margins over St Andrews. That, of course, is unofficial, but certainly from our view, it will be Hamilton Boys High School the silver, St Andrews College the bronze, but King's College stand up. What a performance. Charlie Field, Sammy Taylor, Josh Haskell, Marcus McLeod, Aidan Miller, their cocks. Congratulations to their coaching staff of Harry Elliott and Mark Clemo.
Oh, how good was that race? So fast. And they just really stretched away, did that King's crew in that second kilometre. The second kilometre was really theirs, wasn't it? So that concludes the A final, the boys under 17 Coxed for the RJ Hampton Memorial Shield going to King's College. Next up at 11:10, we will have the A final here for the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. The event being sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega. As we just check out the crowd there, everyone's happy to see us. Hello, nice to see ya. So many people milling about, going back and forward, getting ready for races. It's great that there's so many people down here watching, and the crowd's only going to build as the day goes on.
Well, you get 10 to 15,000 people, won't you, for both the Levin Jubilee Cup and, of course, the Maadi Cup itself at 20 to 5 this afternoon, and then 5 o'clock. And boy, you don't actually have to be necessarily part of any particular school and alumni from those schools. I think you just have to be a sports fan, a rowing fan, to appreciate the history of both those great races. the girls under 18 8, and of course the boys under 18 8. That there is the podium. That's why so many people are around. That is where the medal presentations do take place. But don't go away, folks. As mentioned by Meg, coming up next, our next race for you will be the under 18 girls novice Cox quadruple scull schools. Wakatipu, Craigie Diocesan, Hamilton Girls, Wanganui, Villa Maria College, Wanganui Collegiate, St Peter's School and Burnside High School.
The Rowing New Zealand pathway continues to evolve and change. We look at the athlete funnel, which takes rowers all the way through to the Olympics.
We're sort of trying to look at athletes once they've finished school, because the school program here is very well done and it's awesome. So it's like, if athletes want to continue rowing after school, what are their options? So we've got our under 18s, we've got interprovincials, Trans-Tasman Uni. Those are sort of the first opportunities for athletes to try and do some things, and then as Rowing New Zealand then starts to provide some more international experiences with our junior team, under 23 team, and they're all sort of ID points in sort of us sort of then going, okay, are these athletes ready to step up to that high performance space? So we've got Olympians, gold medalists, so we know what the standards are, so it's easy for us to be able to say, look, you're tracking on the same sort of path. Coaches are trying to use more technology in what they're doing, and trying to, I guess as coaches, you always want the athletes to believe what you're saying is right, but sometimes athletes need to see stuff and see it in person, so being able to sort of track that data and see that is really cool. Coaches obviously use a lot of video this day and age, so a way of being able to give video feedback and the athletes being able to sit down and watch it afterwards. So all those bits are really important. So engaging the athlete, so it's a more coach-athlete relationship rather than the coach is kind of dictating everything. He didn't pick up an oar till he was in his 20s. Like, it's not the kind of thing that you have to do when you're 5. Like, you can pick it up all the way through school, you can pick it up when you're at uni, and that's the beauty of having different entry points into our system as well, which is really important. If you don't make it at juniors, doesn't mean you're not going to be an Olympic champion.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results, and we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
driving back up for the next A final, which will be the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. And in this race in lane 1, we've got Wakatipu High School. In 2, Craighead Diocesan. 3, Hamilton Girls High School. 4, Wanganui High School. 5, Villa Maria College. 6, Wanganui Collegiate School. 7, St Peter's School Cambridge. And 8, Burnside High School. I'm Meg Glenn, and right now in commentary I'm being joined by Kate Haynes.
Hi guys, how you going?
How's your day been so far, Kate? What you been up to?
It's been good. This morning I was actually out on the barge with some of the Milford clients watching the racing, and it was so epic, that view out there, and some incredible racing. The 17A in particular was a pretty hot contended race, so yeah, very, very exciting.
Oh, awesome. And Milford, of course, our live stream partners here at Altitude HD, as we just get a nice close look there at the Wanganui High School crew, which did progress to this A final, winning one of the semi-finals in a time of 8:13. So they're certainly going to be a crew to watch in this race. That's Millie, Sophia, Cara Lee, Ruby, and their coxswain, Lauren.
Yeah, and we could see from the barge, the water is definitely a little bit choppy this morning, so it'll be interesting to just see how everyone can handle that, and hopefully it doesn't pick up later in the day.
Yes, of course. So they're looking quite ready. They're looking like they're sitting at the front of their slides. That's Hamilton Girls High there, the current North Island title holders. They have progressed well through this regatta, however not a semi-final winner. So what will be interesting will be which crews get up for the final.
Yeah, it's always interesting at the start of a final, because I guess no matter how well you've progressed, you're all starting at the same starting point of the A final, so it's anyone's game really.
And we're away in the A final with the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls, sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. A very fast start here from all 8 of these crews, battling it out to put their names on the Keith Hibbo Hibbard plate. But it is an early start with that Hamilton girls crew just inching their bow, taking a canvas within the first 100 metres, which is something that is hard to do. So a very strong fast start here from Hamilton girls. Craighead Diocesan right there in second, battling it out with Wanganui High School. What are you loving about this Hamilton girls crew?
Yeah, they've absolutely flown out there. I think that's a really epic start, and they have shown really a brave approach in this first bit here in the race. So very, very impressive.
Absolutely. Be brave, be brave. That is a race plan I'm hearing a lot about when I'm cruising around the boat park at the moment, because you do not want any regrets after your race. As we look at Wanganui High School here, really nice blade entries, I think.
Yeah, you can see even their finish timing as well is really accurate and really clean, which is really important in this choppy condition. So yeah, very impressive rowing from these novice girls here.
But it is looking like it is that crew from Hamilton Girls that are holding on to the lead, now stretched out to about a half a boat length over both Wanganui High School and Craighead sitting in second. Quite the battle happening for fourth between Wakatipu and Villa Maria. But it is Hamilton Girls, Tiana Pianica, Ayla, Mila and Sam Gardner, coached by Georgia and Ben, that are out in the lead.
Yeah, these girls are looking really long, really loose. This is kind of where the crews start to transition into that race rhythm after that start. So you can see Hamilton Girls here had an incredibly fast start and then have transitioned onto that race rhythm, and then again having a really impressive performance in the first half of this race.
Absolutely. Hamilton Girls just pushing out a little bit more, but it does look like Wanganui High School just cementing themselves into second place at the moment, as we see Villa Maria push up against Craighead there, and down the bottom of the screen, St Peter's School going with them as well.
Yeah, you can really see these A finals are being super, super, super close, and yeah, it's usually, you know, who's going to medal, who's going to not, and yeah, it's just been super close. But we can see here a really good side shot of this Hamilton Girls crew, and yeah, again, staying really long on that rhythm, and yeah, very, very impressive rowing from these novices.
Yeah, as we see the bows of Wanganui High School starting to really inch up, and you see the coxswain there from Sam Gardner from Hamilton Girls just check over her right shoulder to see how far away the bow balls are. But they are all travelling very fast, nice clean blade work. Wanganui High School here really trying to hunt down the current leaders, Hamilton Girls. We're well within the middle of the race now, the meaty part. We're just about to approach halfway as these crews travel very fast, but we are seeing lane 5 there, Villa Maria, starting to push up.
Yeah, and that third 500 is where the crews really find, you know, their stamina and show their efficiency and how hard they've been training all season. So it'll be interesting to see who can, you know, make the moves in this third 500 as we come into the 1K soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've all done the work. Many of these rowers have already raced many events in this regatta and quite a few rounds to get to this point, what with semi-finals and all. But here it is, the Hamilton Girls. You're seeing some great calls happening there from Ayla Klein in the 3 seat. She's really encouraging her teammates, because it's not just the coxswain. Sometimes a yep or a yeah from the rest of your crew can really get you going. What do you make of that kind of chat when you're rowing, Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like even in the Cox boats, like you're saying, the 2 seat or whoever is feeling motivated at the time, giving a little yeah girls or we got you is, yeah, I honestly feel like that's probably the most motivating part for me for sure.
And that certainly helped them because they've stretched out their lead a little bit more, possibly some of that chat happening in the Villa crew too, because they're really squeezing up on Wanganui High School.
Yeah, this is a great angle of the blades here as well, as they just push away coming into that third 500 metres that we talked about before, with that fitness showing really well there.
Yeah, and a great shot of the coxswain as well. But look at these bow balls here. A bit of momentum with the Villa crew. Villa got a slightly lower rating. That's how many strokes they take per minute. So they must be quite powerful to have the slightly lower rating, but to be squeezing up through the 12-15 metre marker there. Villa Maria are certainly stalking Hamilton Girls. Had better keep an eye on them.
Yeah, and Villa Maria's had some excellent rowers. We've got Grace Prendergast obviously went there, and we can see her name on the bow ball of that boat as well. And we've also had Catherine Glenn and Laura Glenn, the 2 sisters, represent New Zealand the last couple of years. So very established rowing school, and they're doing a great job in this A final of the girls' novice quad.
It's really quite inspirational, isn't it, when you go grab hands onto your boat and you see a New Zealand rower's name on there. You think, oh, okay, there must be something in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like even I just had a name boat after me, and it was incredibly emotional watching them race it in the girls 17-8 this morning, and they just got 4th, but God, they had a really good race. So yeah, it's definitely pretty inspirational. And I remember at school having great rowers come before me was, yeah, hugely motivating.
Awesome, as they just enter the final 500 metres here of the A final of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Hamilton Girls holding on to the lead. They went out early, but Villa Maria have really had a very strong middle kilometre here as they just inch up. Certainly momentum with Villa as they start to grind their rate up. Wanganui High School holding nicely onto the bronze medal position, but we are going to get quite the race for the gold medal here between Hamilton Girls and Villa Maria. Equally, one the North Island champion, the other the South Island champion.
Yeah, and we can see that Villa crew really coming up there. They definitely have the momentum. Their rate is definitely a little bit slower and lower, but they are looking really sharp and efficient through the water and looking incredibly strong. So yes, anyone's game coming into this last bit of this race.
Yeah, inside the final 250 now, and you just see Hamilton Girls push back, but it is bow ball for bow ball every stroke. The lead changes. Who's going to get it on the line? We see a bit more momentum with the Villa crew, but Hamilton Girls, they lift the rate before. Again, I have seen many fast finishes from the Hamilton Girls squad this week, so I'm sure this boat will be no different, but Villa Maria certainly got some good power from them. Rowing very technically neat is Villa, and that good technique is what is going to keep their bow driving forwards as we enter the final 100. Villa just starting to squeeze out a little bit more. People cheering. Look at Kay Gregory there cheering on. I love it. I love it when everyone gets involved. But Villa is squeezing up even more. Villa holding on to the lead. Hamilton Girls charging back at them as we come down to the finish line here. The girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls and first across the line. Oh, it's very, very close there between Villa and Hamilton Girls. I definitely am not going to call it. We will wait for the results results on that one, but a strong bronze for Wanganui High School as we see another great race for fourth happening, crossing the line there between Wakatipu and Wanganui Collegiate. And again, another great race, oh my goodness, between Craighead, St. Peter's School and then Burnside. What a race that was. Plenty going on there. Oh, ran right down to the line between those two.
Yeah, damn, I feel like this morning I've been refreshing my rowet. I feel like after every single race, seeing who won, who got third, like it's just been so close. And I think that's what makes Maadi Cup so special, is just anyone can get up for it and everyone just gives it everything all the way to the line, which shows some incredible perseverance and courage. And yeah, it's just really epic to watch and super exciting to commentate and spectate for everyone on the bank.
Yeah, absolutely, as we check out the bank, and it just keeps filling up. Every time we look at this bank, there's more and more people, which is great. The excitement is building for the big races later on today, although every race is big, of course. Everyone here is here to do their best, but we're just going to take a little break from commentary for a moment. Next up at 11:30 a.m. will be the A final for the boys under 18 novice Cox 4, sponsored by Mobicom. Of course, if you're looking for B finals, you want to head back through Rowing Hub and find the B final stream. We're your commentators, Meg and Kate from Altitude HD.
How important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out it's very important. We find out from the experts.
Some of them probably don't realise how much they need to eat, particularly because they train so much as well, and they can be out on the water for quite a long period of time. And if they're younger and they're growing as well, or they're doing other activities, it just adds on actually how much you need to fuel.
Yeah, nutrition, incredibly important for fueling our athletes. And actually, about 6 years ago, there has been a change in the nutrition in Wellington Girls, and we really saw that change resulted in happier athletes, more resilient, we had fewer injuries, less illness, and then of course we've had increased performance as well, which has been really great.
Tons of food, pesto pasta. We eat a lot of that. All of our parents are really lovely. They make good quesadillas.
Tasty food that the girls will eat rather than perhaps some more standard food. So if the food's there, it's tasty, looks good, the girls are going to go for it.
As a parent, I always, at home, getting the nutrition sorted out is really important, because without the right fuel, you can't row to your potential.
Cream rice.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, one of your favourites. Nice. Good recovery.
Yep.
What to eat?
The food is absolutely lovely here. Yeah, it's a pizza split half and half pepperoni, half ham and cheese.
So what would you say to parents that have just got a novice rower that's just started?
Great challenge for them. I suppose just checking in with them and just asking, have you had your breakfast before you go out to row? What are you taking out on the water with you? Do you have some snacks, some food, bananas? Up and goes yogurts for afterwards. Okay, what are you having for your lunch? Just keep asking the question and checking in that they are eating.
How's Milo, fellas?
All good. Amazing.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, so the 4 hours of recovery, particularly after you've done a training session. So we want to refuel. So we want to refuel the muscles. We want to fill up the fuel tank in the brain as well. We want to repair. So repair with high protein foods. We want to rehydrate, particularly if it's been hot. Drinking those fluids, and we want to revitalize. So that's making sure you're getting in your fruit and veg, so those different colours, keeping your body running.
Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions, plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the metal. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
Welcome back. We're to day 6 of the finals of the Maadi Regatta 2025. We're just about to get underway with the A final of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4. This event sponsored by Mobicom Limited, redefining radio solutions in your workplace. If you're looking for B finals, just a reminder to head back through our Rowing Hub and find the B final stream. We're running 2 streams so you don't miss out on any of the action. But here in the A final, in lane 1, we've got St Peter's School, Cambridge. In 2, Waitaki Boys High School. In 3, King's College. In 4, Timaru Boys High School. In 6, St Thomas of Canterbury. In 6, Sacred Heart Auckland. In 7, St Kennigan. And in 8, Hamilton Boys. And these crews, of course, are looking to put their names on the Guild Trophy for boys, as we just get a nice close look there at the St Peter's crew in lane 1. But I'm Meg Glenn, and I'm joined here today by Kate Haynes.
Hi guys. Yeah, this is very exciting, this final. I was actually in the barge this morning with some parents from the King's College boat. So yeah, they were extremely nervous for this up and coming race. So we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an exciting race, this, isn't it? As we've got many fast crews. King's College, of course, were the North Island winners, and they had a fast time in the heats. And right next to them, we've got the South Island winners, Timaru, again, a fast time in the heats, as we get a closer look at that King's College crew of William, Oscar, Will, and Xavier, coxed by Hugo, their coaches, Harry Lynch. Harry Lynch, I know you're watching. I used to coach you. So great to see you out here coaching. I love it when we see young coaches. Here we are with Timaru Boys. Parker, Charlie, Sterling, Josh and Nair, Coxon, Ned, their coaches, Brian and Mac. And we're away in the A final of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4. Watching a nice fast start there from Timaru Boys. And it is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury with an incredibly fast start, just nudging their bow up there. And going with them is the likes of King's College and St Kentigans.
Yeah, they're absolutely going for it in lane 5 there. Their rate is up, their catches are strong, and their leg drive is even stronger. So really impressive start here from St Thomas's in lane 5.
Yeah, wow, they really did just blast off the line there. So they were poised and ready and had their blades nicely buried so they could just squeeze away. You want the first movement off the line to be a push. You don't want anything else to happen. You don't want any pulling or any suddenly shining forwards. You just want to squeeze away. And that's exactly what St Thomas of Canterbury did. They squeezed away beautifully as we get a good close look at this King's College crew.
Yeah, and this crew's looking just as good, really. There's nothing in it in this first 250 of this race. But, yeah, and I always love the bucket hats of the King's College rowers, and I know a few other schools have them, and, yeah, they're great fun.
And actually, just as I reflect upon this event, it's novice. They don't look like novices at all.
No, they absolutely don't. They honestly look incredible. I always, year after year of coming to Maadi and watching, I just think the calibre of the rowing and the tight racing, and yeah, it's honestly, it just gets better and better every year. And yeah, honestly, you would not know that these boys are novices in their first year of rowing. Amazing.
Yeah, they're doing really well. As we approach the first 500 metres, there it is, with St Thomas of Canterbury still in the lead with just a canvas over St Kentigans. Kings in third, but very close there. Timaru Boys really pushing up. So here we're getting a nice bird's eye view, and St Thomas Canterbury having a little trouble there, but they'll get back very quickly, won't St Thomas's? They're a very resilient crew, as we now see St Kentigans squeeze up into the lead, just battling it out there with Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys in the middle there, travelling very well. Great work, St Thomas Canterbury, back in it. They'll be... The adrenaline will be pumping, and sometimes when you get that adrenaline pumping, you really do surprise yourself and your limits. But it is Timaru Boys holding on to the lead at the moment. St Kentigans battling it out for second with King's College.
Yeah, and incredible tough conditions out here on the barge this morning. We could see, lots of waves and that crosswind, which makes it really, really hard for rowers to get and just makes it even more important to get those blades out really nice and clean and together. But yeah, these boys are doing such a great job out here handling these conditions.
Yeah, this Timaru crew here, I really like how they get hold of the water before they push their legs down. And it is Timaru boys here still holding on to that lead. King's College, though, have squeezed up King's College with a great move there to just get themselves up over their local rivals of St Kentigans. But Waitaki boys is travelling very well in this A final here. The boys under 18 novice Cox 4.
Yeah, and I love seeing the coxswains look at each other and eyeing each other up, and the crews around them, and they'll be looking over and telling their crew exactly where they are. And we can see this King's College boat, the coxswain there, just looking over. I think he's sitting in about the stroke seat, so he'll be communicating that to his boys and egging them on to squeeze up a little bit there.
And wow, this race is going very fast because we're already into the second half. We're now in the third 500. Kings is really pulling up. We did see earlier Kings their older boys really come through with a strong second K, so I wonder if their novices are also going to have a strong second kilometre on them to really squeeze up and put a good amount of pressure on Timaru boys.
Yeah, and these obviously the North Island champs and the South Island champion winners up in front here, so they wouldn't have versed each other all season, and now they're competing with each other at the Maadi Cup at the Rowing New Zealand Nationals, so super, super exciting.
It is, and quite the battle we're having for bronze between Waitaki and St Kitts there as we move through the 1250. It is Timaru boys with 3/4 of a length over Kings. Who's next to that 1250? Ooh, maybe Kent's only just though over Waitaki. So quite the battle heating up from either side of the race course for the bronze medal.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's really, really close racing all week here at Maadi, and this race is absolutely no different. And I think we've had over 100,000 people through the week watching the live stream. So yeah, Milford's done a great job at setting this up, and it's epic for everyone watching throughout New Zealand. Welcome, and thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, because who wouldn't want to tune in to watch such quality racing here from these young men in their first year in the sport of rowing, one of New Zealand's greatest Olympic sports. And here we are about to move through the 1500 metre marker. Timaru boys, they certainly pushed away from Kings. They saw that challenge, but we're seeing Hamilton boys with a late resurgence, as we've seen again earlier today from many Hamilton boys crews. So Hamilton boys now pushing up, trying to contest that bronze medal alongside St Kitts and Waitaki.
Yeah, gosh, these last 500 metres in these races have been so cutthroat. Everyone's just come up from nowhere, and yeah, you just love a good Maadi sprint finish. It's no one's game until right at their last stroke.
Yeah, as we come down towards the final 350 metres here, Rowing New Zealand in the background. Possibly some dreams of these young men here, but Waitaki are pushing up. They saw the challenge from Hamilton boys, and they would very much like to get themselves a medal. So they are trying to just push away Waitaki, winding beautifully as we enter the final 250 metres here of the A final of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4.
Yeah, you can just see the rate building from all the crews, the anticipation on the bank building, and yeah, these boys are really stepping it up. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, and that battle there between Hamilton boys and St Kitts is stroke for stroke, but look at the finish on Kings. Kings is winding it. Timaru boys putting everything into it. You see their bodies just driving there. They are trying to hold on by the skin of their teeth, but Kings, they lift it again. They love a fast sprint. We've seen many of Kings' crews do it earlier today, but Timaru boys, they've got momentum behind them. They did get out nice and early. They're holding on, but Kings coming back. Who's going to get it on the line? It's anyone's guess. Timaru boys lifts again. Go Timaru boys, they're really pushing up. Kings, can you respond? Down on the finish line, it is going to be Timaru boys, the winners of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4. A fantastic second for Kings. What a sprint they treated us to. And Waitaki boys is going to be in bronze with quite the race for fourth between St Kitts, Hamilton boys and Sacred Heart of Auckland, as we see St Peter's and St Thomas of Canterbury cross the line there. What a race that was, Kate.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like every single one of these races, as they cross the line, I just get a bit nervous and emotional because I know how much it means to just even be competing at Maadi. Like, it's just such an amazing achievement in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And so high school rowing is quite an experience here in New Zealand. But of course, you want to continue on to club rowing, don't you? Because that's a lot of fun too.
Yeah, absolutely. Club rowing I loved. And also just rowing for your university is also super fun. I know Uni Club Champs is super fun in Karapiro and Twizel. So yeah, definitely recommend rowing after school, and there are always options. So yeah, come and speak to other people about it and make sure you're just getting all the information.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get some great pictures here of the boat park. I've said it before, I'll say it again. So many people rolling in. We're definitely going to I think we might exceed that 15,000 by the end of the day. So many people. Look at all the cars.
Wow, yeah. I know. When I was coming in from the barge and I could see all the cars parked at Rowing New Zealand, I thought, okay, there must be a lot of people here if they're sending people down here to park. Oh, yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah,
wow,
and
amazing.
What a great job the car parking team is doing there, all, of course, from the local marae, from Mangatotiri. Of course, their mountain looking over us, it's very important to them, is Mangatotiri. So it's really great to have them there, making sure we all get a good spot and can get out easily at the end of the day. But we're going to take a little break and we'll be back at 11:50 for the A final with the girls under 16 Coxed for that event sponsored by Grassroots Trust. If you are looking for any B finals, just remember, head back through Rowing Hub and you'll be able to find the B final stream. We're not missing any racing here today at day 6 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. and welcome back to the A finals of day 6 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Next up is the girls under 16 Cox 4. Just a quick little recap of the points trophies, as there is a little bit switching around at the moment, as we've seen some great medals coming through. So the Star Trophy for the top overall school is now currently sitting with King's College in first with 24 points, Rangiruru on second with 19, and Waikato Dawson on third with 18, so still very close there. And that's also changed around the executive trophy for the top sweep school. Kings, of course, now on top with 24, Rangiruru on 19, and Waikato Dawson on 13. So it keeps changing at the moment. No changes on the sculling just yet. Still Wakatipu holding on to that. But I am joined by commentary now by Janie Charlton from Rowing New Zealand. How's your day going, Janie?
It's going very well, Megan. Thank you very much for asking.
And we go way back, don't we?
Oh, we do. We go way, way, way back.
When did we first meet, Janie?
That's a really good question. When did I? 2000 and...
I think it was...
2005, and you were a lovely under 16 rower.
Correct,
yes.
I was lovely.
Yes, so you may well have been racing in this event, but probably not, because you mainly sculled through school.
Yes, exactly.
So.
I'm pretty sure in my under 16 season I was in the quad. Wasn't good enough for the 4. But this is the under 16 girls Cox 4, and we just get a nice look there of the crew in lane 4, Waikato Dawson. But who's in this race? We have got Queen Margaret in lane 1, St Margaret's in lane 2, Ashburton College in 3, 4, Waikato Dawson School 5, Epsom Girls Grammar 6, Rangiruru 1. Right next to their friends are lane 7, Rangiruru number 2, and in 8 we've got Samuel Marsden Collegiate. So what do you think we're going to see here in this race, Janie?
Well, it's one of those races that with this young age group anything can really happen, but looks like sort of some times from the heats look like there's quite not a lot separating the crews. So the competition should come from the middle of the pack, but we do have the North Island champions Queen Margaret in lane 1, so obviously need to watch out for those guys as well.
Yeah, definitely Queen Margaret have been doing well this regatta. Of course, they're all looking to put their names on the Electricorp Trophy for girls, which currently sits with Columba College, but they're not featuring in this year. So we will see another school put their name on the trophy. The girls are looking very much poised and ready as we look at Rangiruru there, right up at the catch. With their blades just in the water. So we're only moments away from starting the A final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Yes, a few questions there. Maadi Cup is later today. The Maadi Cup will be at 4:50, but make sure you tune in early about 4:30 so you catch the Levin Jubilee, which these girls will be racing in a few years, because this is the A final for the girls under 16 Cox 4. As we see Dio, Waikato Dawson just adjust their course there. And we are within starters' hands, so we won't be far off. The races today are running very much on schedule, and running a nice tight ship is KRI, Karapiro Rowing Inc. They know how to get a regatta down. And here we are. We're away in the A final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. We saw a nice strong start there coming from the crew in lane 4, Waikato Dawson, but it is the crew in lane 6, Rangiruru 1. They have their bows ahead at these early stages. What are you seeing there, Janie?
Yeah, pretty even start, but yeah, as you said, lane 6 Rangiruru and lane 2 St Margaret's College just a little got their blue and red bows out in front there, but pretty good start by everybody.
Yeah, and we're seeing a good move happening from Epsom Girls. Seeing some fast Epsom Girls Grammar crews today as well. But it is Rangiruru in lane 6 there, their number 1 crew that is squeezing out. I mean, 2 crews from that school in this final, so they've certainly got a good program.
Yeah, impressive. I think they won the 16-8 yesterday. I think they might have, yep. Probably with 2 crews in this A final. But yeah, Rangiruru's number 1 there. St Margaret's, Epsom, and Ashburton, no, it's not Ashburton College.
Waikato.
Waikato Dio, yep.
Yeah, Waikato Dawson pushing up there with Epsom. But at the moment, in the early stages, we're about 350 metres in. It is certainly Rangiruru as we see Waikato Diocesan start to just push up a little bit. Now that they're kicking on to their rhythm, they are pushing up next to St Margaret's. Their coach Pat Peebles watching. I'm sure he'll be very happy with what he's seeing.
Yeah, no, some good strokes going in here with these girls, sort of settling into their rhythm now, into this part of the race.
As we get a nice close-up there of the Waikato Diocesan crew, that is the stroke Amy Bryant. She's got a lovely stroke, does Amy Bryant. She finishes off her stroke beautifully all the way through to the finish, as they just inch up a little bit more away from St Margaret's, but St Margaret's are re-attacking. St Margaret's pushing back, and they're having a great battle with the girls from Epsom there.
Yeah, no, definitely got a good battle going on through there, just as they've passed that first 500 metres.
So, Janie, you've been a bit of a selector in your time, so I know you've got a keen technical eye. So what sort of techniques are you seeing in play here?
I think for under 16 girls in these kind of conditions, they're doing a really nice job with their blade work. Blade work's looking nice and tidy there, and some good swing going on with some of these girls leveraging that wind. So it's all looking pretty tidy, which is great. And I guess it gets a little bit tricky in the last bit of the race. So trying to hold on to it now and get things moving along will make it easier to hang on. As we see Epsom here, close up of Epsom, swinging the boat along really nicely, getting those blades in the water together. A little bit of a wobble there.
Yeah, Epsom doing a great job, but the St Margaret's crew here is pushing back. They certainly didn't like the move that Waikato Diocesan did, so they're really squeezing back. As you see their coxswain there, Ali Scotland, just look across, keeping an eye on Sarah Lane, the coxswain of Waikato Diocesan. I love watching the coxswains look at each other like
They're
that.
eyeing each other up, aren't they, Meg?
Yeah, it's a battle of the jockeys.
Oh, you got the Epsom one looking at it now too.
Yeah,
They're all looking across at each other.
Oh, look at that. I could just watch the coxswains' heads go from side to side all day. It's like a tennis match.
I know. Got to keep they're obviously trying to steer and not get distracted by looking sideways and pulling their boat sideways. So it's a pretty good skill that these coxswains need to learn, to keep their hand on the rudder while also looking around and being aware of what's going on. But yeah, the St Margaret's crew there just inching out.
Just inching out, aren't they? But it is Rangiruru number one. Well out in front now. They've got a little bit more of clear water as we move through the 1,000 metre marker. So it is Rangiruru with a length and a bit over St Marg's, and then just a few feet back to Waikato Diocesan and Epsom girls, who are going stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball at the moment. So what are you liking about the dry phase of that St Margaret's crew?
Yeah, they're hanging there nice and long. They're getting it on their legs. Really waiting for that arm draw at the end there, so they're picking up that boat really nicely, nice and strong.
Yeah, and this Epsom girls crew here with the boat called Charlotte Spence is pushing up a little bit now, aren't they? They're really digging into this third 500.
Yep, no, it is. They're just making a little bit of a move here. This third 500, always the toughest bit of the race, like trying to keep your head in the game, and the coxswains play a big role in this part of the race to really keep the athletes motivated.
Yeah, they do, don't they, as we move through the 1250 metre marker. So Waikato Diocesan just hanging in there, but there is some momentum happening with this crew from Epsom Girls Grammar. Nice sort of low rate there, but they're really holding on to it nicely and just squeezing away with big, strong strokes as we see them inch up on that St Margaret's crew.
Yeah, no, they're both sort of going bow ball to bow ball, pushing themselves a little bit away from Waikato Dio, but we've got Rangi sitting out there in front, doing a great job, holding that length lead, open water that they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really intrigued to see, of course, the finish of the race. Who isn't? But St Margaret's, I have seen plenty of fast final 500s from St Margaret's crews of all ages in this regatta. So I'm sure this St Margaret's crew will be no different.
Yeah, no, they've obviously, just as cameras off there, have done a big push, St Margaret's. They've sort of got out to a couple of cents lead over Epsom there, as they're coming up to that 500 metre mark.
Yeah, here we are entering the final stages, entering the last quarter. Rangiruru, it's been their race from the start, and they're still holding on to it with 2 lengths lead over St Margaret's, who have a canvas over Epsom, who have another canvas over Waikato Diocesan. So it's all going to be in the sprints. It's all going to be in this wind zone here at the end, as to see what plays out and who ends up on the podium. At the moment, Rangiruru got a good claim for gold, but Epsom girls with some momentum behind them. Epsom girls really pushing up on St Margaret's. Look at those coxswains go, Janie.
I know, they're back at it again. It's a bit of a seesaw battle the whole way down the course here with these two crews.
It has.
Yep, Epsom's starting to claw back that seat, and there's just, half a deck in it at the moment.
Absolutely, as they row past the Rowing New Zealand building, which is where you currently work at the moment. And what's your job title again, Janie?
Athlete Development Manager at Rowing New Zealand. We do have a great view at our office. Can't complain about that view, but this battle is heating up as we're coming into this last 250. Rangiruru's still out there hanging on to that length lead.
And through it, I think Epsom has managed to just get up and over St Margs at the moment, currently holding on to second. But St Margs, they do not rule them out. They've certainly got a sprint on them. Epsom going again. It's Rangiruru out the front with a 2 boat lengths lead over these two crews here that are battling it out for the silver and bronze. Waikato Dawson currently holding on to fourth. They are eating into the lead a little bit, but Rangiruru got it out there. They got plenty of lead early so that when these two crews fight back at them, they've got a bit of breathing room. But it is Epsom at the moment as we enter the final 100. What are you thinking, Janie?
Yeah, this is bow ball for bow ball. It keeps changing. Every time the camera pans back and then comes back, it's a different crew in the lead. So whoever's going to get that rate up and try and crank those last 10 strokes out.
It's exciting, isn't it? Everyone cheering them on down on the finish line now. Rangiruru take the gold, and the girls under 16. Cox 4, who's going to get silver and bronze? Very, very, very close.
Yeah.
We will wait for the results on that one, but what a race there between Epsom girls and St Margaret's. Great row from Waikato Diocesan to place 4th. Then we're down to Queen Margaret's, Ashburton, Rangiruru number 2, and Samuel Marsden. So, wow, what a fast 4 that was.
Yeah, no, it was a great row from Rangiruru, who sort of jumped out from that lead from the start and hang on to it confidently all the way down the course. But yeah, there's some great battles going on there the whole way down with that Epsom, Waikato Dio, and St Margaret's crew.
Yeah, hey, Rangiruru, I love to see them waving at us. I have seen many Rangi crews at this regatta really get out with that early lead. They try to get as much distance as they can, and it does come down to if anyone has the pace in the final 500 to pull them back in or not. Sometimes it works for them, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm really intrigued to see at the end of the day the Levin Jubilee Cup to see the under 18s there, and if they go for the same tactic or if there'll be something different. But that is the A final of the girls under 16 Cox 4, sponsored by Grassroots Trust, local funding for local communities. We will take a little break. Next up will be the A final of the boys under 16 Cox 8, coming at you at 12:10. I won't be with you though. My name's Meg Glenn. I'm signing off for a few hours. I've got to go coach a couple of crews, so I'll be in the boat park seeing how everyone's going, but I'll leave you with Janie and Mark Watson, who will be back just before 12:10.
For under-18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rolling with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
Coverage of the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. It's been a remarkable morning. We now move into the afternoon. So much discussion, so much talk about our next race. It is the boys under 16 Coxed 8. A real look into the future when you do look 2 years from now when it comes to the Maadi Cup. All the big schools with such a rich history are in this final. Wellington College will start in lane 1. Christchurch Boys High School will start in 2. St Kentigern College will start in 3. Christ College will start in 4. We've got St Bede's College, which will start in lane 5. King's College will start in lane 6. Westlake Boys High School, the Red Swans, in lane 7. And starting in lane 8, it will be Christ's College. Joining me in commentary, Janie Charlton, the Athlete Development Manager for Rowing New Zealand. Afternoon to you, Janie. Welcome.
Afternoon, Mark.
Well, looking forward to this. This is a real, I mean, you want to win this, but obviously it's a little bit of a look into the future in terms of the depth of programs and how the Maadi might play out maybe in 226, 227.
100%, yeah. And eights racing is so exciting. Like all those big boats, all that noise. But yeah, this under 16, they've sort of rode a season under 15 and they've come back. They're keen. They're loving the sport. And it's always a real tough age group to compete at.
Yeah, obviously we always talk, don't we, through particularly the teenage years, kids developing earlier than others and then trying to get the size right and then trying to set these eights up, and then you've got to have 8 young men or 8 young women who actually want to row an 8, and we also know there's just so many moving parts with setting an 8 up.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to get that magic of trying to get 8 individuals to do exactly the same thing at exactly the same time.
And trying to get them to peak on the same day at the same time. We just had a look there at St Kennigan College. Their program really trying to step it up a gear. Their coach is Carl Vincent, so a lot of expectation there on St Kennigan College. And of course, you look down and, well, you've got the might of St Bede's College, who again will have a crew in that Maadi Cup final. Winners 2 years ago, won it back in 1991, second last year. And these young men will be very much aware of that legacy, and that will be the ultimate goal for them either next year or in 2 years' time. So never underrule a St Bede's College crew out. On their inside will be the Might of Christ College, second most successful rowing school when it comes to winning the Maadi Cup. Lane 6, as mentioned, King's College out of Auckland, and King's College, boy, their program has seen a real step up and really starting to see them shine. And that will feature Harvey Kit Reeve, Harry Blundell, Finn Thompson, Joseph Richwhite, Jake Reed, Connor Irwin, Henry Warren and Jake Peacock, and Bo Zonveld will be the cocks. And I guess the key here, Janie, will be the start. Obviously, they're big boats. You want to get up to speed through that first 500 metres. They're not a boat that you can accelerate quickly in terms of trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And these kind of conditions too, where you've got that good water, good, calm, solid water, getting off to a fast start and being able to sit out in front and dictate's always a lot easier way to win a race.
Yeah, the Red Swans there of Westlake.
Yeah, we're looking at Christ's crew here. Got 2 crews in this race, so showing a lot of depth here. Oh, and they're off.
And we do get underway. So here we go. It's about getting that rating nice and high. It's about trying to get that boat speed up early. Good start coming across there by the looks of it. St Kennigan's College in lane 3. And then we come back down. We've got Westlake Boys High School in lane 7 getting away quickly on their inside. And lane 6, King's College as well. So it's King's College, lane 6. It's Westlake Boys High in lane 7. They have the early ascendancy in this journey of 2,000 metres, as I like to call it, Janie. 2,000 metres. 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth.
Yep, very true. Very good way of looking at it, Mark.
And so it is about the rhythm here, and they'll probably be rating around 38 strokes. And the Coxswains will have a clear game plan early on in terms of setting that rhythm, setting that tone.
Yeah, no, Kings have got off to a great start there with St Kent's right in behind. We've got St Bede's and Christ sitting in between the 2 North Island schools. 2 North Island schools and then 2 South Island schools in the middle there.
But that's what I love, isn't there? There's often these rivalries. You look at St Margaret's versus Rangiruru, and then you sort of look at Christchurch girls, and then you sort of take things out and go, well, that's Christchurch. Okay, we want to beat the southern region of Wakatupu Dunstan. Then you've got the South Island versus the North Island, haven't you? And then it's just everyone against everybody. So as the stakes increase, I guess those rivalries increase. So still a really nice job being done here by King's College.
Yeah, we can see St Bede's just inside of them, just making a bit of a move. Sitting over on that far side of the lane there.
Yeah, top of the thing too, St Kennigan College. Christchurch Boys High School there in lane 2, just struggling a little bit with this early pace. And right at the top of your screen, it's Wellington College. And so Wellington College there, a lot of crews. Well, it's really just about trying to build a program. It's about trying to gain valuable experience, as we do still see a very, very good race between St Bede's and King's College.
Yeah, St Bede's just like they've just edged their nose in front there a little bit. Looks like they're out there racing in a Felipe boat too.
Yeah, what are you noticing here technically at the moment?
Yeah, I guess these boys are just sort of really stretching into their rhythm now. Like that rate would have dropped down and they're just trying to start to swing on it, keeping some length, really trying to work on holding that through into the finish.
Okay, so it is
St Bede's out there, yeah.
Yep, St Bede's, of course, winning that Maadi Cup in 2023 in the closest finish in the race's history of basically 6/100ths of a second. They still hold the fastest time at a Maadi Cup of 5 minutes and 42 seconds. There was a bit of a tailwind, so similar conditions what we're seeing today. So it is St Bede's. Now, key thing here, St Bede's starting to get almost, well, a third of a boat length lead. Really important. I can suggest here, Janie, that the likes of King's College across there, the likes of St Kennigan, Christchurch, really try to go with them here. They don't want that bungee cord to stretch to the point where it breaks.
No, and this, as they come through the 1,000 here, this next 500 is going to be if they can hang on, they give themselves that chance to really, as you said, last 200 metres of truth, be in the hunt. So.
Yep. So really good even performance at the moment. So still just that third of a boat length lead. It's across there from St Kentigern College, who are still hanging in the fight. And sandwiched between St Kentigern and St Bede's Christ College, that includes Matthew Vance, Harry Blakely, Alex Richards, Arthur Brown, Alex Lascelles, George Haddon, Freddie Parfitt, Jai Ferguson, Jono Simpson as their cocks, and of course nervous coaches Liam O'Leary and Malcolm McIntyre sitting at the end nervously hoping that they can get the job done.
Yeah, you can see the Christ boys are actually rowing in the Malcolm McIntyre, the name of the boat the boys are rowing in after their coach.
Yeah, it's a great tribute, isn't it? Obviously for all the hard work the coaches do and the legacy they leave.
Yeah, we can just see St Bede's stretching a little bit more out now. They're just sort of now almost coming out to 3/4 of a length. But the other three crews, nothing much separating those three crews, Mark.
Yeah, Wyatt Dent, Carter Connolly, part of the St Bede's crew, Alex Walters, James Franklin, Isaac Guerra, his brother, winning that Maadi Cup back in 2023 on that famous day for St Bede's, Brodie Clements, Cooper Tillerton Leckie, Ryan Gardner and Matthew Casey as the cocks. The coach is Aaron Maxwell, and the cocks here really look at that. He is full steam. Look at the emotion on the face of the cocks, just barking the orders. Now the pressure starts to come back on them. So we've seen a real kick, haven't we, through that second 500 metres from both St Kentigern College and Christ College. It is very much game on, but it's still St Bede's just inch by inch taking that third of a boat length lead now out to 2/3.
Yeah, no, they're doing some big strokes in there, those boys. Keeping their eyes in the boat, look, getting ready to go. The coxswain will just be trying to keep them calm to then just really unleash it. But no, the other crews are just hanging on.
Coming down to this final 250 metre mark, it'll be a wonderful moment for St Bede's. It'll just again give them that confidence, saying, look, we've got depth in our program. We're another Maadi Cup final this afternoon, and now look at what our under-16s are doing. And that's what you want. You want depth, you want legacy. So 250 metres remain. I talk about this final 200 metres of truth. We're approaching that threshold, and I can suggest they are all locked in the hurt box. They are all suffering like you cannot imagine.
Yeah, 100%. They were just hanging on. Almost probably to the point where their eyes will be closed, not the coxswains, but the rowers, and they're just pulling and pushing as much as they can.
And they'll all be playing that game in their head mentally, won't they? Really good race for second here between Christ College and Lane 4, King's College and 6. But it's St Bede's who are going to come down. It's going to be St Bede's who are going to pick up another gold medal, add to their rich legacy, their rich history when it comes to the big boats. St Bede's College will come down, win the boys under 16 coxed 8. And in the finish, they have done it comfortably. Now the real race for second, and it will go the way of King's College narrowly over Christ College, then St Kentigern College of Auckland. But stand up St Bede's, really, really good race for you. National champions, gold medalists again, and the depth in that St Bede's program continues to shine.
Yeah, excellent race by those St Bede's boys.
Janie, you're obviously involved with the pathways with New Zealand rowing, and so you've got a keen, eager eye looking at the athletes on display here today. I think it's been well documented that maybe one of the concerns is that, you know, we tend to have a high dropout rate from rowing once they get through school, and obviously that's something that we're trying to address. So in terms of the rowers in their final years or 2 or 3 years, what is the pathway for them?
Yeah, so obviously that sort of crucial change of life with athletes, you know, probably venturing away from school, moving away from home, either going to uni or working, and just trying to support the athletes as they make that transition is really important, and trying to take the pressure off. I guess there's been we do such a great job at secondary school level with our rowing, you know, high level rowing, lots of effort, time gone into it, that the athletes are often quite burnt out by it. So just trying to keep that love for the sport of rowing as they leave school, and know that there's different options out there for them.
Yeah, because it is a tough sport, isn't it? I mean, as we say, I throw out these cliches which I've sort of become known for, you know, bonfires in the legs, bonfires in the arms, razor blades attacking the lungs. But, you know, I've taken those off athletes that I've spoken to in a lot of endurance sports. And then you got the mental side of it, and you go, man, this hurts, you know, where's the fun side of it? So it is important you do try that, but find that balance.
Yeah, and especially as I sort of said, transitioning from being in that school environment to sort of a little bit more into the big wide world, and learning more about themselves as a person, fending for themselves a little bit more. So, I mean, we've got a great and university rowing option for athletes who sort of branch out to university. So.
Yeah, and what about the late developer? I mean, often we do get secondary school. Often a lot of the kids that win across a lot of sports are just big kids sometimes. They, have developed physically a lot earlier. You get a lot of other kids who mature a little bit later, but might be technically really good. How do you cater for the late developer who might not necessarily be winning now, but only because of size?
Yeah, and we get a lot of those athletes. Like, not all our elite athletes come in, through rowing at juniors. Like, there's probably over half our athletes that come in later, and I think just allowing for a greater pool of athletes in that space. So the pathway space doesn't start till they leave school, number one.
Okay,
So we're trying to sort of pick those athletes up once they've left school, and then going, okay, what does our pool of athletes look like? So quite of a broader range of athletes to start with. So we have some ERG standards and bits and pieces like that we ID athletes from, and that range is quite large in that space, and it narrows as you get up to sort of maybe being a 22-year-old. So it does pick up those late developers in that space. And the ability to, club rowing, we've now got we used to race an under-21 series against Australia. That's now turned into a under-22, North versus South, and we'll go over and race their state teams. So opportunities in there for athletes to start, having some idea of where they sit and what other options there are for them to compete.
And so the pathway program is that communicated through the school coaches to those students in their final years? How do you get that message out saying, hey, look, this is what Rowing New Zealand does, this is our philosophy, hey, you've got some talent or you've got a passion, a real love for it, hey, we want you to continue and this is how you do it?
Yeah, and we're just sort of trying to find the most effective way of doing that, because it's sort of a challenging space to communicate with young athletes and get the messaging to them. So various mediums of going to school programs or posts, like the Rowing Hub's been really great to be able to tell stories, be able to sort of promote at different athletes' journeys and where things started from, information on the website. Constantly we have a pathway team, so coaches that go around the country and sit out and sort of help pass that message along and educate both the coaches and the athletes, because it's really important that the coaches come on the journey with the athletes as well. So if the coaches don't understand what's happening, then it makes it hard for the athletes to also know what's going on.
Some sports you do just have to start young, or you're never ever going to play catch-up. Swimming, great example, all about flexibility. It's a taught sport, it's technique-based. Gymnastics, another one. Rowing, is it a sport you can pick up when you're 18 or 19 and still end up becoming one of the best in the world?
100%, yeah, and that's one of the beauties of it. Like, a lot of our champion rowers didn't start rowing at school. They started rowing post-school. So that ability to sort of look at novices and look at what sort of club programs are picking up new athletes. Under 18 novice, great category. Like, you pick up some athletes. The girls double yesterday, like a late developing athlete, winning in their final year of school. Excitement sort of what future that people have ahead.
I've watched some of the novice crews. You would not know they're novice. The coaching that's been done, the technical side, the cohesion, the timing, they just look world class. Look, the other thing, obviously last year I was involved a little bit with the university rowing championships, and I think that seems like there's been greater emphasis now being placed on that, a little bit more importance placed on it, not just a little bit of a university junket, let's go up there, have a bit of fun and a night and then go drinking. It's a bit more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, there is, and I think that's the great thing about university rowing. There is both elements to it. Like, there's definitely a social element to it, but there's also a competitive element to it. And trying to get more athletes, it's a short window of time that they do that university champs, so 6-week window. So get athletes into uni, get to meet some people, do some things, and the level of competition in that regatta seems to be growing. The numbers seem to be growing, and it's a great sort of stepping stone for another place to ID athletes. And a lot of our the last few years, novices have come through that program, then fed into the club system, and then started to step through.
The other one, making its debut at the LA Olympics in 2:28, and that is ocean rowing. And I was lucky enough to do that last year in Tatahi Bay in Wellington. I come from a surf lifesaving background, and I think it's a really nice hybrid between the traditional surf boats and the traditional rowing skiffs. And what I like about the beach events is probably there's a little bit more visual stimulation to it, and obviously you've got a little bit more environmental factors that can make it exciting or can make it a little bit more challenging. How much emphasis is being placed on that, and is that a legitimate pathway now?
Yeah, so obviously coastal rowing, new thing to sort of wrap our heads around, and definitely some excitement around it. And we've got a few clubs around the country really getting in behind it. So a lot of it's about the resourcing, being able to provide the equipment. So Rowing New Zealand has now, through the funding from grassroots and stuff, been able to purchase some boats and a trailer that will be able to be taken around so that it gives more exposure and opportunity, because that's part of one of the restrictions on flat water rowing is equipment. So that ability to have boats, take them to the regattas and the athletes just turn up and be able to have a go is kind of the beauty of coastal rowing.
Yeah, I'd like to see the surf clubs get a bit more involved in it too, because I mean surf clubs are always looking for lifeguards, and you know, it's one way of stocking it. You've got all these kids coming out of Maadi Cup that go, actually I want to do rowing, but I might just want something a little bit more different, a little bit more as a thing, and so there is some real nice things. And I guess it is, it's in its infancy, isn't it?
Correct.
So it's going to take some time, I guess, to sort of get the pathways 100% correct and see how this is ultimately going to go, and whether surf lifesaving is something they perhaps embrace as well.
Yeah, and I think a partnership with Surf Lifesaving, Rowing Australia have done that with Surf Lifesaving over there, because there's a lot of the skills that Surf Lifesaving can bring of reading waves, running on beaches, all that kind of stuff is elements that are new to rowing. That rowing, you know, the motion of what they're doing out there is the rowing, but all the other elements around it are definitely more surf lifesaving based.
Yeah, I mean, your program, I always say this, if you want a good program, you've got to invest in good coaches, and we've seen more and more depth coming through, 40-odd schools picking up medals here. You work, I guess, on the athlete pathway side of things. What's in place for the coaches?
Yeah, so we've got a coach development manager that's sort of setting up various options for our coaches. So we've got lots of sort of initiatives going on. One of the new initiatives started last year was a head coach program, so 12 head coaches of school programs have been given the opportunity to have a sort of 18-month window of learning. So coming together as a group, getting some education, getting a mentor. So I'm currently mentoring Steve Finlinson from Mount Albert Grammar. And
can I just say, first ever winners of the Maadi Cup? No, I can say
I know you like to rub that in.
I'm a Grammar boy, don't I? You know, I'm allowed fringe benefits. Every job's got fringe benefits. You get really nice New Zealand rowing gear. I can talk about Mount Albert.
Yeah, no, and also Jason Paris at Howard College as well. So the idea behind that is to try and give these head coaches some support and some learning to help them develop and also help their programs.
Yeah, I love it. Dale Burden there at Howard College, obviously wanting to get a rowing program going, and we're seeing more and more schools suddenly saying, hey, we want to jump on board here. I talk a lot about Cashmere, the rise of them. You know, suddenly Dunstan, Wakatipu schools starting to come through. That's been really pleasing to see, and you just go, hey, the broader we can take this sport, the more athletes we've got to pick to choose from. The athletes are everywhere, aren't they?
Yes.
Sometimes you just got to put them in front of the right sport.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's been great to see so many new schools and pick it up. And like as you said, the spread of medals now is there's so many more schools winning medals. So that ability to, it's not dominated all by one school and one school with all the resources, because it often sometimes does come down to coaching, and you might only have small numbers. So a lot of those programs have small numbers but have good coaching, a couple of good athletes, and they do really well and can compete with the bigger programs.
Janie Charlton, Athlete Development Manager for Rowing New Zealand, my co-commentator and guest, and just talking a little bit about the pathway programs in place. Look, so if people are listening to us or caught the end of it, how do they find out more information?
Probably the best bet at the moment is to head to the Rowing New Zealand website, and there's a sort of section on the pathway under the high performance tab there. And
so they want you, okay? They do want you. They don't want you to go anywhere. They want you. And if you're not winning right now, it doesn't mean you're going to be winning later in the future, folks, okay? The pecking order at school is not the pecking order in life.
Correct.
The greatest ingredient you can have, folks, is passion and desire. If you've got that, Rowing New Zealand want you part of their pathway program.
Yeah, 100%.
Is that the sales pitch?
Yeah, that's great. Can you come and be my come and do some development for us? That'd be great.
And Janie is going to stay with us as bringing some commentary, and we'll continue that discussion too. And if you do have any questions, you can probably maybe send some through the chat here on the live stream. And our next race that we are bringing you is the girls under 17 coxless pairs. It's brought to you by Authentic Oars. It is an A final, and we'll introduce those crews for you in a moment. But again, it is very much the who's who of rowing, and some newer schools looking to re-establish themselves as we have a look at there. Marlborough Girls College out of Nelson in 1, Wellington Girls College in 2, Epsom Girls Grammar. Really good to see their program starting to lift again. Westlake Girls High School in 4 from Auckland's North Shore. Marlborough Girls College, their second team. Wanganui Collegiate, the school that has won the most Maadi Cups with 17, St Margaret's College, the old candy cane, and then in lane 8 it is Columba College.
Yep, great lineup there, bit of a mixture of North and South Island crews. So, and there's this event's sort of only been in place for about the last 4 years or so. Like the under 17 pair was a new event that was put into the program, because at that stage it was only under 18 that you could row the pair. So this event seems to be growing every year with the entry numbers in here, providing another option for those athletes to start. And something we look at on the pathway is their small boat skills. So that ability to row a pair, can highlight that skill level a bit more.
Okay, so we're just having a look here, and I think that what lane have we got there? I just can't quite pick it up in the brightness. Might just have.
Looks like Wellington. Is it Wellington Girls College? I think might be lane 2 there.
So lane 2 Wellington College, Lucy Turnbull and Sophie Jones. Their coaches Seth Peake and Catherine Duffin. It will be lane 2 because lane 3 is sitting here in front of us, of course. Why has there been a reluctance historically to have an under 17 peer?
I don't think it's been a reluctance. I think more so the Māori program's very full, and so having lots of events in each age group just means more racing, and it makes it sort of challenging. Been very lucky in Kara. I've done a fantastic job keeping this regatta on time, and a few fog delays and bits and pieces. But any sort of delay in the weather with the number of races that have to get through can cause a bit of havoc. So adding more events is probably not what the organisers sort of want with regard to that. But as I said, this event has grown, and it's exciting to see the skill level. So as they get to under 18, it's not their first year that they've experienced rowing pairs.
Okay, set for a start. Girls under 17 coxless pairs. We saw Epsom Girls Grammar, which was represented by Imogen Wallace and Jessica Walkinshaw. Their coaches are Brendan Borum and Charlotte Spence. And so they are coiled springs, just waiting to pop, waiting to explode out of these starting gates.
Weather's still nice and calm up there at the start, so they're off.
And they do get underway, and it's all about a high rating. It's all about that cohesion, getting into that rhythm early, reassuring each other that you are on track. Hopefully the nervous system's up after having gone through, you'd like to think, well-established pre-race protocols. So really good start coming in lane 4 from Westlake Girls High School. Wanganui Collegiate there in lane 6, getting out quickly as well. So it is very much Westlake Girls of Sasha van der Net, Talia Chatfield, coached by Ash Bright out of Westlake in lane 4, Wanganui Collegiate, Eva van der Zelt, and Otali Mora, coached by Tyler Scott and Dan McSweeney, who decide to take the early initiative.
Yep, and all these crews, one of the important things in this pair is to get off the line straight. Then you've got one person on each side and trying to get your boat up and out of there, and all these crews have done an excellent job of that, as we see Wanganui Collegiate just easing their nose in front there.
Yeah, great to see Wanganui Collegiate, one of the great rowing schools, such a rich history in regards to the Maadi Cup, the Maadi Regatta, and these two trying to add to that legacy as well. And just out to there, just to the bottom of them in the traffic light looking boat, that is St Margaret's College of Tilly Rooks and Charlotte Brown. So never underestimate a crew out of St Margaret's College. They've got a bit like Rangiruru. They are very much one of the schools that bring, I guess, a rowing brand with them, one of expectation.
Yeah, we've got Wellington Girls sitting out there in lane 2 that have put their bow up there into 3rd place, as we're just watching Wanganui Collegiate here get into their work as Otterley's stroking that boat along there on bow side.
Yeah, we know with the big boats you've got to get them up to speed. They're a much harder boat to manoeuvre in terms of continuing to dial them up. What about these particular boats? Can you pick the speed up quite quickly in them if you want to be strategic, like hold back a little bit through, say, the 750 mark and then really dial it up?
Yeah, you can in a pair. Yeah, I've definitely seen that happen, and because sometimes with the pair it's a little bit about your rhythm. There's only 2 of you there, and sometimes you can sort of not find it straight away, and then all of a sudden it comes and you just take off. So it's pretty similar to singles. You can manoeuvre these boats and make moves pretty quickly.
So it is still this crew out of Wanganui Collegiate who just take control, just looking to lengthen out here, go long, stay strong.
Look like they're sort of sitting on the edge of their lane there, so be careful to get themselves back into their lane. They don't want to come out of their lane.
Yeah, now let's just talk a little bit about the steering mechanisms on these in terms of just keeping these boats straight, because a lot of people will be wondering how, in fact, you keep a coxless pair boat straight.
Yeah, so one of the girls, and it varies from boat to boat, will have a foot steering mechanism. So one of their right foot will be able to turn the rudder and to try and keep them in line.
So just a little bit of pressure on that one foot, and we have just seen a little bit of a correction there. But I guess any time that you're having to make a correction, you are going to lose a metre or two. And we've seen races won by 1/500th of a second, as was the case in the Maadi Cup in 2:23 between St Bede's and Hamilton. So all of those little things can add up, can make a difference. And now we are just starting to see there in lane 4 the crowd of Westlake, Sasha Van Der Net and Talia Chatfield, coached by Ash Bright, begin to make their move.
Yeah, no, so a good little battle going on here between Wanganui Collegiate and Westlake. And then we have sitting in behind them Marlborough Girls, and it's moved into third place there. And just slowly inching their bow up onto these leading crews stern as we're coming through the 1,000. A real strong push from Marlborough over these last 100 metres or so. You see Westlake just with their bow ball in front, but as I said, Marlborough Girls moving up in between these two crews.
Yeah, well, we also know, like I say, I mean, I might be thin, but I mean, to a degree, I guess every crew can probably, to some level, to sort of bluff their way through 500, 1,000 metres. You certainly cannot bluff your way through that second 1,000 metres. It is a sport that knows no names. It's a sport that knows no socioeconomic background, religion, race. If you haven't done the work, you will get found out. It can be a very, very lonely sport at times, but really good fight back now coming from Wanganui Collegiate. They are desperate to hang tough here. They do not want to let the Westlake girls go. They always want to send a message to Westlake, well, you put your attack in, we're still here. Now, have you got a plan B? In saying that too, we're now starting to see Marlborough Girls College of Anna Hurren, Eliza Glover begin to make their move. So we had one boat clear, now we're down to 3.
Yeah, no, Marlborough Girls have done a really nice move in this third 500 and have just sort of inched their way through Collegiate and now coming up alongside Westlake. Collegiate so some steering problems again there, going over to that side of their lane.
Yeah, that's just costing them at the moment, isn't it? Because we're only talking about a couple of metres here, but every time they're having to straighten up, and in fact they might have just gone out of their lane there. What is the ruling on that?
Yeah, if they go out of their lane and they don't obstruct the crew behind them, if the crew's well behind them, they'll be okay. But
they're okay.
Yeah, but the crew in that lane, if they're interfering with them, will has the right to protest at the end. And
sure.
So it is important to try and stay in your lane.
It's nice that it's done at the end too, so that at least you've got a chance to
defend
yourself if need be.
Should be in behind them, trying to direct them back into their lane. But the shot here of Westlake.
But you do say, I mean, you talk about the Cox's pairs. You've mentioned this is one of the few times we've had an under 17. So it's still, for the girls, it's still a craft that's in its infancy. Correct. So it's all very well to sit here, but they're sort of almost pioneering this, aren't they, for this age group?
Yeah, no, and it's definitely a challenging thing to try and do, is concentrate on your rowing and go straight at the same time. You don't have the coxswain in there.
Yeah, particularly when you're suffering like you think. Yes. It's hard enough just to concentrate. You go, I've got to try and keep this thing straight now. I just want to stop.
Yeah.
Anyway, what a great race that is developing. It is lanes 4, it is lanes 5, it is Westlake Girls, the Red Swans on Auckland's North Shore, looking to try and do what the Westlake Boys program has done, but they have an absolute street fight on their hands, because here comes Marlborough Girls College, Anna Hurren, Eliza Glover looking to just dial it up again, and they go out by about half a canvas lead now. The pressure goes on Westlake Girls. Can they respond? Do they believe?
Yep, no, it's a great battle. Westlake have just done a little bit of a move there, not letting Marlborough get out anymore. So these girls have just got to sort of get themselves straight, ready to go, and just really attack this last 300 metres as they're coming towards the bank.
I always remember the great Ironman triathlete Erin Baker, a great rivalry. And she would say, at some point when you get into this sort of fight, one of you will just say second is good enough today, because you just simply cannot tolerate the hurt anymore. Now we just start to see this Marlborough Girls College team just begin to lift. They've got a canvas lead. They'll know that they've only got about 200 metres remaining, 150 metres. They'll be looking for just that little bit of a pick-up from their alumni, their student body on the banks here of Karapiro. What do Westlake have left? Do they have anything left? They're fighting. They're thinking about good form. It is a brutal sport, folks, but it is going to be this very, very crew from Marlborough Girls College who I think will just hang on, and saying that Westlake Girls start to fight back. There it is, that crowd that will grow throughout the day. A really, really good Cox's Pairs race, this one. Not over just yet, folks. Here come Westlake Girls. They'll go to the line. But it will be Marlborough Girls College who win it by the smallest of margins over Westlake Girls. Coming down in third, it'll be Wanganui Collegiate. What a race. And I tell you what, all 4 athletes deserve the accolades because that was brutal, that was exciting, that's what the Maadi Regatta is all about. Well done to Anna Hurren, Eliza Glover, their coaches Marion Horwell, Joe Benion for that victory, and again Ash Bright, the coach of Westlake Girls. You can be incredibly proud of Sasha Vandernet and Talia Chatfield picking up the silver by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, no, that was a great row by both of those crews. Westlake sort of out from the start, but Marlborough coming through in that second 1,000, and yeah, that finish in the end wasn't separated by very much at all, Mark.
Yep, and so rowing in a very, very good place at the moment. Seeing incredible depth starting to come through, and boy, what a race. Alongside of me, we've got Janie Charlton, the Athlete Development Manager for Rowing New Zealand, who will be delighted with what she's just seen. Now you've just got to go and get them to sign the contract.
Yeah, no, so we've got a group of under 18 selectors out there who will be keenly watching those under 17 events, because our first opportunity to do anything representative is our North-South under 18 series.
Question for you, how do you select a cox?
Yes, that's definitely a challenging space. So this year, the coxswains submit their recordings. So obviously listening to their recordings, trying to give these coxswains feedback from their coaches, and yeah, just trying to get to know a little bit more about these little people who are directing, who are the mini coaches, and a lot of it comes down in the end to their compatibility with the crew. So we've got some very good coxswains. Yeah, different things will motivate different people.
Yeah, and when to come in, when to say something, and when suddenly it just becomes white noise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, and like in this situation here, end of the season, we see these under 16 boys on the podium here. These coxswains have sort of been with their crew, and as the season goes on, you know, have learnt what motivates that particular crew. So it's when you throw crews together in a trial situation, you've got a whole lot of mixed athletes, so that ability for the coxswain to adapt and figure out what's going to motivate that particular group of athletes, how to keep them engaged. Yeah, they're incredibly talented people, our coxswains, and it's always a very challenging job as a selector trying to choose a coxswain. It's not an easy job at all.
Janie Charlton, Athlete Development Manager for Rowing New Zealand, our co-commentator guest in the commentary. We are going to take a break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time as we continue our live coverage of the A-finals on the final day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Of course, we are counting down to the 2 pinnacle events. 20 minutes to 5 this afternoon, we will bring you the running of the Livin Jubilee Cup, the under 18.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, you know, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, you know, give them all the encouragement that they need, but the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
Happy birthday I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication. But I think it's as much about understanding each other. You know, we need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. You know, what is important? What are they trying to achieve? And how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport?
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today. And yeah, big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, that's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. You know, if they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, you know, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, you know, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, you know, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
Live coverage continues here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta 2025. Just saw a very, very good race in one of the newer events on the program, the girls under 17 coxless pair, and it ended up being a really, really special day for the crews from Westlake Girls, Marlborough Girls College and Wanganui Collegiate. Now it is the turn of the boys under 17 coxless pair, and we'll bring you that field for you. So St Bede's College will start in lane 1, Hamilton Boys High School in lane 2, Marlborough Boys College in 3, Glendowie College in 4, St Kinnigan's College in 5, Onslow College in 6, Sacred Heart in 7, St Thomas of Canterbury will start in lane 8. So a large contingent of Auckland-based schools, Sacred Heart College, St Kinnigan's, Glendowie there, then of course Hamilton, St Bede's, Onslow College out of Wellington, and the great story really, St Thomas of Canterbury, a school with just less than 700 kids as we do get underway. And again, a fast, furious start and really good start coming from St Thomas of Canterbury down there in lane 8 as well. Fairly even, also a good start from Onslow College there in lane 6. But through the middle, fairly even, probably just slightly slow out of the blocks was Hamilton Boys High School, but do expect a fast finish from them. Their crew is Max Bunting and Ben McNay. Hope you are enjoying live coverage.
Yeah, no, we've got sort of 4 crews here who have just nudged out in front here together in the middle. Lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. So combination of Marlborough Boys out there in lane 3, Glendowie in lane 4, St Kinnigan's in 5, Onslow in lane 6. And we're taking a look at the Glendowie boys here, which is Xavier Warren and Finlay Christensen, coached by Leo Strode-Penny and Charlotte Bray.
Yeah, and obviously it is about, I guess you've got to train one way so that you race the same way. You can't turn up on race day and race differently to the way you train. So a lot of these athletes would have shown their body in training what they need to do through that first 250 and then how they need to lengthen out through that second 250, knowing that the back half or through the middle stage it's going to be strength and speed endurance based.
Yeah, we just see Marlborough Boys out there in lane 3 just sort of poking their nose in front there.
Yeah, Marlborough Boys of Logan Flight, Aidan Bennett, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. And then back down here at the bottom too, Sacred Heart of Auckland really starting to make a move as well here in lane 7. So Sacred Heart. And then across it is lane 4. It is Glendowie College. And then lane 3, Marlborough Boys College. That's how it sits at the moment. But you never ever rule a Hamilton Boys crew out. No. They are very strategic. They're always poised. They're always set to make a move.
Yeah, and as you said, if you can stay in touch with the leaders, then gives you a good sort of platform to really be there at the finish.
I guess stroke rates and the way you set these boats up does come down to the physiology of the crews. You're sometimes going to get rowers, I guess, who are taller. Some are going to be a little bit shorter. Just talk us through that dynamic.
Yeah, so I guess just sort of looking at what your crew's strengths are, and so therefore setting the boat up towards that. So whether you're going to be a crew that's a bit fitter and lighter and you're going to rate a little bit higher, take a few more strokes, or whether you're a crew that's got a little bit more strength and length and you can probably rate a bit lower and have your gearing a bit heavier. So just trying to work through as a coach in the season how your crew's racing. And as you said, we can see that Hamilton Boys boat sneaking up there, but we've still got Marlborough Boys in lane 3 just sitting half a length out in front there, just ticking along their rhythm. Some good timing, good balance, boat's nice and stable.
Yeah, we saw that 750 metre mark, so this is where things do start to become very, very strategic. This is where we just start to see these crews looking to maybe just increase their rating, look to try and put a little bit of hurt on the other crews. And we are now just starting to see Glendowie College begin to lift again, trying to move up alongside of the bow of Marlborough Boys College in lane 3. And Marlborough Boys College doing a really nice job here at just sort of trying to counter punch, saying, well, look, we're going to lay it down as well. And so it's still anybody's as we come up to the 1,000 metre mark, halfway through this journey of 2,000 metres. You are watching live coverage of the boys under 17 coxless pair.
Yeah, we just had Marlborough sort of half a length ahead of Glendowie, or half a length in front of Hamilton Boys. And then we've got Sacred Heart out there in lane 7, just off the Hamilton Boys boat.
Yeah, well, Hamilton Boys High School, we talk about the strategy, we talk about the fast finishing of Hamilton Boys, probably got the slowest of the starts, but they've certainly reconciled that. They've found their way, coached by the great Bruce Holden, and Alex Kennedy, of course, also involved in that program. And so incredibly well coached. As we now still, though, just see a little bit of a move come here now from Marlborough Boys College. So Logan Flight, Aidan Bennett deciding just to up that rating, up that tempo, and maybe just look a little bit of doubt into the minds of Hamilton Boys and Glendowie College.
Yeah, no, they're taking along really well, these boys, and just holding it. They're not stretching out, but they're not letting the other crews gain. They're just sitting in a nice sort of position there. So they move through that last 750.
Yeah, water conditions still have settled down a little bit rougher earlier on. It just looks like it is just calm. The wind has just dropped off a little bit. It's a tailwind. A tailwind, obviously, in terms of rhythm, is it a positive or a negative, a tailwind? I mean, the rowers certainly don't want it to be a block headwind, but in terms of technically, does the tailwind affect things?
Rowers don't enjoy rowing in a tailwind as much as it's faster. It never feels as good as a headwind. So that the feel of the boat is you don't feel it as much in a tailwind. So that headwind, you can feel yourself lock on, you can feel yourself push. So it always feels better into a headwind, but you're going significantly faster in a tailwind. But yeah, we've got a good move here. Marlborough Boys, just as they've come up to that 500 metre mark, have just opened up a bit of an open water gap there. And Hamilton Boys have just rowed themselves into second place there with Glendowie just hanging on.
And one of the great things too, when you can establish that lead and you suddenly realise, man, national honours up for you for grabs, gold medal at a Maadi Regatta, you know, that adrenaline kicks in again, you just lift, you just empower yourself even more. But Hamilton Boys High School are not giving up just yet, really starting to try and dial it up there in lane 2. Max Bunting, Ben McNay, what have they got left? But every time they increase their stroke rating, Marlborough Boys come straight back with a counterpunch. Glendowie still in the fight. We've seen out some of these outside crews, the likes of Onslow, Sacred Heart, St Kennigan, still looking to try and move their way up into that bronze medal position. Hamilton Boys High School, can they get their bow up alongside of the stern here of Marlborough Boys?
Yeah, it looks like those boys are in that hurt cave there, really gritting it and getting on with it, but it's coming this last sort of 250 metres here.
Oh, it's a tough sport. I always say you take up rowing because you've been misbehaving and your parents have said, right, I'm going to punish you. It's not about no television. You're going to row because it hurts and it suffers and that'll teach you. Has that been a bit too harsh?
Yeah, probably.
Marlborough Boys College, though, in control, folks. This is a really good performance from the school in the Nelson region, and they have been very, very strategic, still holding their form, still maintaining that concentration. They know that they're not too far away from this moment on forever being New Zealand rowing champions at under-17 coxless pair, getting a gold medal, writing their own little chapter in the rich history of the Maadi Regatta. Stand up, Marlborough Boys College. What a moment for you. A gold medal going your way, and it's going to be a great race for second and third. It'll be Hamilton Boys High School, who are still hanging tough. Big surge coming from Glendowie, but coming down to take the gold medal, it will be Marlborough Boys College, and then we'll go to the photo. I just wonder whether Glendowie might have snatched it on the line from Hamilton Boys. We'll have to wait for the photo. That, of course, is just unofficial, but nobody can deny Marlborough Boys College of Logan Flight, Aidan Bennett, and congratulations to their coaches, Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. Gold medal, Maadi Regatta 2025, New Zealand secondary school champions.
Yep, great race by Marlborough Boys, very controlled and hung on there at the finish. Wow,
small margins, isn't it? We talk about searching for that elusive 1% in performance. I'm going to say 0.001%. You want to know what the moral of the story is?
Sure, you tell us, Mark.
And I'm certainly not implying this is the case here. When the alarm goes off at 5:30, don't push the snooze button. That's 10 minutes. That's 70 minutes a week. That's the difference between good and great.
There you go.
There
Very
you go.
Good.
That's the margins we're dealing with, isn't it? I often say sometimes the difference is between a good sleep and a bad night's sleep. Okay. Right, just one more time before I know that you're going to step out of commentary. We do have sitting alongside of us Janie Charlton, the Athlete Development Manager for Rowing New Zealand. Janie, just in regards to that final message regarding the pathways for people out there listening in terms of the communication, how they do gain some understanding of what is still available once their kids leave school.
Yeah, I think just reach out. I mean, it's my role. I'm there. I'm available. Easiest way is the Rowing New Zealand website, questions. Like the best thing is to ask a question.
Lots of questions.
Lots of questions. Yeah, like it's my role to sort of engage and help provide those answers. But if we don't know what the questions are, it's really hard to know what to put out there. But yeah, we're all about trying to encourage athletes, people to keep rowing, keep involved in the sport, because you just never know when you're going to take that next step and where it may lead you.
Brilliant. Okay, just confirming those results from that last race before we do take a break. And we know Marlborough Boys won it 6:52.08. We weren't quite sure of second and third, but I can tell you Glendowie got up on the line and they have pipped Hamilton Boys High School by 0.18 of a second, separated silver from bronze. Then it was St Kentigern College in fourth, and then we had the Mikes of Sacred Heart out of Auckland in fifth, St Bede's in sixth, St Thomas of Canterbury in seventh place. So that rounds out that final of the boys under 17 Coxless Peers, and also Onslow College rounding out our top 8 in that. Well, don't go away, folks, because coming up at 10 minutes after 1, we will bring you the girls under 18 Cots Quadruple Skulls that are sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. And if you are watching, you're wondering who is involved in that, I can tell you it'll be Diocesan School for Girls, Marion College, Craighead Diocesan, Cashmere High School, St Peter's School, Twizel Area School, St Paul's Collegiate and King's College. And so I hope you are enjoying the coverage. And again, just special thanks there to Janie Charlton, the Pathway Manager for Rowing New Zealand. Thank you, Janie.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for having me along. And yeah, good luck to the rest of the crews for the final races.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Maadi Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat, but I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus stands to watch Maadi Cup. He's got quite big legs. Is this it?
Yeah.
You stand here?
No, sit.
You said it was in the shade.
Oh, it normally is by the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk me through it.
Well, I can see down there and see the colours, and you can see the white boys at the 500, and I can see the 1,000 metre boys down there. You can see the rower boats across there.
Okay, so looking at those boats, who's doing well? How do you possibly know?
Lane 4 and 5 are up, but you would almost expect that. But lane 7 is up more than what you might expect from a lane 7. That's almost equal with lanes 4 and 5 at the moment.
I'm nervous. I feel like sometimes I'm more nervous than the boys. Like, they've done all the work, we've done all we can, and all we can do is put them on water and hope they execute the race well.
It's school racing. You get to the end of the season, that's what you work for.
It's a very prestigious regatta, a lot of history.
For us as coaches, it's hopefully seeing the fruition and the development of some really good people, and I mean that's what we're about. We want to make fast boats, and we don't talk about medals or winning.
Our group of kids that we've got right now are just great top to bottom in terms of their character and how much work they put into it. You know, that not only are they performing well out on the water, they're quite often quite high achievers academically, and about 70% of our squad has part-time jobs that they balance around their rowing.
I tell a lie, occasionally I've sprinted along the bank when I've really thought we're in the medals and had to have a bit of a yell with the rest of the troops.
Live coverage continues on the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, and what a remarkable first half of the day it has been as we do count down to the two big races, the Livin Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18 8 set to go at 20 minutes to 5 this afternoon, and then at 5 o'clock the 78th running of the race simply called the Maadi Cup. Coming up next though, it is the girls under 18 Cots Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. Joining me in commentary, New Zealand rowing representative, these days involved in pathways around athletes heading to the American universities, Fee Burke. Fee, good afternoon, welcome.
Hi, thank you
Hello, thank you for having me on here with you today. Got some exciting racing coming up.
Yeah, now we look at the crews that are starting here. We've got Diocesan School for Girls in 1, Marion College in 2, Craigie Diocesan in 3, Cashmere High School in 4, St Peter's College in 5, Twizel Area School in 6, St Paul's Collegiate in 7, King's College in 8. Do you have allegiances with any of these schools? You're allowed to. That's part of what the Maadi is about.
Oh,
I'm through Mount Albert Grammar. I don't tell anybody every moment I get.
I didn't row at high school.
You didn't row at high school? That's a great story though, isn't it?
Very equal support for all competitors out here.
Good
but
on
do
you.
love an underdog small school. So.
Yeah. What's the key here with the quadruple sculls? What are they looking to try and do through that first 500 metres?
Well, I see the water's flattened out quite a bit up there now, so less challenges around, but just staying really clean and sort of in time as a crew is going to be really important.
Okay, so there we go in lane 2, and that is going to be Marion College. So that is Addie Pinfold, Sophie Davis, Charlotte Pedersen, Jennifer Courtier. Their cox is Jessie Wayman. They look like they are set to go, looking pretty focused, like a coiled spring just waiting to explode. And we do get underway in race 449, the girls under 18 Cox quadruple scull, sponsored by Kerridge and Partners, and fairly even. Good start coming down in lane 7 by St Paul's Collegiate, also lane 8 King's College doing a really good job as well. Come back into the middle, lane 4, and that is Cashmere High School of Valeri Clare, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Taya Murdy, Eliza Omega is the cox, coached by Joe Young and Molly Judson. Well, what are you seeing here, Fee? Are you liking what you're seeing? All the crews looking like they've got good cohesion, that they're in time?
Yeah, just a couple of crews there sticking their bow ball out ahead of a couple of others there, but very early days in the race there. But it seems to be that everyone's had a good go at other blocks.
What's the role of the cox here through the first 250 to 500 metres?
The coxswain's all just about communication really, and making sure that everyone's on the same page and sticking to the plan that they had planned to execute going into the race.
You talk about that, so you're talking about executing a plan, but you've still got to race your competitors. Is there room for changing the plan?
Yeah, absolutely. You've always got to stay open and adaptable to things, but want to make sure that you're sticking to the core essence of what makes you go well as a crew and sort of what's got you to this point so far.
So St Paul's Collegiate doing a really good job down here in lane 7. That is Frederica Seville, Sophie Mason, Georgia Roberts, Olivia Carruthers, Matilda Miller is their cox, coaches Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard. But still across there in lane 4, it is Cashmere High School. So Cashmere have been a real meteoric rise with their rowing program over the last 10 to 15 years. Looking across at the other schools in that Christchurch region, like Rangiroa, like St Margaret's, like Christchurch girls, saying, no, we want to be a part of it. And particularly when it comes to the smaller boats, they have been simply superb in the last 10 years. St Peter's there of Cambridge in the blue and red, just a school just up the road. In terms of setting up the boat, physiologically wise, where do you put your engines? Where do you put your power? Is it in the middle of the boat?
Yeah, typically your 2-seat and 3-seat there would be your big engines, but also it's about finding the right dynamic within the crew, and sometimes that is a slightly different lineup to which would be traditional. But yeah, each crew has its own strengths and weaknesses, and making sure that you're playing to that to get the most out of them as a combination.
So there'll be a lot of time trial. I mean, they'll look at ergs obviously, and then they do a lot of trialling in these boats, and then sometimes I guess the feedback from the crew themselves in terms of where they feel they're best suited.
Yeah, yep, absolutely, and making sure that athletes remain sort of open-minded about it, right, and doing what's best for the boat and being the best you can be in whatever seat you'll put in on that day and the job at hand for you.
So Cashmere High School out now almost to a boat length lead in the middle here. But we are starting to get towards that 1,000 metre mark, and we know just how tactical it can be from the 750 metre mark through to 1,250 metre mark, or in that third 500. So rather than waiting maybe for other crews to attack them, Cashmere have just continued to put their hammer down, continue to lift that bow nice and high out of the water, getting great instructions coming there from their cox, Eliza Omega. What I'm liking about this too, Fee Burke, is the fact that we've seen more than 40 odd schools pick up medals at this Maadi Regatta. It's not one or two schools that are dominating, showing that rowing programs exist right across the country, from the big schools to the small schools.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting Maadi Regatta week actually, and we've seen a wide variety of schools on that medal dais, and some of the smaller schools that haven't had rowing programs before or are re-emerging after a long hiatus. I think there's sort of over a dozen programs who either have not competed here or have not for some number of years. So it's quite exciting to have them back in the game and getting more young athletes involved in the sport that we all know and love.
Big move coming from Craighead Diocesan there in 3, now moving up into 2nd place. That crew of Isla Crawford, Emily Caird, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot, Tessa Westgarth is the cox, Dean Milne the coach. So really good move, strategic from them, keeping a bit of their powder dry, not burning too many matches and deciding that, hey, we want to make our move at that right time. And so really, really good patient display from here from Craighead Diocesan. You've obviously competed at the highest level, Fee, in terms of being patient sometimes, and just terms of saying, hey, look, we know what we've got. Yes, some other crews are taking it out a little bit harder, but actually just having the belief that you do still need to make your move at a certain point on the course. How hard is that?
I think it becomes quite ingrained in you and well rehearsed, and by this point of the season you've been through this several times at several regattas, and you sort of know what works for you as a crew, and just building confidence in that throughout the season. So at this stage they're pretty well rehearsed in it, but it is important to sort of always back yourself and sort of believe in yourself, and know that the race is long, and what happens in the first 500 doesn't necessarily dictate what's going to happen in the last 500.
No, you've got to make sure, I like to say, and particularly maybe for novice crews it might be a bit unfair, but you do not want to confuse ability with ambition through that first 500 metres. So Cashmere High School in complete control at the moment. This is a really good dominant display, just part of this wonderful program that they have built down there in Cashmere. And it is again Larry Clare, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Taya Murdy, Eliza Omega, Joe Young, Molly Judson, the 2 coaches. Great recognition for all of their work, because we're up to now maybe 2 to 3 a boat length lead. The real race is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. As long as this crew here from Cashmere can just hold it together, maintain that concentration. And what is the key here? Obviously the lungs are burning, the legs burning. How important is that you just maintain that form? Think about soft hands.
Yeah, it's part of the race is all about just doing it better, doing it more effectively, more efficiently, staying relaxed, and making sure that you're doing it together. Any pieces, any calls from the coxswain here, is that doing it cohesively.
And just having a look at the form here, you happy with what you're seeing?
Yeah,
considering that they've only got 150 metres remaining.
Yeah, they're in a really strong position there, and for them right now it's about staying clean, and making sure that they don't make any sort of mistakes in that last stretch, but they've put that work in through the middle 1,000.
Okay, so stand up, Cashmere High School, gold medal for you, and the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. You'll do it in emphatic fashion. Really good race for the bronze medal across there. It's Craighead Diocesan who should pick up the silver medal. Really good race now between St Peter's College and Twizel Area School, beginning to make a big charge, but it will be the brilliance of Cashmere High School. They'll win it emphatically. That is a very good victory. Here comes Craighead Diocesan, silver for them. The bronze medal goes the way of, I think I'm going to go with St Peter's School of Cambridge, unofficially, narrowly over Twizel Area School, who we really didn't talk about for most of this race. Put a big surge on over that last 500 metres, but may have just left their run a little bit late. But Cashmere High School, it is national championship time for you. It's the highest step of the podium, folks. What a performance in this girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. And as they celebrate and recover and probably say to themselves, I'm never doing that again. I imagine that's what you all say at some point, don't you? Or you're saying that at about 500 metres out.
There's not much words going at 500 metres out. But no, there'll be a little bit of elation within the crew there. They're a fantastic effort from them. Cashmere has certainly become a bit of a powerhouse in the women's sculling at Maadi over the last few years, so these girls are just continuing that dynasty.
Yeah, John Stradwick, the new headmaster down there. And I know John because he was a former deputy principal at Mount Albert Grammar School, and I know he'll do a wonderful job in terms of continuing the legacy of this remarkable rowing program. Well, don't go away, folks. Coming up next here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, we've got the boys under 18 double sculls A final that will feature schools Tauranga Boys College, Maclean's College, Wakatipu High School, Whakatane, Wanganui, St Kevin's College, Otago Boys High School and Waitaki Boys. Back shortly with more.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need, but the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be there really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, if it was with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication, but I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, that's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up, and we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
Our next race live here is the boys under 18 double sculls, brought to you by SL Racing, Tauranga Boys College in 1, Maclean's College in 2, Wakatipu High School in 3, Whakatane High School in 4, Wanganui High School in 5, St Kevin's College in 6, Otago Boys High School in 7, Waitaki Boys High School in 8. 2,000 metre journey, and this is another one of those real blue ribbon races. All the big schools have representation. Great to see the likes of Wakatipu in there as to Wanganui High School, St Kevin's College. Fantastic. And things have just calmed down a little bit. It was a little bit choppy earlier this morning, which was a contrast to what we've seen through the first 5 days of this regatta. Of course, we are counting down to the two big ones. The Livin Jubilee Cup, the under-18 Women's 8, set to go at 20 minutes to 5 this afternoon, and then the 78th running of the race, they simply call the Maadi Cup at 5 o'clock. Joining me in commentary is Fee Burke. She is part of the Rowing New Zealand Pathways program, has a lot to do with getting athletes into the right universities who want to take up rowing scholarships. So throughout this race, we'll have a bit of a discussion on that, but lovely to have your company, Fee.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here and to see sort of our next generation of rowers out there putting the best foot forward on the final day here of the regatta.
It's great though, isn't it? I was just running through it. Maclean's College, Wanganui, St Kevin's. It's a real mix. Waitaki Boys. It's not just your Christchurches and your Christ College and your Hamilton Boys and I guess those more traditional rowing schools.
Yeah, we've got a wide variety of schools in this one, which is quite exciting. And we saw the young guy from the Maclean's College double this morning have a fantastic race in his single. So excited to see him line up again here this afternoon with his doubles partner.
Yeah, Nathan Strachan winning that under-18 individual sculls, arguably saying, hey, I am the best individual rower at this Maadi Regatta this year. And so always good to have that. We do get underway. Boys under 18 double sculls. It's going to be fast. It's going to be frantic. And immediately is there in lane 4. It is Whakatane High School, Travis Telpos and Ash Schultz who decided to get away quickly right there in the middle. And they flanked either side by Wanganui in lane 5 and Wakatipu in lane 3. Maclean's College in lane 2, a little bit slow in their start, but you do just sense they will be fairly measured in terms of the way they negotiate this 2,000 metres. Feet, what are you noticing here? Obviously you do need to get off the line quickly.
Yeah, there's a couple of crews that have definitely taken charge out of the front, out of that first starting sequence, which is great to see. A couple of crews there quite close to the buoy line, which makes me a little nervous sitting up here watching that.
Yeah, interesting. We talked about Maclean's College, didn't we, with Nathan Strachan and just how busy some of these race schedules are. And you go, well, he won the individual sculls. They certainly must have a chance at Maclean's College. You go, yeah, but that was only about 3 hours ago and you've got to recover from that. It's a pretty short turnaround, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you think just how much energy they are putting out in these races.
Yeah, it's definitely a tight turnaround, but I think the local supply of chocolate milk and jet planes in the Waikato region has been well and truly demolished from all supermarkets. So I think they are well fueled.
I call
well recovered.
that athletes ahead of science. Yeah, high glycemic food. It's amazing what athletes do crave off the back of these particular events. Wakatipu High School there in lane 3 doing a really nice job. Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot, coached by their John Morrison. Lightfoot's another one that's been really busy throughout this regatta.
Yes, and the stroke seat of the Wanganui High School boat there too, Jake Newton, was second in the men's under-18 single this morning. So there are several athletes in here who have had to have a quick turnaround, refocus and combine with their doubles partners for this big race.
So lane 3, leading this race, Wakatipu. Also leading this race, lane 4, Whakatane, and lane 5, Wanganui High School. So 3 boats, there we go, 3, 4 and 5, those middle lanes. And lane 5, Wanganui High School, William Hurd, Jake Newton, Whakatane in lane 4, Travis Telpos and Ash Schutz as mentioned, and then the Wakatipu outfit is Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot. And so now it is the Wakatipu crew who are deciding that they just want to try and stake control through 750. They've got about a half a boat length lead, narrowly over Whakatane and then Wanganui High School. Fee, we talked a little bit about pathways with Janie earlier. You're involved in more and more kids wanting to finish school but pick up rowing scholarships in the United States. How many rowers do we have overseas at the moment on American scholarships? Do you have that number off the top of your head?
Yeah, just over 80.
80?
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, across both men's and women's, yeah, so combined total there. And more on the women's side than the men's side, just because the number of women's programs offering scholarships is up around the 90 different programs, and on the men's side there's more limited opportunities for scholarships.
Now, there is sometimes you see a lot of sports with danger going to the American system. Sometimes you get over-raced, or sometimes the environment's too foreign to what maybe New Zealanders are used to. And I take it your job is to sort of try and align the universities with the, sort of the New Zealand way of doing things.
Yeah, no, like it's trying to educate athletes before they head over there to make sure that they're making informed decisions and choosing programs that support what their desired outcomes are, I guess. You know, we've got a variety of athletes over there, some looking to have a really good collegiate experience for 4 years, others looking longer term at under 23s, Olympics, etc.
So Fee Burke alongside of us as we go back to this race in this boys under 18 double sculls A final. It is still Wakatipu who lead out to a boat length now. Really good race for second and third, but it is Wanganui High School and Whakatane High School still in the mix, still fighting, still believing they can get themselves on the podium. So it is Wanganui High School, lane 5 here, lane 4 on their inside, Whakatane, but Wakatipu looking to try and take control as we come through the 1,250 metre mark. In terms of the athletes picking up scholarships, is it a case of them applying, or does New Zealand Rowing have much input on that?
Yeah, so collegiate coaches are very active. You know, they'll be online watching this fantastic footage that we're putting out there and getting in touch with athletes directly. And then athletes can also drive that process themselves and reach out to universities that they're interested in and start those conversations and get to know programs as to whether they fit their needs from an athletic perspective, also academically and then sort of socially or environmentally, making sure that you are thinking about all three elements to pick a program that is right for you, because what's right for me might be a train wreck for you, and vice versa.
And I'd imagine you get a lot of feedback from some of the athletes as well as this program continues to press. So 1,500 metres, 500 metres of the journey remains, and it is still very much Wakatipu. Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot, their coach John Morrison stands nervously, but they are starting to take control of this under-18 double sculls. And now we've seen a real push from Wanganui High School. William Hurd and Jake Newton have just said to Whakatane, hey, you're looking hungry, boys. Well, we're about to feed you a little bit more hurt, and they start to increase their rating. And now there's a simple case here. Whakatane High School, can they hang tough? Do they believe? Can they still get themselves on the podium? Because the challenges are also coming from the likes of St Kevin's College, Maclean's College across there in lane 2 as well. As now they look to just lengthen it out, approaching that 250 metre mark. This is where you just have to have a head like granite, folks. This is just about mental fortitude. This is about belief. Big push coming, but you do just sense now if they can maintain their form, just continue to connect those strokes under duress, that they will win this national title. It's a big one to win too. And I've got to say, Wakatipu, they have been a real surprise package in the last 10 to 15 years. We've talked to the likes of Kashmir, Dunstan is another one, and this has got to be good for rowing. What an absolutely beautiful part of the world to train in. And so it'll be another medal, a gold medal for Wakatipu, as they will come down and pick up the gold in the boys under 18 double sculls in front of a crowd that will continue to build as we do count down to the Maadi Cup and the Livin Jubilee Cup set to go later on this afternoon. But well done to Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot, John Morrison, the coach. You can be incredibly proud. That is a wonderful performance. It'll be Wanganui High School, William Hurd and Jake Newton who'll pick up the silver, and coming down from Whakatane High School, Travis Talpos, Ash Schultz, the bronze medal. They will get themselves on the podium. And then in fourth place, it'll be St Kevin's College. They round out the top 4. Well done to Cooper Lynch, Patrick Spillane, their coach Ivan Doherty. And now a chance to recover. Jet planes, chocolate milk there. Fee Burke, maybe not initially, but certainly within an hour's time, I'd imagine the cravings kick in.
Yep, I definitely think they'll have
Good thing you don't have a McDonald's here.
The old drive-through might get a hammering.
And you don't blame them either. It's such a disciplined event, and sometimes you go through so much suffering. You're like, please, I just want to eat something really, really unhealthy and really, really nice. And you go, you know what? Absolutely go for it. The furnace is burning that bright at this level, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, every food has its time and its place, right?
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't choose a McDonald's burger before I headed out for a race, but certainly at the end of the regatta, it's a nice way to cap off the week.
Yeah, absolutely, as we go back and just have a look at the replay. Just going back to the discussion around the American university system, and we tend to think of the Ivy League schools a little bit, don't we, when we think of rowing, but how wide is the rowing program in the United States?
It's really broad, particularly on the women's side. I mentioned earlier there's 90 Division 1 women's programs.
90, wow.
Yeah, through Title IX was instituted to balance out the funding of men's and women's sports at a collegiate level. So because of your big men's programs such as your football, rowing is an easy way for universities to balance out that funding on the women's side. So that is why there's a lot more opportunity for females over there than there are males.
Yeah, water polo is the other sport that seems to benefit from it here.
Yeah, so there's some fantastic opportunities to be taken up over there, but it's about finding what's right for you. And for some athletes, that is heading abroad, and for other athletes, that is about staying here in New Zealand and taking up some small boat opportunities, which you wouldn't get in the US. So there's no right or wrong, but it's about being informed in that process and making the right decision for you and what your goals are.
And I would imagine too that obviously off the back of the 4-year degrees, New Zealand rowing would like to see some real progress and would like to see them coming back and going, right, okay, I now want to be part of a national program, and we have seen really good development. Through their time over there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen several athletes come back now and have impact on our elite team after graduating from the US, and we now have engagement with those athletes through the Under-23 program also. So last year, 50% of our Olympic class medals at the Under-23 level came from US-based athletes and 50% from our domestically based athletes. So there's a pretty even split, and then it's about maintaining those relationships and getting those athletes to want to come back and represent New Zealand and wear that silver fern on the largest stage that we have, which is that Olympic level. So this year we've just had 3 women in our women's team named, and they are US graduates, and then on the men's side we've got 2 US graduates in our elite team for this coming World Cup campaign.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, Fee Burke there. We'll continue the discussion as we count down to our next day final. It is the girls under 15 Coxed 8. We won't have live pictures of that, but we'll certainly bring a radio commentary. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on the final day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta.
Okay, we have 10 minutes till the next day final, but we do just have a bit of an in memoriam. So if we could have everyone's attention to the big screen, please. And if we could have a little bit of quiet, I'd like to introduce David McIntosh. He's an ex-commentator and lifelong friend of Doc McDonald, who passed away on January 27th this year. So I'll pass it over to David now, who will start reading a statement.
Thank you, Maxine. Ladies and gentlemen and athletes, with the big screen scrolling around in front of you, wherever you are, we acknowledge the passing of one of New Zealand's greatest coaches. Doc Alistair McDonald, or Doc, as people called him, passed away, as Maxine said, on the 27th of January this year. He was 91 years old, and he was coaching right up 2 weeks until his death. He used to sit on the deck chair of the Clive River and watch his athletes. He had 6 decades of coaching rowers from novice status through to international achievement. His beloved wife, Margaret, has come all the way from Havelock North today to be with us. So if you see her, please make yourself known to her. She would absolutely love that. Doc's achievements are far too long to list here, but suffice to say he took every under-18 rower from single sculls to 8s and put them on the gold medal podium. This included 2 Maadi Cup victories and the Springbok Shield victory, and in particular with Napier Boys High, when their 8 was beaten by a whisker in 2013, that's 30 centimetres, in the Maadi Cup. Now, what was extraordinary about that Napier crew was that they were second-year rowers, and so that was one of his greatest achievements. In closing, with the words of Louisa Ayling, who is a New Zealand champion rower, he touched my life and helped me achieve something I could never repay him for. And those words and sentiments can be felt by every rower that was under Doc's tutelage. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you. We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Our next race, and we won't be having a visual of this due to the restrictions we have with college and under 15 students, but we will bring you a radio commentary, and it's a really, really good race. Looking forward to this one. There's been, again, plenty of discussion around it, and the race that we will bring you and talk you through is the girls under 15 Coxed 8, sponsored by Onyx Cafe. It'll feature Cambridge High School in 1, St Margaret's College in 2, Christchurch Girls High School in 3, Diocesan School for Girls in 4, Rangiruru Girls School in 5, Waikato Diocesan School in Lane 6, Marlborough Girls College in 7, St Cuthbert's College in Lane 8. All eyes when it comes to the bigger boats generally tend to focus on Rangiruru, such as the brand, such as the reputation they have established themselves. But the challenges will come from Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland in 4, Waikato Diocesan in 6, are really starting to build a really, really big boat program. And of course, one of the favourites for the Livin Jubilee Cup a little bit later on today. In fact, the second to last race set to go at 20 minutes to 5. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here. as we talk you through what we are seeing as we get set for this girls under 15 Cox to 8. So many of the experts that we've had in commentary will talk about just how hard it is to set up an 8, to get the balance of the boat right, to get buy-in from 8 students at a school of similar physiology and put them through their paces and get them up to speed. So many moving parts in the 8. But one thing that has been stated and is understood, that you've got to get these boats up to speed early. You've got to get them through that first 500 metres. They're not boats that you can just suddenly dial up and shift gears very quickly in. And often when you do see a close finish or boats starting to shut margins down, it's more a case of the boats out in front starting to decelerate rather than the boats behind accelerating more as we do get underway. And a lot of these rowers in their first year, possibly in their second year. Good start coming in lane 1, and that is Cambridge High School, the local school, so they've got out very quickly. Lane 4 now starting to make their move is Waikato School for Girls, Diocesan School for Girls I should say, and so they are now starting to just take the smallest of leads as we come through the first 100 metres of this race, and again getting that bow nice and high out of the water. Lane 5 looking pretty comfortable, nice smooth balanced looking crew, Rangiruru Girls School, and we know that they will probably be a little bit more measured. They'll want to hold something back. There will be some strategy played out here. St Margaret's, their famous candy colour, red and white stripes, horizontal stripes. That includes Greer Cathro, Grace Thorne, Sophia Tivids, Elsie O'Donnell, Grace Miller, Sadie Aratis, Ella Drummond, Isabella McCulley and Sarah Farrell is their Cox. And now we do just start to see in lane 4 Rangiruru being put under a little bit of pressure here by Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. This would be a really good sign for the future of these schools. It's all about building depth. They'll be wanting to win that Livin Jubilee Cup in 2 years' time. These athletes will be part of that crew, and they're named to that long illustrious list. It starts here at under 15 level. So what we are seeing in front of us and what I hope to describe to you listening to this is we've got very much an arrowhead formation starting in the middle with our leading crew being Diocesan School for Girls, and then flanked either side fairly even in second place. It'll be Christchurch Girls in lane 3, it'll be Rangiruru in lane 5, and then it is a stagger all the way through to the outside lanes. So really is wonderful images to look at. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here. Of course, we do count down to the Livin Jubilee Cup, set to go at 20 minutes to 5 this afternoon. And then, of course, the 78th running of the race they simply call the Maadi Cup, and that will be the last race of this regatta. As we now look at the future here, and really good performance here coming from the Dio crew of Isabel Berry, Sophia Glass, Isabel Turner, Lucia Bartle, Emily Dick, Lucinda Day, Mika James, Elizabeth Hawksby, Amelia Self, the Cox, and coaches Ivana Main and Casper Hammond sitting there waiting nervously. But now we just start to see Rangiruru. Now this is where it does get strategic. They're through that 750 metre mark. This is where tactics start to play out. We just start to see lift crews beginning to lift their ratings, start to employ some of their tactics. And if it doesn't happen now, it'll certainly happen through that third 500 metres. So Rangiruru just trying to get that bow a little bit higher in the water to see if they can get their bow alongside the stern here of this very good young crew out of Diocesan School for Girls. And across there in third place, tracking nicely still Christchurch Girls High School, Lola Grace Wood, Izzy Strachan, Sophia Kerr, Millie Parsons, Michaela Timu, Olive Cooper, Emily Shearer, Sophie Cleve, Savreet Marley, the Cox, and coached by Grace Loveridge and Sophie Chapman. And what a remarkable moment it was last year in Twizel when Christchurch Girls, for the first time in their history, won the Livin Jubilee Cup. And it was a very emotional day for the Christchurch school to upset, I guess, the more fancied schools such as St Margaret's or Rangiruru, who have a very rich history and legacy in the big boats in secondary school girls rowing. But it is Dio of Auckland who continue to push, comfortably out in front here at the moment through 1,250 metres of their journey. Now, you'll hear me often say 2,000 metres, 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth, but I think when you get into the younger crews, it's very much a case of 1,500 metres of hope and 500 metres of truth, and we're very much starting to approach that threshold now. Remember, a lot of these rowers have only been rowing a year. They don't have layers and layers of training. Therefore, they don't have the big base work miles in them. And the key thing is about recovery. It's about how quickly you can flush the lactate. Do you have the strength and ability to maintain the speed over the back end? We're about to find that out. But at the moment, I can tell you it's 2 boat length lead. Diocesan of Auckland lead this one. 5 it is Rangiruru, who now start to just edge their way ahead of Christchurch Girls in lane 3. So the Cox now starting to bark out the orders, starting to communicate. And the Cox for Diocesan is Amelia Self. And Amelia Self now just asking her crew to think about form, to think about technique, maintain the form, maintain the concentration. You lose concentration, you lose time. Rangiruru is still in second. Another big push coming though from Christchurch Girls there in lane 3, trying to get that bow ball nice and high out of the water. But Rangiruru shutting down the attack, looking comfortable in second place. Can they bridge the gap? Can they find a way through to take down this wonderful crowd of Diocesan School for Girls? Because it is Diocesan who now start to come down in front of the Canoe Racing New Zealand building, now in front of all the large marquees of all the different schools. The crowd will start to build, will start to lift these young athletes. What a moment for them if they can hang on. 250 metres to go for Dio of Auckland to win the girls under 15 Cox State and to say we've got depth. How good are we going to be in 2 years from now? Can we in the future go and grab the Livin Jubilee Cup? But for these young athletes, this will be the pinnacle of their sporting career at the moment. National champions, New Zealand secondary school champions. That will bring huge kudos at a school like Dio here in Auckland. Not only that, they've beaten the might of Rangiruru to do it, arguably. Well, the school that everybody trains so hard for because they know that Rangiruru do set the standards. So coming down now to win this one and win it with sheer comfort is the Diocesan Schoolgirls team of Isabella Berry, Sophia Glass, Isabella Turney, Lucia Bartle, Emily Dick, Lucinda Day, Mika James, Elizabeth Hawksby and Amelia Self. And it will be a gold medal. It will be a national title for them. Congratulations, Dio of Auckland. Outstanding performance. The silver medal will go the way of Rangiruru out of Christchurch and the bronze medal go Christchurch Girls High School. So all 3 crews have certainly depth in their programs. Take a note of those names, folks, because who in the future will potentially add their name to the Livin Jubilee Cup, the premier event for the under 18s. And I can tell you what, the celebrations, they have found a way to celebrate amidst the pain and the agony that they are now feeling throughout their arms, throughout their legs. Really, really good display in the middle there for Dio of Auckland. Stunning performance. Hope you are enjoying coverage, and we continue very shortly with our next race, which is the boys under 15 Cox 4, sponsored by Swift Racing. Again, it'll be a radio type commentary for that. It'll feature Hamilton Boys High School, Westlake Boys High School, Wanganui Collegiate, Christchurch Boys High School, St Andrews College, King's College, St Bede's and Cashmere High School. So that is set to go at 10 minutes after 2. Watching live coverage here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. Our next race is the boys under 15 Cox 4. This is an A final due to our restrictions with the agreement with college sport. We will not be bringing you live pictures of this under 15 event, but we will be bringing you a radio commentary. Lane 1 will feature Hamilton Boys High School. Westlake Boys High School will start in 2. Wanganui Collegiate will start in Lane 3. Christchurch Boys High School in Lane 4. St Andrews College in Lane 5. King's College in 6. St Bede's College in 7. Cashmere High School in Lane 8. Journey of 2,000 metres. Again, the youngsters testing themselves. Probably a year of rowing. Some maybe at that bottom end of the age group, possibly in their second year, but still very much a learning curve. But again, a good sign of the depth in some of these programs and a little bit of a look into the future. But clearly for these athletes, they just want to try and grab themselves a national medal and sort of establish themselves within their school fraternity. So not too far away from a start. I've got to say they do run on time. It is very much a sport that is about precision performance and no compromise. Conditions have flattened out. It was a little bit rougher earlier today, which did make it a little bit challenging for some of the crews. They had a big tailwind behind them, which just sometimes can play havoc a little bit with the rhythm, the way the boats are set up, a little bit of the timing. But we just run through that again. So Hamilton Boys High School are finalists for the Maadi Cup at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So Westlake Boys High School. Wanganui the Collegiate, the most successful school in Maadi Cup history, will not feature in that final, but starting to rebuild their program, have a very, very good group of young rowers in this final. Christchurch Boys High School, they are in 4. St Andrews College, as mentioned, in 5, King's College in 6, St Bede's in 7, and Cashmere in 8. We have got underway, and it's a fairly even start at the moment. Lane 6, King's College, probably got the best start. Also across in Lane 2, Westlake Boys High School, looking to try and take it out quite quick. And then right across there in Lane 1, Hamilton Boys High School. So Hamilton Boys High School have just said, look, we're going to go out hard. We're going to increase our rating. We're just going to take it to everybody else. So it's Westlake and Hamilton Boys High School, Hamilton in 1, Westlake in 2, who have the early lead through the first 100 metres, and probably at the moment, probably have about probably about a third of a boat length, a canvas in front, and it is Westlake who look just to continue to push here. And it is Westlake who will lead through the first 250 metres, coming across in Lane 6. Now starting to dial things up is King's College. King's College crew of Lucas Crawford, Patrick Sandland, James Yeoman, Benson Edwards, Hugo Gemino Wood, my apologies, and the coach is Mark Clemo. Now after that frenetic start, we just start to see all the crews just begin to keep it long, keep it strong, just starting to lengthen out a little bit more. It's still Westlake. As mentioned though, Lane 5, King's College, St Andrews College also now starting to make a bit of a move here. So we are just starting to see Lane 5. And that is St Andrews College. And it will be, in fact, Lane 5 that have now just moved into the front. So St Andrews College of Hugo Miller-Bell, Isaac Keane, Oliver O'Brien, Noah Hunter, Emily DeJure is the Cox. Coaches are Timmy Heritage and Lockie Nicholas. However, still a very, very even race. Nothing in it at the moment. There's not one particular crew that have real ascendancy. But still pushing and pushing hard in 5. It is St Andrews. Their Cox doing a really good job. That is Emily DeJure. King's College now might just have gone back in front. It is toe for toe in Lane 5 and 6. Coxon for King's College. It is Hugo Gemino Wood. Starting to also just begin to make a little bit of a move. St Bede's College in 7. We know the pedigree, we know the class of that particular school. This is still a race that's been quite strategic. Hamilton Boys High School are not going away. They're up in Lane 1. We know what they are capable of. They are fast finishers traditionally. And so, as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, currently leading in Lane 5 It is St Andrews College. Hamilton Boys High School and Lane 1 currently sit in second. Third goes the way of Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School. It is Lane 6, King's College, who currently sit in fourth. St Andrews College are second. But now beginning to also make a little bit of a move, Westlake Boys High School. One of the more even races we've seen as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. It is still St Andrews College, about a canvas lead over King's College, who sit on their outside in lane 6. Start to see all these crews now start to just increase their rating. This is where it becomes incredibly tactical. You can hear from the water's edge, from where we're broadcasting, the noise coming from the coxswains, the noise coming from the crews. St Andrews College, Emily de Jure, now asking more from this remarkable crew. And as we see that, we see Hamilton Boys High School beginning to push up in lane 1 as well. St Andrews being squeezed either side by Christchurch Boys and King's College. Do they believe? King's College now start to make their move in this third 500. Who's recovered the most from a busy week? So many of these names we've spoken about over the last 2 days, throughout the last 5 days in commentary. They've become quite familiar because they've been taking part in two-person boats, individual sculling races, some of the bigger boats, some of the sweeps, some of the sculls. And now they're having to put it all together one more time. So it's about recovery. The level of fatigue in their legs and their arms cannot be described, but it is still St Andrews who lead as we come up to the 1,250 metre mark, approaching the 1,500 metre mark. They currently sit in lane 5. On their inside in lane 4, still in the contest is Christchurch Boy. On the outside it is King's College, and then across the far side, starting to lift now, it is Hamilton Boys High School. It is Hamilton who start to lift the most across the far side, but it is still St Andrews College who still lead by half a boat length. It's on their outside now. King's College begin to surge. King's College with the momentum, as we're also starting to see the momentum come from Christchurch Boys High School. This is a street fight, folks. This is a wonderful race that is beginning to develop. Do they believe which one of these three remarkable crews runs out of talent first? They're very shortly going to come down in front of the Canoe Racing New Zealand building, which is pretty much where the grass banks start. It's pretty much where the carnival begins, the marquees of all the different schools. And I can tell you they're all coming down to the water's edge to watch this one, because this is close, because now we're starting to see St Andrews College. Christchurch Boys are moving up alongside of them, as are Kings either side. They've still got, well, half a canvas length lead, but we are coming down to that threshold, that last 200 metres. You cannot describe the hurt that they are feeling. They're trying to get oxygen in any way they can. They're literally having to breathe through their eyelids, folks. Here we go. It is St Andrews, half a canvas lead over King's College. Christchurch Boys starting to struggle a little bit. Kings lifting their bow ball high out of the water. It's two of the great schools battling it out for this boys under 15 Cox 4. It is St Andrews College in 5. It is King's College in 6. It's neck and neck. We might have to go to the photo. Here they comes. King College have moved in front. King's College have had a brilliant last 200 metres. King's College are going to come down. They're going to take it. They're going to grab it on the line, are they? The fight back comes from the brilliance of St Andrews, but King's College, I think, might just grab this. What timing, what perfection. Wow, that is good. It is King's College who will win it by the smallest of margins over St Andrews College, and then Christchurch Boys High School just keeping out a fast finishing Hamilton Boys. One of the better great races that we have seen at this Maadi Regatta in 2025. The boys under 15 Cox 4, sponsored by Swift Racing. It's King's College, Lucas Crawford, Patrick Sandland, James Yeoman, Benson Edwards, Hugo Gamino Wood, and their coach Mark Clemo. Well, what a performance, what a race from King's College. They just sat back, they were just poised, they just used that last 200 metres and just dialed it up, took it up another gear. And you've got to give credit, though, to the brilliant performance here of the school out of Christchurch and St Andrews College, because they led most of this race. They did everything asked of them. and they will end up with the silver medal. And those medal presentations will take place down there amongst the carnival that is the Maadi Regatta. So don't go away, folks. Coming up next, we will bring you live coverage of our next event on the program, and that is the girls under 17 double scull, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. That includes St Hilda's Collegiate, Villa Maria College, St Paul's Collegiate, Dunstan, Wakatipu, Iona College, Hauraki Plains and Jamie Hargis College.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Live coverage continues here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta 2025. It's the girls under 17 double sculls final that we bring you live now. St Hilda's Collegiate will start in 1, Villa Maria College in 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, Dunstan High School in 4. And their great rivals from the same region, Wakatipu in lane 5, Iona College in lane 6, Hauraki Plains College in lane 7, James Hargest College will start in lane 8. Ella Kossel, a member of the New Zealand rowing team, elite athlete, joins me in commentary to bring all the expert analysis. Afternoon to you, Ella. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Exciting stuff, isn't it? Boy, wonderful regatta.
I know, it's a great day for it. The weather's calmed down really well.
What I'm liking is we've had more than 40 schools pick up medals across the 6 days, or over the finals days, really over the last couple of days, which is just a wonderful representation of the growth of the sport.
Yeah, it's awesome to see how many names of different schools are showing up on the podium at the moment. I went and presented some before, and some schools I've never seen on the podium are getting them. It's epic.
And now we are set to go. We are poised. 8 crews. I always describe them as sort of coiled springs, just waiting to explode.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, you've been in this situation yourself. What are these athletes going through? I guess it's a margin of confidence, nerves, a little bit of anxiety.
Probably a lot of nerves. You just want to get started at this point because you want to get stuck into your race plan and get to work.
That is the St Hilda's Collegiate crew of Bonnie Turner, Georgia Graham. They're coached by Jazz McIntosh, and don't underestimate the emotions that the coaches are feeling as well. They do take a little bit of responsibility. In fact, that might be Villa Maria College. My apologies there in lane 2. That is Nicola Schumann and India Taylor. Kevin Meets and George Johnson are their coaches. And certainly the lake has calmed down a little bit rougher earlier today with a pretty strong tailwind behind them. As we do look at the St Paul's Collegiate crew of Olivia Waddell, Zara Brangwyn, and coached by Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard. And bucket hats, I love the bucket hats of
Classic.
Dunstan. I've asked for one to be brought up. I haven't seen one yet from Dunstan. I continue to talk them up, but it doesn't seem to be working.
They'll catch on one day.
Ruby Smith and Bella Breen are the pair for Dunstan. As we do get underway, this 2,000 metre journey, in these idyllic conditions in this famous amphitheatre for rowing at Lake Karapiro, hosting the World Championships first time back in 1978, getting away to a very good start in lane 4. It is Dunstan High School. We've also got St Paul's Collegiate have got out well, Wakatipu High School starting out aggressively as well, so it is the 2 southern schools, and then having a very good start in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty hot start right now. The crew's already separating a little bit, which is pretty exciting. I'd be pretty stoked if I was in those top few crews. Coming to that first 250, you'd expect everyone to be quite close, and you really wouldn't be looking out much yet. You'd be doing your start sequence, and then once you get to about 250, you'll settle into your race plan and probably have a look at where you're sitting. But it'll be quite satisfying to see a few boats behind you already.
Yeah, Hauraki Plains in lane 7 of Taylor Gibbs and Paige Tavita Williams, coached by Maggie Morrison, getting away to a really good start, second from the bottom of your screen there. But all the action is in lanes 3 and 4, so St Paul's Collegiate looking at each other, Dunstan High School saying, okay, who's going to get that early ascendancy? And so how far through this 2,000 metres before we start to see them maybe just decrease their stroke rate and look to be a little bit longer, a little bit stronger?
You'd hope to settle by about 250. Some crews might lengthen it a bit later. You might try and really stay up there and stick with those crews. It looks like these crews are kind of sending it still a little bit. You can see the two crews behind them have lengthened out, but the crew ahead are keeping the rate high, which honestly is a good thing in a double. It's a light boat, it's a fast boat, so you don't want to settle too low on the rate, especially in these conditions. It's going to be quick, so you want to stay on top of the boat and keep the rate up. So they're actually pushing away from the other crews at the moment, which is cool. Yeah,
St Paul's Collegiate, Olivia Waddell and Zara Brangwyn have the smallest of leads at the moment. It's lane 4, Dunstan High School, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen, and the real surprise package, but from the local region here, Hauraki Plains College of Taylor Gibbs, Paige Tavita Williams still hanging tough too, so do not underestimate Hauraki Plains. Just another school that has featured on the podium over the last 36 hours or so and still maintaining a good rating. Just having a look at the form here, Ella, are you liking what you're seeing?
Yeah, these girls are all hanging really low in the shoulders, getting it down into the hips, which is good. You don't want to be muscling it too much in the small muscles up in the upper body. So it's good seeing them press their legs properly in the water. And they're looking really relaxed, actually, which is what you want. You want to feel like you're quite relaxed, and if it's looking chill, then it's probably moving the right way.
Yeah, I always say to people, you want to just try and keep soft hands, and that's always a good way of trying to stay relaxed. Now, obviously, you get towards the end 250 metres, and every part of you is just screaming for mercy and help. You're just hanging on for dear life, aren't you? But you want to try and maintain that feeling for as long as you can.
Yeah, it makes it much easier if you're loose up in the upper body and in the hands.
Well, really good race, because I tell you what, there's absolutely nothing in it at the moment between St Paul's Collegiate and Dunstan High School. They are not giving an inch. I mean, St Paul's Collegiate got the smallest of leads, but one thing I've noticed with Dunstan is they are quite strategic. We know they will lift their rating between that 750 and 1,250 metre mark.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of schools are going for quite early moves before the halfway point. I talked to a few crews this morning, and their plan is to go at the 900 or the 800, so they kind of want to jump that move, almost jump the other schools and beat them to it. Yeah, it looks like they're making a move now, actually. Yeah, we are just starting to see it from Dunstan, so we talk about the strategy that plays out for them, and it is a really good strategy as well. So there's Dunstan now who have put their hammer down, coming down here in lane 7 as well. Hauraki Plains have also trying to just see if they can increase their rating, but these other two crews probably have a boat length lead, so it's St Paul's Collegiate in 3, Olivia Waddell, Zara Brangwyn. They are leading. Their cox, of course, is, in fact, no cox, of course. Their coaches are Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard. And Ruby Smith, Bella Breen of the Dunstan crew. So they're looking at each other. It's psychological warfare at this point. Yeah, it's a game of chicken almost, see who cracks first. Yeah, it was a wonderful, for probably older people listening to this, one of the greatest ever triathletes or women was Erin Baker, who won Hawaii Ironman a couple of times and had this great rivalry with a Zimbabwean athlete, Paula Newby-Fraser. And she said, you know, there just gets to a point where the pain is so hard, both mentally and physically. One of you says second is good enough, and it's who gets to that place first, you know? Exactly, yeah. You want to almost break the other crews, and it looks like Dunstan's really put a move into everyone, and that'll be a really solid place to be going through in that last 750. Yeah, and they're looking good too, aren't they? They look a lot smoother. I mean, it's a subtle difference. They look a lot more relaxed than what we might just currently be seeing from the St Paul's Collegiate crew. So it is Dunstan, and boy, what a wonderful place to train and row. I mean, how motivating. Such a beautiful area, that Central Otago region. And of course Wakatipu as well. They have been the two schools really in the last 20 years, along with Kashmir, that have really developed a really good rowing program. And now we come through and starting to approach that 1,750 metre mark. They're still walking. They're looking really good. Yeah, looking comfortable indeed. Looking, very on top of the water. They're not really getting dumpy at the finish, which is when you lean back way too far and then it takes a while to get back over it. They look quite on top and on the front of the seat. So I think that's helping them really push away in the legs and take inches from the other crews. You want a bucket hat? I do. They're winning with them, so maybe that's the key.
There we go, the 1,500 metre mark now for these crews. And now it is that last 500 metres. This is the tough bit. This is where you've got to have your head like granite. This is where you believe. And now it is Dunstan who just start to run away with this, starting to walk away with it. It's a 2-boat length lead. And they continue to just lengthen it out, looking still nice and relaxed. Really still in that upper body, no head movement. The shoulders haven't dropped just yet. Often say that, Ellie, you can look at facial expressions and some people will have that poker face, others will just accentuate that pain, what I call that ugly face or that wall face or whatever you want to call it. But you always got to look at form, don't you? Form is often the best way of telling whether a crew's in trouble or not. Yeah,
I think it's a mental thing. It's letting it go. You want to almost get shorter and shorter and more upright at the end of a race, but if you're fatiguing or burning up, it's really hard to hold that form. So those dancing girls are looking really tidy, really upright, not a huge swing forward or swing back at this point, and getting that rate up.
Hauraki Plains still fighting there, still in 3rd place, looking to get themselves on the podium. Iona College still looking to find their way back into it. Iona represented by Sarah Ritchie and Megan Ritchie, coached by Matt Lawson, but nobody at the moment is going to touch this very good Dunstan crew because they still look magnificent, they still look relaxed, and they are just continuing to put distance between themselves and
Wakatipu coming through with a big sprint.
And yeah, we talk about the Wakatipu crews. Yeah, now moving on to Hauraki Plains. I think they might just run out of water to try and snatch silver, but it's certainly Wakatipu coming up now in 3rd, moving ahead of Hauraki Plains College. So that Wakatipu crew of Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, coached by Shane Muir. But once again, the bucket hats of Dunstan, they are going to come down and win yet another race at another Maadi Regatta in the small boats, and not just win it, but win it in emphatic fashion in front of a crowd that is building. And so it'll be Dunstan High School. They will pick up the gold medal. Congratulations goes the way of Ruby Smith, Bella Breen. The silver will go to St Paul's Collegiate, Olivia Wardell, Zara Brangwyn, and the bronze medal from the very fast finishing Wakatipu of Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark.
Great sprint from all of them. They're all looking pretty quick, but they all looked really loose and relaxed in that race. So you know their legs will be burning more than anything else, which is great. That's what we like to see.
It's just such a brutal sport, isn't it? I mean, you just hurt, don't you? Did you misbehave and your parents punish you by making you row, did they?
No, it was a self-inflicted, actually.
Self-inflicted pain. No, most of it is, isn't it? No, I do love it, though.
Yeah, you wouldn't be out there doing this if it wasn't your choice, I don't think.
No, you've got to be a special breed, don't you? And that's
a little
the hard
bit crazy.
Yeah, that's the hard thing, isn't it? Because you look at the week of racing they have and how many times they've got to go to that dark place and then pull themselves out of it, relax and go, man, and then suddenly go, I've got to go back there again, and I've got to go back there again, and I've got to go back there again. So you do have to be a special breed. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 6, the final day of the Aon Maadi Regatta, as we count down to the 2 big events, the blue ribbon events. The girls under 18-8, the Levin Jubilee Cup set to go at 20 minutes to 5. And then at 5 o'clock, it will be the 78th running of the race they simply call the Maadi Cup. Yes, the great race set to go at 5 o'clock. We will take a wee break. When we come back, we will bring you the A final of the boys under 17 Coxed Quadruple Skulls. It will feature Otago Boys High School, Hauraki Plains, Wakatipu, Wanganui, St Paul's Collegiate, Wellington College, Francis Douglas College and St John's of Hamilton.
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side, our second buoy we come on our bow, and the final buoy we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
Our next race on the final day of the Aon Maadi Regatta is the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Otago Boys High School number 2 crew will start in 1. Hauraki Plains College will start in 2. Wakatipu High School in lane 3. Wanganui High School in 4. St Paul's Collegiate School will start in lane 5. Lane 6 it'll be Wellington College. Francis Douglas out of New Plymouth will start in lane 7, and St John's of Hamilton will start in lane 8. Ella Kossel alongside of me, member of the New Zealand Elite Rowing Program, elite athlete, originally out of Australia, born here. It's an interesting life that she has led, and we'll talk a little bit about it, hopefully throughout this race, if we certainly get one leader that has gone clear. But Ella, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing here in terms of the Cox Quadruple Sculls. What type of boat is this, and what are the key components to getting it up moving quickly?
The men's quad is a pretty fast boat. The more people we've got in it, the faster it is. So having 8 blades across these boats is quite quick, but it's also quite helpful having a coxswain to steer a line. As a rower, I really appreciate having a coxswain. I don't have to think about it. So these boys will just get out there and just do what they're told, basically, and follow their race plan. So it'll be quite fun. I really enjoy cox races because you really can be quite mindless in a way.
And there we go. So they all look pretty relaxed, but I'd imagine they've had a little bit of a sleepless night, woken up a little bit nervous. Thing I like about any outside of the individual sculls is the fact that you do have someone that you can lean on, you can share those nerves, you can deal with the emotion, you can reassure each other. I look at the single scullers and I go, man, that is a lonely event.
Yeah, you're on your own in the single, whereas here you can make jokes and try and kind of lighten the mood with the boys, which will be quite fun. I think crew boats are, I guess, stressful in a way because you got to work with 3 other people, but at the same time, it takes the pressure off you as an individual and it gives you someone to talk to.
I just seen looking at St Paul's Collegiate there of Tyler Trethaway, Caleb Blake, George Benjamin, Gus Ware, Hugh Trower is the cox. Prior to that, we just had a look to the team out of Wakatipu, which was Jasper Crawford, McKellar Thornton, Max Davis, Ollie Watson, Cameron Hall, the cox, coached by John Morrison. So we are set to go a journey of 2,000 metres.
Looks like a bit of a crosswind here. You can see that little white flag blowing to the left.
So coming across the rower's left shoulder.
Yes.
Because they're sitting opposite backwards, so
yep.
Just having to make those little adjustments. So lane 8 will be copying that. Everybody on their inside will hopefully be in that slipstream. In that little stagger.
Yeah, it'll be very nice conditions right now for a start. The breeze is really not, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, what is the key here to a good start in terms of those first 10 strokes?
For the rowers, you just want to be upright, really tall, not rocking back too much, all in the legs, out of the arms, and then you can kind of bring in the rest of the body and the more arms as you get up. But you want to really get that boat speed up just with the legs. And then for the coxswains, you'd ideally not steer at all. The more you move the rudder, the more drag there is. So optimally, they don't have to steer, but obviously, that's part of their job and they will have to do that. But you'd want to make really minor steering changes in the first 100 metres or so.
Not too far away from the start, and the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, brought to you by Top Tier Trailers. A final. National honours up for grabs, and they get away, and I tell you what, got away absolutely brilliant. Was Wellington College there in lane 6. They just exploded out of the gates. But now we do start to see on their inside St Paul's Collegiate also getting away nice and quickly in lane 5, and it's St Paul's Collegiate who take the early lead. And then down there, Francis Douglas in lane 7 also getting away to a really good start, but it's all in the middle. It's all St Paul's Collegiate. Really, really good start from them. Already up to about a half a boat length lead.
That's a hot start from those boys. They really look like they're sending it. I'm impressed.
Yeah, and they do. How much of it's psychological? Just maybe just putting a little bit of doubt into your opponent's head. Is there a lot of psychology going on?
Oh, 100%. Particularly in these school races, I feel like you can be so responsive and get ahead so easily if you really commit to it. And then it'll really help being out in front of the field. But then you'd want to know, and hopefully they've practiced this, like having a really hot start. Hopefully they've practiced getting out like that and then feeling the lactic acid hit you and knowing that you've got to keep working through it, because you wouldn't want to get to the first 500 and blow.
I tell you what, it is a commanding lead too. Really good from St Paul's Collegiate, sitting there across in lane 3. Currently sitting in second place is Wakatipu, and then outside of them in lane 4 at St Paul's Collegiate. Down here in lane 6 we've got Wellington College, lane 7. And you can see that on the bow of the boat it's Francis Douglas College, but they have just decided to absolutely launch themselves down the racetrack here, St Paul's Collegiate. Got to be careful though, you don't want to confuse ability with ambition too early.
Yeah, you hope that they settle down into a good race base at some point, but, you know, I respect starting hard. Like, fair enough. If you feel like you have the ability to get out there hot, you may as well.
We know that all of these crews are going to have a race plan, and the Cox are going to be very aware of what that plan is, but you surely must have some room to move if suddenly someone just comes out and just changes the game completely, and you go, look, if we stick to our plan, we are gone here.
Yeah, you'd all kind of know, like everyone here knows how to race. These guys are racers, like they're at Maadi Cup. They know how to race, and they've gotten into these boats because they know how to read a field. So, you know, if I'm in the boats behind, you know, the leaders at the moment, you'd know you need to start working through earlier than you probably thought.
We'll often see a lead change, or we see boats close up over the last 250 metres. Is it a case, though, of boats speeding up, or more the lead boats starting to slow down and decelerating?
I think with a hot start like this, you'd expect the lead boat to maybe hit some sort of wall at some point, and you'd hopefully start reeling them in if you're behind. But also there's a component of once you've got this momentum and you've got that much of a lead of open water, you're going to love it, and it's not going to hurt as much when you're that far ahead.
You mentioned how you enjoy having the Cox in the boat, and the fact that, you know, that steer the boat. Obviously keep you guys motivated and continue just to remind you of the basic little things. But when the real hurt kicks in, don't you at times just want quiet?
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely points where it feels like that. But
you
also
go,
it can be a distraction. Yeah, it depends. I think sometimes coxswains are really good at giving you that space, but sometimes they'll be asking for more, and you're like, I don't have any more. I'm spent.
Yeah, this is all I've got, man.
Yeah,
this is all I've got, and we're in a world of trouble because we ain't got anything left.
The beans are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, we have burned all of our matches, and we burnt them about 500 metres ago, but we love the encouragement all the same. You are watching here, folks, the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls alongside me, a member of the New Zealand rowing team, Ella Cossell, bringing us all the expert analysis, and it is one of the most dominant performances we've seen at this Maadi Regatta, certainly through the first 1,000 metres. St Paul's Collegiate just absolutely smashing them at the moment, and asking questions of the rest of this field, and I guess over the second 1,000, can they respond? Wanganui High School currently sitting in second place. Wakatipu High School there as well. It is lane 6. It is Wellington College, but it is this crew for St Paul's Collegiate of Tyler Trethwaite, Caleb Blake, George Benjamin, Gus Ware, Hugh Trower, who are just putting on an exhibition.
Yeah, looking very strong. They're really on top of the boat there. I spoke to the Wanganui crew before they got on water actually, and gave them a little bit of a hype up. So I know what their race plan is a little bit, and I think they made a move at about 900 metres. So they've taken a couple seats from the crews next to them, which is really good to see. But it'll take a lot for them to catch up to the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Wakatipu in 3. We've got Wanganui in lane 4. Lane 5 is St Paul's Collegiate. They are at a shot at the moment. And lane 6 down here is Wellington College. When you look at these 3 boats here, in terms of the form, we can't really get a full read here on Wellington College. You seen any one particular boat maybe struggling?
Honestly, no. Other than the leaders, everyone's pretty even. Everyone's got overlap with each other's boats, which is really good to see. You'll be working every stroke here. You won't be able to go light on any of these strokes because you can see crews all either side of you, which is really good. It makes for great racing, but you know they'll be hurting now.
What's the funniest thing a coxswain's ever said during a race?
Ooh. Let me think about that. I'll get back to you.
And you suddenly go, you know what, I can't laugh. I've got nothing left. The razor blades are attacking the lungs.
Yeah.
I'm getting oxygen in through the eyelids, and you're making me laugh at the same time. And I'm going even to a higher state of hypoxia as we come down through the 1,750 metre marks. So 250 metres remain. And folks, in all seriousness, it is St Paul's Collegiate, and they are just putting an exhibition on. This might just be the most impressive performance we have seen at the Maadi Regatta so far. They went from the start. This was not about going out and taking it through 500, then backing off. They've just gone. Then they've attacked, and then they've attacked. And really, from very early on in this race, the rest of the crews have been racing for second and third. And it's a really good race for second and third, because now just starting to make their way into second place, it is going to be Wellington College. So Wellington College have found something. Across on the far side, it's still Wanganui High School. Look at this, now starting to make their move to Francis Douglas College. Wow,
Big
really good
sprints.
race for the silver medal. Wanganui High School across there in 4, but nobody is going to deny St Paul's Collegiate. They are going to come down and just annihilate this field. That is a stunning performance. Wow, that is good. The silver medal on the line. Oh, you might have to go to the photo. I've got a sneaking feeling possibly Wellington College over Wanganui High School, but
I don't know.
we will wait. Alakozel is not convinced, not convinced. So
Hard from
therefore,
the angle.
everything we say is unofficial. All we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt about the winner. St Paul's Collegiate, Tyler Trethwaite, Caleb Blake, George Benjamin, Gus Ware, Hugh Trow, the Cox. Their coaches Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones be incredibly proud. That is a stunning, stunning performance, almost the performance of the Maadi Regatta. Such was their domination from the start.
Amazing.
They just attacked and attacked and attacked. You talk about having a head like granite, you talk about mental fortitude. Right there, folks, is a metaphor for all of that.
You can't deny that performance. That was really, really strong. Very impressive.
Now, have you got those official results yet? We will wait. Now, if you do want to get the results, of course, you go to Rowit. .nz and everything live on that, and we will confirm those results. Of course, they will have the photo finish. Don't forget, we are counting down to the 2 blue ribbon events, the girls under 18 8, which is simply known as the Levin Jubilee Cup, and then we have, of course, the 78th running of the boys 8, the Maadi Cup. So I can confirm it was just confirming for you that final of that particular race. We do have the results sitting here in front of us. So it was St Paul's Collegiate, the gold medal, 622.24. Wellington College, the silver medal, 630.12. And this was the tough one, but we can tell you that Wanganui have got up and won the bronze medal. So Wellington College pipping Wanganui for the silver over the bronze, and I can tell you that it was basically about 0.34 of a second separating silver from bronze. The difference between a good sleep and a bad sleep.
That's just one or two strokes. That's what it comes down to. But that's great racing. I spoke to the St Francis Douglas College crew, so they'll be disappointed that they just missed out, but great racing from everyone. It's so good to have crews within a second of each other.
Yeah, brilliant race, and fans certainly loving it, family and friends, and don't underestimate that too, because this is a tough sport, and when you're tired and fatigued, you always can take it out on those closest to you. You can get away with a little bit. They're sitting there having to tolerate it, and you're going, I wasn't very nice during that big build-up phase.
No. Now they can relax.
Now they
and
can
enjoy
relax and go and reward themselves. I can tell you now, coming up next, our next race, which we'll bring live here, is an A final. It is the girls under 18 novice Cox 4. It'll feature Christchurch Girls High School, Waikato Diocesan School, Hamilton Girls High School, Christchurch Girls High School, the Might of Rangiruru, St Margaret's, Epsom Girls, and my old school, the original winners of the Maadi Cup.
under-18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, it's the end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rolling with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Live coverage continues as we bring you our next race here on the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. It's the girls under 18 novice coxed 4, sponsored by the University of Waikato. We will have Christchurch Girls High School in lane 1, Waikato Diocesan School in 2, Hamilton Girls High School in 3, Christchurch Girls High School in 4, Rangiruru Girls High School in lane 5, St Margaret's College in lane 6, Epsom Girls Grammar in 7, Mount Albert Grammar in lane 8. Alongside of me, Ella Kossel, an elite member of the New Zealand rowing team, as we do have a look at the Mount Albert Grammar crew of Nina Sinclair, Stella O'Sullivan, Neve Sammy, Zoe Mallet, Amelia Jones as the cox, coached by Lydia Finch and Katie Finch. Of course, Mount Albert Grammar School have had girls now at Mount Albert Grammar celebrating their 25th anniversary of girls at the school. Of course, they were the original winners of the Maadi Cup back in 1947, have won the Maadi Cup on 8 occasions, have never ever had a women's crew win the Livin Jubilee Cup, but have had crews making the final in more recent years. So it's a program that's very much trying to rediscover itself after a very rich history back in the 1940s, 50s and 60s. And Ella, that's the thing I think I love about secondary school sport. It's the history, it's the stories, and all of the schools have them. They've all got the famous alumni, the old boys, the old girls, people that have done great things academically or within the arts. Yeah, people still talk about Māori till this day, even if they raced 20 something years ago. And I've never understood it until my first Māori now this year. Because you didn't go to high school here, did you? You went to high school on the Gold Coast. Yeah, I was didn't row either in high school. I was a swimmer, so I didn't understand how big this was until this week, because I've been either in Australia or in the States rowing, so I've never seen it. But we're off here in the Coxed 4. We are indeed, and really good start coming down here in lane 8 from Mount Albert Grammar School. Probably got the best of the starts, but let's keep an eye on the action back across there in lane 4. Doing what we expect them to do is Christchurch Girls High School, who last year had a really special moment winning the Livin Jubilee Cup for the first time in their history. And now as we look in lane 6, really good performance coming from St Margaret's College with the candy stripes. Love the coloured boats. This makes it so much easier to see. That does, doesn't it? It's sort of almost like the traffic lights, isn't it? Yeah. And then you get lane 7 there. You've got Epsom Girls Grammar School in the yellow boat. There in the yellow and blue right in the middle, that is Rangiruru. In fact, lane 5, it is Rangiruru. Lane 4 is Christchurch Girls High School. So as we look across this field, it is very much St Margaret's who are looking, and we talk about rivalries. We've got, obviously rivalries at a national level. We have rivalries within the North Island, rivalries within the South Island, the South versus North, but then you go even within the cities, and it's Rangiruru versus St Margaret's. One trains as hard because the other's training just as hard. Yeah, they keep pushing each other along, which is exactly what this race does as well, but it's what happens across the year in general. They just keep going because they know the other team's doing it as well, and they're pushing ahead really well right now. It's really impressive for the first 500 metres, and a Cox 4 is a slightly heavier boat, slightly slower boat, so it's really good to get a big gap like that quite quickly. You can't change the pace of a slower boat as quickly as you can a single or a double or a quad. They used to say in the 8s, if you're leading by 500, you're probably going to win the race. That has changed to a degree. It's probably, you need to certainly be in the contest at the 500. You certainly need to be right in the contest at 1,000. But really good performance here from St Margaret's, and it'll be interesting to see how Rangiruru respond here. They won't want them to get too far in front, but really good performance still coming from Christchurch Girls High School. So the 3 Christchurch schools, 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. And now will we start to just see a little lift in the rating, or that come a little bit later as they do come through that 500 metre mark, I think. And then they'll approach the 750, and that's when we start to expect to see tactics begin to play out. Yeah, you'd normally expect at about halfway the field kind of spreads out at that point. People either start to get tired, they've used all the energy up in the first K. So it'll be interesting to see, because, second and third is anyone's game at this point. Interesting to see who can keep the pace on and keep chasing the leaders down. Well, we saw an absolutely dominant display previously from St Paul's Collegiate, who just put on an exhibition by being really aggressive at the start, and boy, it was game, set, and match almost through after 500 metres. And I wonder whether we're watching an action replay. I just wonder whether here like this is a bigger gap. We've got St Margaret's College who have just said, you know what, we're going to leave nothing to chance here. We're just going to put the hammer down. We're just going to attack, and just say to them, you know what, second is the best you're going to do today.
Yeah, you really want to close that door early. If I was in that crew, you never feel comfortable. No matter how far ahead you are, you just never feel safe. So they'll still be sending it. They'll want to close the door, leave no chance for the other crews. And then I know on the other side of it, if I was in second or third right now, I'd be like, oh God, that's quite a big gap. I need to keep working. So it's great to keep the pace on for everyone. Everyone will be working so hard right now. And those girls, you can see they're really hanging on those oars, really getting the legs down, really swinging on it, swinging back on the oar.
It's interesting though, isn't it? The one advantage here that you've got is you've got your cock sitting in the cockpit in the bow end of the boat, so they can still look in front, and the boat that's leading, while the coxswain can't see back, the crew themselves can. So it is an interesting dynamic. So it is still St Margaret's who lead, and then in second place it is Christchurch girls of Mia de Vries, Lily Irving, Lola Grace Wood, Millie Parsons and Georgetta Hauler is the cox, and coached by Grace Loveridge and Sophie Chapman.
It's a really good race for second and third right now. You can see these girls they're going stroke for stroke really. There's only a few seats in between them, so it'll be really cool to see who brings it through in the last 500.
And just trying to connect those strokes.
Yeah.
And St Margaret's absolutely in control. Now, they've got to make sure, though, that the way they're racing is the way they've trained. They don't want to train one way and then turn up and race another. I used to say, there's a saying that when you start to fatigue, it feels like you've got the piano on your back.
Yeah.
So
some people say the gorilla on your back. The gorilla's landed on your back.
The piano lands on you, and I say, well, you start to hear that song Billy Joel and the Piano Man on one ear, and then next minute the piano's on your back, and then the whole damn orchestra comes down on you. At that point, man, you are waving the white flag, and you are in a world of trouble, aren't you? So I'm not sure that Billy Joel's playing just yet, but anyway, St Margaret's College there in lane 6 doing a wonderful job, putting on a really good exhibition in this girls under 18 novice coxford. And the scariest thing for me is these are novice rowers. That's the remarkable thing about it.
No, they're looking really good. I'm very impressed. And Christchurch girls look to have put a bit of space in between them and Rangi. And Hamilton girls, I think, is coming up on Rangi as well. So second and third is still going to be a race. It can be a sprint to the line. I think it's still anyone's game, but yeah, St Margaret's really putting the hammer down, and they're still taking inches from these crews.
Well, the thing with I think very much with the novice crew is because they don't have that experience. It's certainly not over till it's over.
Yeah,
anything can happen. They're sort of just writing the script as they're going. They're still learning.
It's quite exciting that way. I guess every time they race, they will learn something new, and even through this week, they will have learnt, where their limit is or how they can go a little bit earlier in the sprint. Like, I know I'm still figuring out how early I can go, and sometimes I want to go at the 500, but I don't think I can, and then I finish a race and I'm like, I should have gone 150 metres earlier. So I hope these girls will figure that out this week and put everything on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Trial and error. And so you like to think that through the South Island Championships and through a lot of testing that they do understand what they are capable of, what their limit is and what their strengths are. They're a fast finishing crew. They rely a little bit more on strength and endurance and having to go a little bit earlier out. We are looking at the crew here in lane 5 from Rangiruru, but it is all St Margaret's College. They are about 5-6 boat lengths clear as they come down with 250 metres of this race remaining. In second place it will be Christchurch girls, and then in third place it is Rangiruru, who begin to now try and dial it up and see if they can just bridge that gap, move from third into second. But also outside of Christchurch girls, we've got Hamilton Girls High School also having a very, very good fast finish.
Yeah. Big sprint coming from all these crews. I know Hamilton girls will be doing everything they can at the moment. I think that's a point where you just got to send it and see where it lands you, I guess. Whereas these crews in front will just want to hold their lead and not do too much in case it upsets the boat. You don't want to catch a crab or something. That's much easier to happen at the end of a race, but
well, that's when fatigue kicks in and you lose your concentration. In that moment you can lose time, but coming down to take a very good victory in this girls under 18 novice cox 4, it will be St Margaret's College, and it is another exhibition from this remarkable rowing school in Christchurch, and they will do it comfortably, they will do it emphatically, and that is a very good win for them. That is Fleur Jansen, Sadie Aradis, Izzy Hill, Isabella McCulley, Sarah Farrell, their cox, and silver medal will go the way of Christchurch Girls High School.
Ooh.
And
Maybe
the
Rangi?
bronze medal, Rangiru, we think unofficially picking up the bronze, but we do know for sure there was only one winner, a clear winner, and that is St Margaret's College. We'll confirm those results for you. Again, remarkable rowing considering all of these crews are novice. They're all newbies. They're all experiencing this sport for the first time, their first Maadi Regattas as well. They certainly look like they were veterans.
Yeah, great show.
And we can confirm for you. In fact, no, we'll just wait. That was the previous race. We're just looking at the results here, but in fact, that was the B final we were just looking at. So we will just confirm those A final results for you. Of course, you can update the results and the website, and that is the live results, and that is rowit.nz/Maadi2025. As we look back over this wonderful carnival that is the Maadi Regatta. Don't forget, 20 minutes to 5, we bring you the pinnacle of secondary school girls rowing, the Livin Jubilee Cup, which started back in 1981. And then at 5 o'clock, we bring you the 78th running of the great race, the race that is simply known as the Maadi Cup. Don't go away, folks, because coming up next at 3:30, we will bring you our next A final. That is the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. It features crews from Waitaki Boys, King's College, Timaru Boys, St Peter's School number 2 crew, St Peter's College of Auckland, their number 1 crew, Wakatipu High School and Wanganui High School.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
St Peter's School of Cambridge in 4, St Peter's School number 2 crew in lane 5, St Peter's College of Auckland in 6, Wakatipu High School in lane 7 and Wanganui High School in lane 8. Ella Cossell sitting alongside of me, bringing you all the expert commentary as we get set for this next final. Older kids at school taking up rowing for the first time, relatively inexperienced, but you would not think that when you do watch these crews make their way down this 2,000 metre stretch of water.
Yeah, I'm always impressed to see the novices, no matter what age they are, how well they row and no matter what program they're coming from. Like, all schools will have a slightly different program, but they're still putting out races with these novices, whether it's head-to-head, stroke for stroke, all the way down the course.
You can just see there, the blade's not quite set for a lot of these crews, so just a little bit of delay there. Lane 7 by the looks of it, which is Wakatipu High School of Flynn Weaver, Liam Major, Liam Feely, Zebby Jarvis, Bella Noten, the Cox.
You don't want to be sitting up at the catch for too long, too tense, with all your muscles ready to go. You want to be as loose as possible and not really wasting any energy before you need to. So they, you know, hopefully got loose shoulders, maybe wriggle it out a little bit, get the stress out. But then once the announcer says, you know, they'll go through everyone's names up at the start line, call out all the crews and all their lanes.
Yeah,
that's when you sit ready.
Yeah, you can just see them now. They are locked and loaded. They are ready to go. We'll grip those oars initially reasonably hard, and then they'll be looking for soft hands.
And loose shoulders, ideally. That's the goal anyway.
But it has been a tough week. Fatigue has kicked in. Look at these crews, eh? They've taken the intellectual property of Dunstan High School and they're all wearing bucket hats now. It's become very in vogue as we do get underway. Really good start coming there in lane 4 from St Peter's School number 1 crew. And down here at the bottom you picture Wakatipu High School got out quickly, as did Wanganui High School here in lane 8. They've got away very, very quick. Lane 4 though, St Peter's School of Matt Carey, Josh Garrett, Brady Van de Bilge and Matthias Everett, Jade Noonan there, Cox. Probably got the early lead at the moment by about a half a canvas over the likes of Wakatipu High School there in lane 7.
They're looking really good. You can already see they're getting their puddles, so the puddles from their blades, reaching the stern of their boat before they're putting their blades in for the next one. So that means they're getting really good send on the boat and letting the boat run under them before they're taking the next stroke. Kind of don't want to rush the boat. The boat wants to run, so they're doing a really good job already,
So
even though they're probably
what you're
racing
saying
quite
is, what you're seeing here is the splash that you're seeing, that is past the stern of the boat before the next splash is being created by those blades going into the water. So it's about distance per stroke and about momentum.
Yeah, exactly. They're really pushing the boat past with their blades entering the water. That's kind of the goal. And they're doing that really well.
Yeah, doing a really nice job as the St Peter's School. And of course the second of the crews outside of them as well. And so that is lane 5, and that crew involves Nick Rothery, Kieran Lawson, Andrew Harris, Samuel Wilson, Sophie Sinclair is their cox, Joseph Aldridge, Leon Lee are the coaches. In lane 7, we've got Wakatipu High School of Flynn Weaver, Liam Major, Liam Feely, Zebby Jarvis and Bella Noten, and we've already mentioned them, but boy, I tell you what, great to see Wakatipu High School, really good program starting to develop. Well, not starting to develop, it has developed. They continue to feature in most of these smaller boats. I guess the big step for both Dunstan and Wakatipu is putting together 8s that can challenge for the Maadi Cup.
Yeah, it's always hard getting a big boat filled. It's kind of why we have the drafts at Nationals, so everyone gets a chance to have a fast 8, because otherwise none of the clubs get a full 8 filled. So yeah, good to start with a quad though. It's halfway there.
And look at this though, St Peter's School of Cambridge, just absolutely again putting an exhibition on. We've seen this in a couple of these novice races, and that's the thing that just blows my mind. It's hard to believe that these young men haven't really been rowing for that long, and to get that cohesion, to get that technical side of it in such a short period of time is not just a credit to the coaches, but it's a real credit to the athletes.
Yeah, exactly. It's really impressive, and I find sculling harder than sweeping. It's 2 oars, which is double as complicated. So really impressive, like, to be racing like this and putting this much space in between them and the other crews in their first year of rowing.
So Wakatipu High School currently sitting in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it's the second of the St Peter's crew.
This is really good racing. Stroke for stroke across 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Still across the far side there in lane 2. We also have the King's College crew of William McKellar, Connor Irwin, Will Iverson, Xavier Lindstrom. Charles Lewis is their cox, and their coaches, of course, Harry Lynch and Waldo Singleton. So King's College, they have had a very, very good Maadi Regatta in terms of really re-establishing their program. Of course, they've got their finalists in the upcoming Maadi Cup. But at the moment, it is still St Peter's School, their number 1 crew, who are well and truly clear. And then down in lane 7, Wakatipu High School. And lane 8, bottom of your screen, that is Wanganui High School. That features Thomas Dwyer, Harris Whittington, Adam Friesler, Ross Lanita. Grace Hins is the cox, coached by Adrian Van Boosel and Tom Monaghan.
We can see St Peter's 2 crew just pushing through now, making a good move. You don't know at the time how much you're taking from other crews, but taking an inch makes a big difference.
Well, it just says we've got momentum. And we do have momentum. Now, just all of them looking at each other.
Yeah.
Looking at each other.
Keep your eyes on the boat.
I think the nice thing about the novices that sometimes, and I say this with the greatest respect, but ignorance is bliss. You don't actually realise, oh yeah, I heard a bit.
Yeah.
You're going, actually, yeah, get used to it, guys, because it doesn't get any easier, And so you just sort of go out there, you're not too complicated, you don't have too many ideas, you don't understand maybe the sport well enough to make things complicated. And again, as you said, you don't know your limits. I think that's probably the best summary right there.
This is a really commanding lead though, but still those 4 crews really going for it for 2nd and 3rd. It could be anyone's, especially in a fast boat like a quad. They can really pick up the boat speed quite quickly if they have a good wind. So I wouldn't be feeling comfortable at all if I was these 3 crews at all.
No, it's going to be a really good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. I hate to say it, but you do just sense St Peter's School are just going to run away with this. You can't see them slowing down. Their form still looks good. Not a lot of upper body movement. They still look nice and relaxed through the shoulders. And as you said, their soft hands on those oars.
Yeah.
Not quite gripping them yet. The burn in the forearms hasn't taken over just yet.
It'll happen, don't worry. I know it'll get there.
What's that? 3 things in life. Death, taxes and rowing hurts.
Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah, absolutely, it is a given. So there we go in lane 4, still challenging, still pushing the second of, well, St Peter's crew number 1 is out. We've got St Peter's College number 2 crew there down here in lane 7, Wakatipu High School. And so a very good race, and don't underestimate across the far side too the likes of King's College, Waitaki boys. There is King's College in lane 2 with the bucket hats.
Easy to spot.
I'm not sure with the velocity on these. I could probably sit down and do the maths over 2,000 metres looking at their times, but aerodynamics kicks in at 17 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure the bucket hat provides
I never thought about that.
Well, little small margins, aren't they?
Yeah.
Particularly if you're into a howling headwind.
Yeah. Everything counts.
Yeah, through that final 250 metres, and this crowd that are moving away from the tent area, starting to make their way down more towards the grandstand as we do count down to the Livin Jubilee Cup and the Maadi Cup. The crowd will make a huge noise. It'll lift all of these crews. Really special moment for them performing in front of such a large crowd, and for some this will be the pinnacle of their rowing career, and for others, well, it'll be just a stepping stone to higher honours. So what we've got is St Peter's of Cambridge, who are dominating this race. St Peter's of Cambridge, number 2
Big
team,
sprint.
and now starting to come through. Big push from them. They're looking like they'll pick up the 1-2. But St Peter's of Cambridge will come down and win this gold medal in the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. And look how happy they are. And that, folks, is just absolutely a dominant display. Second will be St Peter's. Second team, they'll go 1 and 2. And then across the far side, it might just be Timaru Boys High School of Thomas Crawford, Charlie Cooper, Parker Anderson, Josh Sadler, Ned Brown the Cox, and congratulations to Brian Smith and Blake Parker. So there you have it. St Peter's of Cambridge, the local school, going 1 and 2, and they'll be going, why didn't we get into this sport a little earlier?
Yeah, I mean, they can keep going.
Yeah, they can keep going. It doesn't end at high school, does it? No, it doesn't. It starts here. And sometimes coming into a sport a little bit later is not a bad thing either, because you know you're there for the right reasons. And as you said, nothing complicated about it.
This can just be the beginning. I
And
really love it.
We just, as we look at these crews warming down, well, Ella, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure having you in studio. We wish you all the very best with your future endeavours and your time in the States and your time coming up overseas as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to some travel.
That is Ella Kossel, who's been bringing you all the expert analysis. Don't go away though, folks, because coming up next, we will be bringing you the girls under 16 double sculls A final, and that will be sponsored again by SL Racing. It will feature St Andrews College, Onifero Area School, Wanganui, Huanui College, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Cambridge High School, Wellington East Girls College and Queen Margaret. Back with more shortly.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, these communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Wazell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there that would like to, just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing. It's amazing. Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group. You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
I could try to just follow the swell, but I'll never find this anywhere else.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results, and we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
The final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, as we're not that far away from the two big blue ribbon events of this regatta. The Livin Jubilee Cup for the under-18 Women's 8 set to go at 20 minutes to 5, and then at 5 o'clock the 78th running of the race that is simply called the Maadi Cup. Before we do that though, we are going to celebrate this wonderful sport. We've got another brilliant A final to look forward to. It is the girls under 16 double scull, sponsored by SL Racing. And joining me in commentary is Meg Glenn.
Hi, thank you, Mark. So in this race, lining up in lane 1, we have got St Andrews College. In 2, Onewhero Area School. In 3, Wanganui High School. In 4, Huanui College. In 5, Samuel Marsden Collegiate School. In 6, Cambridge High School. 7, Wellington East Girls College. And in 8, Queen Margaret College. So we see they're all in the blocks there. Of course, looking for the middle lanes for a few fast crews from previous rounds, but a fast crew can come from anywhere as we look at the Queen Margaret College crew there. Love a good lane 8 sneaking attack.
Lucy Gittings and Billy Every Palmer, their coach is Oliver Fahey, so they all start in 8. Looking nice and poised. They've been probably waiting throughout most of the day for this race, so they've had to endure and go through the nerves and the anxiety that goes with any final.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some crews sitting ready and some not so ready, so the starter mustn't be too far away. Of course, Huanui in lane 4, North Island champions. This is actually a very North Island dominant heat. Only St Andrews from the South Island. The rest of the 7 boats are all from the North Island.
Yeah, great to see Onewhero there. That is part of that sort of Waikato region, sort of closer to Auckland. Huanui in there as well. That's far north, so up in the Northland region. And of course, Wellington East Girls College. So a real eclectic mix from north and south.
Yes, we get a good look there of Cambridge High. They were second in the semi, but with a very fast time. That's Kate and Lily. And they're away. So they're away now in the girls under 16 double sculls A final. This event sponsored by SL Racing. We are getting a fast start from lane 8, Queen Margaret College. And pulling up with them is also 5, Samuel Marsden.
Yeah, Samuel Marsden getting away nicely, don't they? But as you talked about, you love just someone to maybe come and burgle from lane 8. Queen Margaret College doing everything initially of Lucy Giddings and Billy Everett Palmer, but now we go back into the middle as expected. It is lanes 4. It is Huanui College of Devoy Maybe and Anna Barradell, and then Samuel Marsden College of Charlie Fitzgerald and Imogen Hill.
Yeah, they're really pushing out these Huanui College scullers. They both also have raced the single sculls this regatta. So obviously 2 girls that spend a lot of time pushing each other every day in training as we see them just stretch out with every stroke moving through the 250.
Yeah, Cambridge High School led by Kate Cougarline. Lily Cameron also in the mix at the moment, so they're not giving an inch. They are the local school. They're very familiar with Lake Karapiro. In fact, this is a really even race from lanes 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, it is. These scullers, mostly in their second year being under 16, they're really sculling beautifully as you see them just get up to the front there. Huanui, not the highest rate, but they don't need it. They're very powerful, this crew. That's how you know that they can keep a bit of a lower rate.
Yeah, it's no different than cycling. You'll see cycling, a lot of cyclists, particularly on climbs, some will have a much lower cadence and they're a much harder gear and they find that more efficient. You've got other riders who will spin a lot more, have a much higher cadence, and it just comes down to individual physiology and what works best for you. So as you talk about, some might have that higher arm turnover, that higher straight turnover. Others, well, they'll just rely a little bit more on distance per stroke driven through by power.
Yeah, but it is Huanui through the 500. Huanui in the lead with about a length over Samuel Marsden, then only half a length over Cambridge High School, and a great battle happening for 4th between Wellington East Girls and Wanganui.
Yeah, St Andrews College, Onewhero School, Wanganui up there at the top of your screen, and they're just going to want to have to hang tight here, but this is a big, big move that's come from Huanui College. They've really just put the hammer down. And now the key question here is, can the likes of Samuel Marsden College at Cambridge respond? Do they have anything? Were they expecting this? They've got a plan. Do they need to change that plan up now and look to go with them?
Yeah, and I think that is possibly the plan, because here we see Cambridge High really pushing through Samuel Marsden with every stroke. Cambridge High squeezing away.
Yeah, and of course they don't have any sort of coxswain to help them here, so they've just got to use their peripheral vision, get a sense of it, use all of their senses to say, look, actually this race is starting to get away from us. We were hoping to go 250 metres from now, but we're going to have to go now. We want to try and stay in touch, because at the moment Huanui have just hit everybody hard. They have just thrown the gauntlet down. They're asking questions. The answers at the moment are coming back, well, maybe or maybe not.
Huanui, though, stretching out beautifully, and you see them they allow the boat to run round the finish. They're not too keen to just rush up to the next stroke, because oftentimes you will see the younger scullers try to get the next stroke as quickly as possible and accidentally shunt their boat backwards, but not these two from Huanui. They're really looking after the run of their boat.
Well, what we have noticed, Meg, too, is the lake conditions have settled down nicely. It's a lot more glassy than what we saw earlier today. So there would have been a lot of intel earlier today, and there would have been a lot of discussion about subtle little adjustments may be required from what they've seen through the first 5 days of racing. But as we got later in the afternoon, things have become what the rest of the week has been, a little bit of a default setting. It's beautiful, idyllic conditions, so no real environmental factors. This is just going to come down to really good technique, endurance and belief.
Oh yeah, no, it's perfect water for these scullers as we get a beautiful aerial view from our drone there of Huanui. But what the race we're seeing heat up for the bronze medal as Wanganui High School just push up into third over that fast starting Samuel Marsden.
Yeah, Samuel Marsden, really good to see. And Wanganui High School of Ruby Bullock, Addison Jenkins, their coaches are Alan Duff and Dave Dudley. So they'll be pretty happy with what they're seeing here at the moment. In lane 5, as mentioned, Charlie Fitzgerald, Imogen Hill, the athletes out of Samuel Marsden College, but the two leading at the moment and doing it very well indeed is that crew there in lane 4.
Yeah, and that is Huanui. They're rowing beautifully, but Cambridge High School is really squeezing up, and that Cambridge High School crew is actually in an SL Racing skiff, who are the sponsors of this event.
Well, that'll be good for the locals, won't it, if they can get up? So this is what we talk about. You know, you've got to go out, you've got to plan. You said, look, we're going to hit you hard. Now, the psychological thing here, this is where Cambridge have the opportunity. If they can just start to find that inch, that is a big blow psychologically. Then suddenly Huanui have just a little bit of doubt in their head. And do they believe? Are we just starting to see the stern maybe come back into shot here, folks?
We are seeing a nice push from Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School, that's Ruby and Addison. They're really squeezing up, and earlier in the day we saw plenty of fast singles, doubles and quads from Wanganui High School, so I'm sure we're going to see another one with a really strong third 500 here.
Yeah, Cambridge High School, Kate Cougarline, Lily Cameron, they've got the bit between their teeth. They are absolutely launching an attack here. They are digging deep across there in 3, though. Wanganui High School as well, but can they catch that race leader at the moment, Huanui College, who have pretty much led from start to finish? We know we're getting to that critical threshold, Meg. We know we're getting to that point where there is no return here. It's just going to hurt. It's just going to get ugly. It's going to come down to which of these crews is prepared to suffer the most.
Yeah, as we enter the final 500 metres now in the A final, the girls under 16, double sculls. Huanui led from the beginning. They're still out in front, but only by a length as Cambridge High closes the gap. Wanganui High School pushed up really strong there in the third 500, but we are seeing Samuel Marsden come back now with a little oopsie daisies, but they'll get it back, no dramas, because they are resilient young women. But here we are with Huanui out the front with that nice long rating, but can they hold off a sprint from the likes of Cambridge High and Wanganui High School?
What a great story this is. Huanui, one of those schools up there in the Northland region. If we've already had 42 schools, we think, or 42 schools last count that had won medals at this Maadi Regatta, and Huanui now, the charge goes on. It's down to, well, maybe still 2 boat lengths, certainly a boat length and a half. It is all there, though, for Huanui. They're going to have to hang tough. Do they believe? Because the big challenge now comes from Cambridge. Cambridge have got their bow high out of the water. It is still maybe 2 boat lengths, but their gap is just starting to close.
Yeah, now we're in the final 250. Everyone down on the banks. I've just come from the banks, and there are so many people there. There is just so many people. The atmosphere is really exciting, and they'll all be cheering on these crews. It's still with Huanui holding on to the lead, but Cambridge High School coming back at them fast. Wanganui holding on to third, but we are seeing a very fast finish happening from Samuel Marsden as they got their rhythm back moments ago, but it is still Huanui really putting the hammer down now, just sculling gelling so beautifully, holding their technique as they move into the final 100 metres of the A final. The girls under 16 double sculls down in front of the crowds now, everyone cheering them on. They've just pushed away again from Cambridge High as a fast finishing Wanganui High School crew is really pushing up, coming down to the finish line. It will be Huanui, it will be Dovey and Anna across the line first. Well done, girls. They're absolutely wrapped in a fast finishing Cambridge High for the silver medal. Bronze to Wanganui High School with that awesome third 500, and fourth from a very tenacious Samuel Marsden crew.
And Huanui have decided to take a little bit of a drink and deciding, I just need to cool off, man. This is the only place I can get.
No better celebration, I say.
Yeah. And what does this do for Huanui, eh? What does this do in terms of their rowing program going forward? Is this the catalyst? Do they become the next Kashmir? Do they become the next of the likes of the Dunstans and the Wakatipus in terms of those schools? And that is just one of the great sights, isn't it? That's the first thing I'd want to do when I finish a race, is just get in the drink and cool down.
Nah, they know what they don't. Look at them. They know how to flip it back up and get back in. They're very experienced there. I think they've absolutely earned the right to celebrate any way they see fit.
Absolutely. I love it. I just think that is just so symbolic too of also the hurt and again just how tippy these boats are as well.
They know exactly what they're doing. This is exactly what I would tell a crew to get in. One on each side, evens the weight, jump in. So anyone out there watching, if you've ever wondered how we get back in these boats when we flip, this is a beautiful example. Not only did they show us how to row really well, they've also shown us how to get back in a boat beautifully.
Yeah, with your heart rate still at about 200 beats, the lactic acid in the arms and the legs, and they still manage to find a way, don't they? That is a really, really good performance. Congratulations to them. Stunning. Really nice to see this school, Huanui, win a gold medal as this crowd begins to build as we do count down to the Levin Jubilee Cup, set to go at 20 minutes to 5, the Blue Ribbon event for the under-18 Girls 8, and then at 5 o'clock, the 78th running of the race they simply call the Maadi Cup. We will take a break. Don't forget, folks, coming up next, we'll bring you the boys under 16 single scull, sponsored by Winter Woolly, and that will feature teams from Whakatane, Hauraki Plains, Napier Boys High School, Francis Douglas, Timaru High School, St Paul's Collegiate, New Plymouth Boys High School, and Ashburton. Back shortly.
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side, Our second buoy, we come on our bow, and the final buoy, we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talk to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby, and we don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said to hell with it. Look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
Well, welcome back into live coverage of the final day of the Maadi Regatta for 2025 as we count down to the two pinnacle races, the girls under 18 8, the Livin Jubilee Cup, and then at 5 o'clock it is the 78th running of the Maadi Cup. It is the boys under 16 sculls which we bring you next. Sitting alongside of me we have Meg Glenn, and before we look at the start list and take everybody through this, you've got an update in the Star Trophy for the overall best rowing school at this year's Maadi Regatta.
I sure do, Mark. So at the moment, sitting in the lead, it is King's College, Auckland, with 32 points. Second, Rangiruru Girls' School, 28 points. And third, St. Peter's School, Cambridge, 25 points. The executive trophy for the sweep is much more or less the same. King's Rangi with the same amount of points. Margs in third on 19. And Wakatipu still holding on to the President's Skull at the moment.
Okay, so under 16 single scullers, it is a lonely sport. Wakatani High School will start in lane 1, Hauraki Plains College in 2, Napier Boys High School in 3, Francis Douglas in 4, Timaru Boys High School in 5, St Paul's Collegiate in lane 6, New Plymouth Boys High School in lane 7, and it is Ashburton College in lane 8. Just waiting for the paddler there, or the rower in from Ashburton College, Caleb Armstrong, just to straighten up that boat. Then they will be in the starters' hands. Adam Albert May representing Whakatane in 1, Blake Leach representing Hauraki Plains in 2, Carlin Johnson from Napier Boys is their representative in 3, Oliver Colassi from Francis Douglas is the paddler in 4. Now we do have that graphic, and there we are, just confirming that start list. And so George Talbot will represent Timaru Boys in 5, Christopher Snyman representing St Paul's Collegiate in 6, and Jack Hurley representing New Plymouth Boys High School in lane 7. And so here we go. Meg Glenn, as we talk about it, stars of the future here. A lot of these individual scullers would have been in some of the other boats, but had a very, very busy week. But this really is one of the real pinnacle events, because these individuals, well, they're tough, they're tenacious, and they deal with loneliness.
Absolutely. And we're going to have a great battle. It's an A final, but we have got the South Island champion and the North Island champion, that's Timaru Boys and St Paul, sitting right next to each other so they can eye each other up. And Francis Douglas College there, he actually won one of the semi-finals, but more or less the same time as St Paul's Collegiate. They had a great battle on the line, so I'm sure we're going to see that repeated today.
Okay, so let's have a look at the strategy and how it does play out. Do they look to attack early, look to try and change the game plan of those around them? You train one way, you've got to race the same way. We are set, we are ready to go. That is St Paul's Collegiate, that is Christopher Snyman. Coach Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones will be sitting there nervously at the end of this 2,000 metre journey. The under-16s, the future of the sport. One of the third to last A finals of this regatta, because the next A final will be the Livin Jubilee Cup. And we do get underway. Really good start coming in lane 3 from Napier Boys High School. Carlin Johnson got away really quickly. Also down the far end here from Ashburton College, Caleb Armstrong got away nicely. Lanes 1 and 2 fairly even. Abin Albert May for Whakatane. Hauraki Plains represented by Blake Leach there in lane 2. Now beginning to make the move. Napier Boys High School's Carlin Johnson in lane 3.
And Napier Boys is doing a great job there. He got close to those buoy line, but he really moved his blades beautifully over them. That's a really expert sculler there. But it is certainly this one here in lane 8 from Ashburton, Caleb Armstrong, that's pushing out, as we are seeing on the inside. Whakatane High School, they've always got a good high rate on them. He's really meeting it every single stroke. He just pushes into the start. I'm just excited, and we're only 100 metres in.
You're allowed to be, though. It's a passion. It's what the Maadi does to you. You just get out here, this Maadi Regatta. You can just feel the tribalism around the place amongst all the different schools. And wouldn't this be great for Whakatane? And look at that crowd building for those 8s that are still to come. But it's Adam Albert May, coached there by Gary McAdams and Leighton Hale, looking to try and just take terms early on, looking to try and just put a bit of doubt in these other scullers. You might not come in with the biggest of reputations, so what you've got to do is you've just got to put a bit of pressure on those favourites. While a lot of these athletes are physically strong, they're still young men. They still necessarily don't know how to always deal with adversity. Put them in an adverse situation, see how they react. But what a performance so far from Whakatane High School.
Oh, he's just sculling beautifully. He got himself out there because now he can sit back and look at the rest of them. So when they attack, he can see it coming, because when you're on an outside lane, it is a little bit harder to see everyone. So if you're in front, it makes it a little bit easier. But we are seeing good pushes happening here from Napier Boys, New Plymouth Boys and Timaru Boys. there in lane 5 is starting to squeeze up.
Yeah, it's been good. We've seen really good representation from the likes of Francis Douglas and some of those schools out of the Taranaki region. New Plymouth High School being represented here by Jack Hurley in lane 7. But we are just looking at that. Look at the grimace. Look at the hurt that is going on already. He is really looking to try and stay out there. He's got to be careful, though. This is 2,000 metres. You've got to be measured. I'll keep saying it, and I say it with the greatest respect. You cannot afford to confuse ability with ambition. And now we're just starting to see things close up. Lane 7, Jack Hurley out of New Plymouth. Now just starting to increase his rating, now just starting to climb inch by inch, almost bow ball for bow ball between lanes 1 and lane 7, Whakatane versus New Plymouth.
Yeah, what a play there from New Plymouth. He's really squeezing up, and going with him is Timaru Boys in lane 5. He's saying, if you're going, I'm not going to get left behind. We're 750 metres in, but you do not want to wait too late.
No, it is simply a really, really good race. I still like down here, somewhat unorthodox in his approach, Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton College down in lane 8, but still really just showing it. You know, sometimes you might not have necessarily the same finesse and technique, but it's all about rowing economy. It's what works for you. And we now just start to see there in lane 5, Timaru Boys, George Talbot. Now, he has really cranked it up, hasn't he? He's been quite strategic. He held back through that first part of this race, didn't burn too many matches, and has decided to launch an attack, and he's hit everybody by surprise.
He has, and they are going with him. Now they're playing catch-up, but certainly our sculler from New Plymouth Boys, Jack Hurley, is really squeezing with him through the 1K. So it is Timaru through the 1K first, then New Plymouth Boys, and then I think it is only just over to Napier Boys over Ashburton, but very tight, the race for bronze. Well, actually, it's 4 scullers for 3 medals at the moment. Anyone is within sprinting distance.
Oliver Kalassi, though, from Francis Douglas, another one of the schools out of the New Plymouth region, just starting now to lift his ratings. So his strategy's been to play it out through this third 500. So it's still anybody's race. It's Timaru Boys. What is going through the head here of George Talbot? He is just looking. He's saying to himself, I'm hurting. He's going to have to believe those around him are also suffering. He's in a dark place now. He just has to focus on that technique, think about soft hands, and just try and break this down in his head, because he's about to have challenges attacking him from the left-hand side and also the right-hand side. It's Jack Hurley from New Plymouth Boys High School, and it is the brilliance of Carlin Johnson and Oliver Kalassi from Francis Douglas.
Yeah, as we're just seeing now, Napier Boys and New Plymouth Boys just squeeze out that little bit. They're all just moving a little bit away from Ashburton. They are coming for Timaru. But Timaru, all he's thinking is, if it's hurting me, I've got to make it hurt them way, way more. But I think we do have very strong young men here in Carlin Johnson and Jack Hurley, as we're just seeing this very strong, powerful third 500. But Ashburton, he is not giving up. Ashburton, he lifts it again, and he goes with them, because he knows if he's within touching distance, anything can happen in the final 250.
Yeah, particularly in this race when you're dealing with still young bodies under 16 level. They don't have layers of training in them, so recovery is important. But now a big surge here coming from Carlin Johnson. He is just going to see if he can break him. He just wants to put it in. He's going to look across here at George Talbot of Timaru Boys. He says, you look hungry. I'm about to feed you a little bit more hurt. Can you tolerate it? Do you want to keep doing this? Because I'm prepared to go to that dark place. I'm going to take you with me. I'm going to throw the key away, and we're going to see which one of us can suffer the longest, can suffer the most. 500 of this metres of this journey remains. We are down to 2, folks. One of the great races beginning to develop between Carlin Johnson out of Napier Boys and also George Talbot here out of Timaru Boys.
And the real key factor for these scullers right now is to hold your technique. Hold your technique. As long as you can keep your technique going when you're hurting, when it's hard, when it's difficult, when you've already been going for however many minutes, if you can hold your technique, then your boat will do the work for you. If you try to work it too hard, that's when you'll find others will come up on you. But we are seeing a great sprint here. Carlin Johnson from Napier Boys, there he goes. He's lifting it.
Yeah, he's lifting it. He's decided to go now, and that might just be that moment. That might just be enough to say to the likes of George Talbot, you know what, second is good enough today. We still see Jack Hurley in the hunt here. We see St Paul's Collegiate starting to challenge as well, but it's all lane 3. It's Napier Boys, Carlin Johnson. Matt Mannington, the coach, sits back there. He waits. He has his fingers crossed. He's probably looking to the heavens saying, come on, boy.
as we enter the final 250 metres of the A final with the boys under 16 single sculls. It is Carlin Johnson from Napier Boys. He had a fantastically strong third 500 that squeezed him up, but we see Timaru boys sculler George Talbot. He lifts it again. He's throwing everything at it, the kitchen sink, all of it as he pushes back in front. Carlin, he looks over his shoulder. He sees him. He responds. Now he's just squeezing up again. Both of these scullers going stroke for stroke, and the boys under 16 single scull. New Plymouth Boys High School still sprinting with them as we come down in front of the spectator bank. Loving to see everyone running alongside, cheering on their mates inside the final 100 metres. Here's everyone cheering on the single sculls. How awesome in front of this massive crowd as Timaru Boys just stretches away. Let's go down to the finish line. It's going to be quite the race for silver, but here it is. Gold Timaru Boys High School, silver Napier Boys, and bronze New Plymouth Boys High School. What a race we did get from those young men.
Well, that is the most courageous performance I have seen from an athlete. George Talbot, I mean, he was down on the canvas. Carlin Johnson just hit him with a 1-2, and he just stood up. He said, I'm not done yet. He got the 9 count. He just came back. He fought. He dug deep. He said, look, is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? You're in a bit of trouble here, Carlin Johnson. And it was just one of the great races. What is so good about it is the rivalry that potentially develops between these two. But Timaru Boys High School, Mac Brown, Blake Parker, the coaches, congratulations. Dog Talbot, you are a national champion. Carlin Johnson, be so incredibly proud of yourself. Matt Mannington, you have been fantastic in terms of getting this young man where you've got him to.
Yeah, what a race that was. It was so exciting. Just remember, folks, please don't go anywhere, or if you do, come back and find us through Rowing Hub, because we are just mere moments away at 4:35. It will be the running of the Levin Jubilee, the girls under 18 Coxed 8, and shortly after that, the Maadi Cup. If you're looking for the B final of those events, make sure you do go through Rowing Hub to find the B final stream. And just a little shout out to the Relay for Life in Hamilton. I hear they've got us up on the big screen there, Mark.
Oh, brilliant. And I just want to say to the head coach of Dunstan Rowing, I understand you got me a bucket hat, and I've been begging and mentioning it for about 3 seasons now, and I'm going to hunt you down following this, and I'm going to get my bucket hat. I'm going to wear it with pride. Now, our background, we're always going to wander around with a Dunstan High School hat on. You've made them very in vogue. King's College have been copying them too, by the way. King's College have got bucket hats now.
Yeah, bucket hats, where it's at.
Okay, don't go away, because coming up very shortly are the 2 big races, the girls under 18 8s, the Levin Jubilee Cup. And then at 5 o'clock, one of the great traditions, arguably the greatest prize in secondary school boys sport. It is the 78th running of the great race, the race simply known as the Maadi Cup.
under-18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, it's end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rolling with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions, plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the mettle. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
Welcome back into live coverage of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. 10 to 15,000 people have gathered down the far end of Lake Karapiro because very shortly we bring you the final two races of this year's regatta, and they are the blue ribbon events, the girls under 18 Coxed 8 and the boys under 18 Coxed 8. Joining us in commentary and bringing you this women's race is Meg Glenn. And Meg, it's been a remarkable 6 days of rowing, and now it comes down to two events.
It sure does, Mark. And I've been walking around the boat park this afternoon, and the atmosphere is just electric. The tension is building between these crews.
Well, you can feel the tension not just amongst the coaches and the schools and the athletes. You know, these 8 crews of 8 young women in arguably the biggest prize in secondary school women's sport, just being in the final is something, having to deal with all of it, having to deal with the peripheral side of it, and that moment is almost here as we see the boats come in. And it's been endless week, endless months over the last 6-7 months over the last year for this moment, and very shortly we will be underway. And you've been an athlete, you understand what they're going through.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be very much in their zone, the coxswains, keeping them on track as we see them just back into the start line. This is, of course, for the Livin 75th Jubilee Cup. Last year's winners were Christchurch Girls High School, and that was their first time winning. Now, this cup is named such because it was first given out at the 1981 regatta that was held on Lake Horowhenua, coinciding with the Livin Boroughs Council's 75th Jubilee, and it was donated by the Mayor Jack Balderson. The inaugural winner in 1981 was Wanganui Girls College, who have had a bit of a resurgence in recent years as we watch more and more of them back into the start line.
Yeah, it certainly has a great history, doesn't it, Meg? And that's what they want to be. They want to etch their name in the history books. They want to join those other schools.
They absolutely do. To date, 11 schools have won it in the past, many of them in this race as well. And this particular race has been raced on 4 different bodies of water. But let's see who's in it. So in lane 1 we have Rangiruru Girls School number 2. In 2 we have St Andrews College. In 3 Westlake Girls High School. In 4 Waikato Diocesan School. In 5 Rangiruru Girls School number 1. In 6 St Margaret's College. In 7 Wanganui Collegiate School, and in 8 Diocesan School for Girls, as we get a closer look at Rangiruru number 2. Now, quite a feat for a school to have 2 crews in a final of this event. So very good work from Rangiruru. You'll also hear me talking about young coaches. Rangiruru, possibly the youngest coach in the boat park. He's only 7. But here we are looking at St Andrews College. And St Andrews have never won this event. So will we see them win it today? They were the bronze medal winners at North Islands. Up next in lane 3 is Westlake Girls. Westlake Girls have won this event 2 times in their history and were silver at North Islands. There we see Waikato Diocesan, 3-time winners. They were gold at North Islands. And they are actually stroked by an under-16 athlete, so one of the younger people in this event. Rangiruru number 1, 18 times their school has won this event, so they are certainly one to watch, and the South Island gold medal winners. Their coxswain Grace O'Connor, the daughter of Olympic coach Tony O'Connor, so she'll have some tips. St Margaret's, they have won this event 7 times, and they were silver this year at South Islands, and they had a great battle to the line with Rangi in that race. Here we get a good look at Wanganui Collegiate. They have won this event once in their school's history, and they are of course a powerhouse within New Zealand rowing. And in lane 8 we have got Diocesan School for Girls, 2-time winners of the Livin 75th Jubilee Cup. And this year at North Islands, they took home the bronze. As we just see the coxswain, Yasmin Phillips, there with her hand up. That lets everyone know she's not quite happy with her course. But as we see from this aerial shot, they look very straight. So we are getting very close now to the start of the girls under 18 coxed 8s. This is the Livin 75th Jubilee Cup. Here we are with Waikato Diocesan on the start line, looking very, very ready. Will they beat Rangi, or will Rangi get Waikato Diocesan? The white flag is up. That means we are moments away, folks. Moments away from the Livin Jubilee Cup. And we're off in the Livin Jubilee. What a start we saw there from Waikato Diocesan. Nice and strong. This is the girls under 18 coxed 8. What a fast start we are seeing from St Margaret's. Now St Margaret's were tracking very well in the South Island all season. It was only at South Islands that Rangi did get up and over them. So they have certainly got something to prove, and they are doing that right off the line.
Yeah, very good start indeed. Really good start coming from St Margaret's. That's what they need to do. They know the might of Rangiruru here. They want to get out. They've got to change the game plan. They've got to put pressure on Rangiruru. We know the importance of boat speed through the first 500 when it comes to these 8s, and that's what they've got to do. Rangiruru will automatically try and respond. So the two schools out of Christchurch, the two favourites coming into this through that first 250 metres and not giving each other an inch. Really good start from St Margaret's. This is the only thing they can do. Tactically brilliant.
Yeah, what a strong start that is. But we are seeing the Waikato Diocesan crew there. The local girls just down the river from Hamilton. They are charging home. They're moving up every stroke as these two crews, St Margaret's and Waikato Diocesan, start to really push up and push away from Rangiruru. Of course, we've seen many fast sprints from all of these schools earlier today. So let's see who gets out and who reels the others in.
Well, Rangiruru, this is somewhat of a conservative start from them, but they know they're in touch. They know how far this is. It's 2,000 metres, ladies and gentlemen. They will be very good. You know they're going to make a move at some point. Will it come at 750? Will it come at the 1,000 through that third 500? We're starting to see the bow just a little bit lift a little bit more. What the other two crews, Waikato Dio, have to do, what St Margaret's have to do here is the moment that Rangiruru attack, they have to match it. They have to go with them. They have to negate that attack.
They absolutely do, as we are now 600 metres into the Livin Jubilee, and it is the early leaders. St Margaret's still holding on to the lead. Waikato Diocesan pushing up on them, but fantastic work from St Margaret's to hold them on. Rangi doing very well, sitting in third. All these crews are hunting each other. The coxswains are looking left and right, dialing their crews in and squeezing away.
Yeah, and it is, isn't it now? This is the importance of the coxswain here. They also need to control the emotions. It's really easy to give a rush of adrenaline. It'll pick you up, it'll bring you down. You've got to be measured, you've got to get composed. We're now starting to get to the business end. We now start to get to the point on the course where things become strategic. So it's not just physical at this point, it becomes mental. And we'll look at Waikato Dio, they're hanging tough, but I love what St Margaret's are doing here in the candy cane stripes. They are just putting it to Rangiruru, as are Waikato Dio. They're going to say, you might be the greatest winners in the history of this race, but maybe not today.
That is absolutely correct. As we get closer and closer to the 1,000 metre marker, many of these crews will be making a move just before and just after the 1K. So St Margaret's, they went quite early there, possibly through that 600 metre, and that's what gave them that 3-length lead. But we are starting to see Waikato Dawson creep up, and they are bringing with them Rangiruru. Rangiruru is moving every stroke. They're creeping up on Waikato, Waikato creeping up on St Mark's.
Well, they approach the 1,000 metre mark, so we get into third 500. This is where we do expect expect Rangiruru to begin to make their move. We have seen against St Margaret's, they lifted at that 750 metre mark, but now you just start to see the bow of Rangiruru in the middle there begin to lift. And do St Margaret's believe? Who's recovered the most throughout the week? It is St Margaret's. They are just taking it. They are attacking their great rival.
And St Margaret's is just rowing beautifully, all their blades lovely, and in time we'd expect nothing less from the under 18-8. St Margaret's swinging nicely, and that is what is just driving them away from the rest of the field. They're having a very strong third 500, almost a length now they have stretched out over the likes of Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru as we approach the 1250 metre marker.
Well, this is where Rangiruru do have to make their move if they are to win yet again another Levin 75th Jubilee Cup. They're going to have to make their move. They're going to have to attack. They're going to have to increase their rating. They can't just rely here on St Margaret's running out. They've raced each other at the South Island Championships. That wasn't the case. But here we talked about Waikato Daya. We talked about the improvement we've seen from this school in recent times. Is it their day today? Look at them. They're looking composed. They're lifting that bow high out of the water. It is very much game on. It's St Margaret's at the moment. It was a boat length. It's now down to 3/4 of a boat length. And here come the might of Rangiruru in the middle. They are starting to lift.
They are just lifting that rate as Rangi as they move up on Waikato. Waikato holding strong technique though. Both these crews, what's it going to be? It's going to be the technique that gets them across the line. Who holds their technique better and who really dials in? Who hunts down St Marg's? Can anyone hunt down St Marg's, or are they just going to row away as we approach the final 500 metres of the Levin Jubilee?
Well, here we go. Really good battle now for second and third. It is Rangiruru. It is the magnificent Waikato Diocesan School battling it for second. St Margaret's still a boat length clear. They're coming through that 1600 metre mark. Which one of these three crews runs out of talent first? Now the responsibility falls on the coxswains, saying to them, finding everything just to get that extra inch out of them, to maintain that form, to believe, going, hang in here for a couple more minutes and history is ours.
And St Margaret's, of course, they were silver at South Islands, but sometimes a silver just makes you hungrier. And that is what we've seen from the St Margaret's crew, because they attacked this race from the start. They're holding their lead as we row past Row New Zealand, but still, what a battle between Waikato Diocesan and Rangi.
Well, about 15,000 are going to greet these crews at St Margaret's at the moment. They're starting to take control. Waikato Dio, the school out of Hamilton, who row on the Waikato River, there in second place. Rangiruru, have they got anything left? Settle back, folks. Another very good race in this Levin Jubilee Cup.
As we enter the final stages, we're well within the final 250. We're seeing the crowd running along there. Everyone is down here getting amongst, cheering on. Many people cheering on at home. But it is St Margaret's. St Margaret's with a boat length over Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru. But Rangiruru are really attacking Waikato. Waikato screaming back against them, but St Margaret's have so beautifully executed this race. They have led from the start, from the very first stroke, and just squeezed away. We're now within 100 metres. It's bow ball for bow ball between silver and bronze, between Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru. Who will get that on the surge? Momentum currently out with Waikato Diocesan. Everyone in the water cheering on their schools. St Margaret's on the line. St Margaret's win the Levin 75th Jubilee Cup. Silver to Waikato Diocesan and bronze to Rangiruru. Look at St Margaret's. They are absolutely happy. That's going to be the 8th time that their school is on that trophy.
I just love the way they approached this race. This is incredibly well coached, incredibly great work from the coxswain. They knew they had to change it up. They knew they had to change the game plan. They said, you know, we're not going to have Rangiruru dictate it to us. We're going to take this out fast and we're going to ask them some questions. And when it was all said and done, those crews couldn't answer those questions. And St Margaret's, that is the way you approach an 8. They used to say years ago, if you led through 500, you won an 8. And that's exactly what they've done today. And the famous candy colours of St Margaret's out of Christchurch have beaten their great rivals. But what a performance too from Waikato Daya. I know you've got an affiliation with them. That is a school very much on the rise. You sense their time is only, a year, 2 years away perhaps.
Absolutely, they got a great crop of novices, but it's all about St Margaret's today, team. What a race from St Margaret's, and look at all the spectators we've got on the bank. I love a good spectator shot, and wow, look at everyone there. They are very excited because, and as they should be, that was an incredible race from the girls under 18 Cox 8. But coming up next, we've got one more event. What is it, Mark?
It's remarkable because we have had 469 races. The 470th is not too far away. It will be the 78th running of the great race, the race that is simply known as the Maadi Cup. Only 17 schools have ever won it. There are 2 schools in this final looking to become the 18th. That, folks, is up next. Don't go away. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage of this Maadi Regatta for 2025. Let's go.
So I don't know when we're going live. Remember, you've got the comms, so you just start us off. You've got who's in what lane, eh?
Yeah.
Tell us when we're live, team.
Tell us when we're live. Yep, just tell us when we're live, guys, and we'll come in. Yep. It is one of the great rowing amphitheatres of the world. It is Lake Karapiro. And today, and over the last week, it has played host to the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Our final race is a race that was established and first raced for in 1947. On that day, it was won by Mount Albert Grammar School. And over the last 78 years, it's become the pinnacle of secondary school boys sport. It's the trophy every school wants to win. It is the Maadi Cup. We have 8 schools who will contest the final this year. 17 schools have won it. 2 schools on the start list are looking to become the 18th. St Peter's College are one of those. St Thomas is the other. St Peter's College will start in 1. King's College will start in 2. Westlake Boys in 3. St Bede's College in 4. Christ College in 5. Sacred Heart College in 6. Hamilton Boys High School in 7. St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 8. So much discussion and so much hype. St Peter's College, established in 1939, made their first Maadi Cup final back in 2023. Last year, they were 3rd, being pipped for silver on the line by St Bede's. They are building a program. They are one team that you cannot underestimate today. They've got a rich history when it comes to alumni having achieved great things in the sport. They row out of the West End Rowing Club. Alongside of them will be King's College, 3-time winners of the Maadi Cup, 1953, 1959 and 1960. It has been a 65-year drought for King's College. Their most famous alumni, Rob Woodell. He will be sitting, he will be wishing, he will be hoping. In lane 3, it is Westlake, the Red Swans. So much talk about this crew. They are the North Island champions. In recent times, they've had the likes of Michael Brake, a gold medalist in the 8 in Tokyo, come out of the school. Names like Andy Hay, Barry Mabbott, Mike Stanley, Eric Verdonk. They are looking to try and win their 4th, having won in 1976, 1983 and 1984. Alongside of them, St Bede's College, who to this day still hold the fastest ever time to win a Maadi Cup with a time of 5:42.17. They did that in 2023 in the greatest race and the tightest finish in the history of the event when they won it by 500th of a second over Hamilton Boys High School. Can they win their third? Lane 5, well, it'll be Christ College, the 13-time winners. They first won it back in 1988. The last time they won it was 2021. Sam Bosworth was a member of one of those crews. He was the first coxswain to cox a women's 8 to a bronze medal at a world championship, and then was cox, of course, for the Tokyo 8 that won gold. Outside in lane 6, it'll be Sacred Heart College, established in 1903. Legends like Dudley Story out of that school, of course. He coxed that 4 in 1968. They have won it just once. That was the second ever Maadi Cup back in 1948. In lane 7, arguably the greatest school in recent times. They are the 12-time winners. They are the defending champions. They first won this in 1970. Last year, they won it, and they won it comfortably. Can Hamilton Boys High School add their 13th to their long, illustrious list of wins? And then maybe the fairy tale story is in lane 8. It is St Thomas of Christchurch, a small school of 664 pupils who first won a medal at the Maadi Regatta in 2006, a bronze in the under-16 8. They're looking to try and do the unthinkable, get themselves on the podium. Settle back, folks. The 78th running of the great race is moments away. This is the boys' Maadi Cup. And we do get underway, the 78th edition. Settle back, 2,000 metres, folks. 1,800 metres of hope, 200 metres of truth, and immediately getting out to a very good start at St Bede's College. They'll want to try and take it out quickly. Westlake boys responding in lane 3. In fact, we're going to have to come back. It's a restart, folks. What drama. It is a restart, folks. Wow, wow. We'll find out what has happened, but clearly something has happened. Let's go to you, Meg Glenn.
That was interesting. Yeah, I did see the handboys boat stop first then, before anyone else. So speculating something may have happened there, or they may have just been the first boat to hear the message. We will have to wait and see what has happened. But wow, they've all used a good start, haven't they? Do they have another one in them?
Tell you what, though, we saw a brief look at the intent and the battle plans of these crews. St Bede's going out hard. Westlake went with them immediate, and that's where a lot of the discussion's been, hasn't it, between Westlake and St Bede's. So we'll go back and we'll do it all again. Wow, what drama. 469 races. We get to the 470th, and suddenly we've got to do it all again. I tell you what, you think it's hard for the athletes and the parents. Imagine some of the coaches.
Well, everyone on the bank down to the other end is going to have to just wait a little longer for this epic race. As we see them all backing into the blocks. They're all just going to back in. Expert rowers, of course. So they're just going to back in beautifully. It's nice, good conditions today, which makes this kind of a job a lot easier.
Yeah, it's still a skill set in itself, and so the Westlake crew there will be the last to go back in. They will sit again alongside of St Bede's. There in the red, Hamilton Boys High School, the red sled up there in lane 7, and next to them, as we talked about, this wonderful school out of St Thomas who raised $35,000 in 6 weeks to get themselves here. Their student base is less than 700, and I was told by one of the parents, part of the fundraising, they sold 700 cheese rolls.
It's quite a lot of cheese rolls. I do like a cheese roll, if anyone wants to sling me one up here.
Okay, we get to do it all again. So 1947 it all started. It's been going for 78 years. This is the 78th edition. Only 17 schools have ever won this race. 2 of our finalists, St Peter's College of Auckland, St Thomas, have never won it. King's College 3 times. Last time was 1960. Westlake, first ever win was 1976. They won it in 1983, they won it in 1984. 1991, St Bede's had their first win. The most famous of races in 2023 was their second victory. We talk about the brilliance of Christ College. They come in as 13-time winners. The last time they won it was 2021. Sacred Heart College, great to have them in the final. One-time winner, the second ever edition back in 1948. Hamilton Boys High School have won 12. They are the defending champion. And as mentioned, St Thomas in the outside lane, creating history, their first ever final. So we have 8 crews of 8 athletes plus the cocks. They are basically like coiled springs now waiting to explode. A 2,000 metre journey, a crowd of 15,000 waits for them at the finish line. Who will take out the great race in 2025? All the talk has been around Westlake and St Bede's. Can the likes of Christ's, Hamilton, Sacred Heart, St Peter's, King's College change the narrative? So set for that restart. White flag is up. Settle back, enjoy this one. The great race is moments away. Hamilton Boys High School. They know what winning feels like. They know the legacy that goes with wearing those famous red and black colours. Do they believe? Do they believe? You can hear the starters in the background asking the boys all ready for a start. Been tough having to restart, a lot of nervous energy. Westlake boys having won Peers yesterday, having won the Springbok Shield as well last night. Can they win the triple? We do get underway, and that is a really good start by King's College down there in lane 2. They got away quickly outside of them. Westlake boys again, and immediately following them at St Bede's College. Across the far side, Hamilton Boys High School 2 there in lane 7, deciding to take it out quickly. But it's Westlake boys. They want to get out. They are so desperately keen to try and win this race. There's been so much talk around Westlake, but sometimes with talk and hype comes pressure. We are dealing with young minds. We are dealing with young men. But through the first 100 metres, it's Westlake boys narrowly over St Bede's, and on their inside, the might of King's College out of Auckland.
Oh, what a nice fast start we're having here. Westlake really squeezing out there as St Bede's just go with them. They're not letting them get another inch as Kings push out as well.
Well, here we go. Well, it was back in 1976 that Westlake first won their Maadi Cup. They won it in 83 and 84. It's been 41 years since they have won it. Can they do it? But we look back here in 4 and it's St Bede's College. Now, there's a wonderful story here. When St Bede's College won the Maadi Cup for the first time back in 1991, they ran Westlake boys down. They won it by 0.9 of a second. Their second victory came 2 years ago when they beat Hamilton Boys High School by 1/500th of a second. So St Bede's, when they win, they do it tough, but they do it well. And it's St Bede's who comes through the first 250 narrowly over Westlake boys, who are starting to just try and separate themselves from the rest of this Maadi Cup field.
They certainly are, and Bedes is stretched out there, Westlake in second, but Christ and Sacred Heart are really trying to say, hey, don't get away from us. If we want to be in it at the end, we got to be up there at the start. So we're seeing the black bow there of Christ pushing up into third, and Sacred Heart Auckland is really going with them, and Hamilton boys, they're certainly not going to be left in anyone's dust, but it is St Bede's with a third of a boat length over Westlake in the Maadi Cup.
Yeah, well, here we go, St Bede's. Everybody said they're the South Island champions. Everyone was talking up Westlake Boys High School, but as we come through that next marker, it is still St Bede's. They've got about a third of a boat length lead, and now it's up to Westlake. They're going to have to respond here. They're going to have a lift. These are not boats that you can just switch up speed on a dime. It takes time to build up that momentum. I like St Bede's here. They sort of remind me of what we've just seen in the Levin Jubilee Cup from St Margaret's, going out, being aggressive, forcing Westlake maybe to change their game plan.
And St Bede's is really pushing away there. They're certainly making it hard on Westlake. Westlake did have a faster time in the heats, but the heats don't matter once you're in the final. Once you're in the final, it's anyone's game. St Bede's just stretching out. Westlake going with them, pushing away from the rest of the field. Great battle happening for bronze, though, between Christ, Sacred Heart and Hamilton Boys.
Well, it is Westlake now. It's going to fall on the shoulders here of the coxswain, and that is Flynn Wigglesworth. He's going to need to control the emotions, but it is still St Bede's half a boat length lead. Westlake are not going away anywhere. Both schools have such a rich history and tradition. You go back through the history of St Bede's, you go back to David Lindstrom, who represented New Zealand at the Olympics in 72, 76. Mark Brownlee in 1964 and 68. Ross Lindstrom, who won bronze at the 1978 when the World Championships were held here on the river in the 8. These young men looking to try and add to that legacy, looking to try and join that famous crew that won in 2023, that won in 1991.
As we start to see Westlake here really make a move at North Islands, it was Westlake who had a very strong third 500 and started the last 500. They really pushed in, and we're starting to see that as they pull back on St Bede's. Now only a canvas behind them. Westlake winding it up. We're actually sitting on the 500, and I can hear the coxswains, the rumble of the race. It's coming towards us.
Well, here we go. Settle back, folks. This is a street fight. This is two teams of gladiators. Who wants this the most? It's Westlake who trail St Bede's. St Bede's continue to apply the pressure. Westlake have got their bow high. You go back to the likes of the Barry Mabbits. Mike Stanley raced this race back in 1975. They finished second that day. You go back to the original crew of Westlake of Bryn Crossley, Steve Roberts, Greg Roberts, Malcolm McIntyre, John McIntyre, the great Eric Verdonk, Win Bartard, Greg Ball and Mark Alderson. That is the legacy that they have left. They won it then in 83 and 84, but it's still St Bede's. Here come the Red Swans. The Red Swans begin to lift. The Red Swans are beginning to fly, folks.
We're moving into the final 500 metres here. We're about 450 metres from the finish line. And Westlake, the momentum is with Westlake. They started lifting before that 1500 and they're still lifting now. Every single stroke, another inch. Westlake, momentum is with them.
Well, Joe Shotter has been in control of this program for 8 years. We've had Andy Hay, the coxswain at the 83-84 World Championships, who's done a brilliant job. And then last year we had the likes of Jordan Stanley join it. They've got the coaching staff. Do they have the belief? Which one of these crews runs out of talent first? Oh, the brutality of it all. It's Westlake. Westlake looking to try and win 4 and 15,000 stand, 15,000 rise. The Red Swans are lifting. It's been 41 years. It's half a boat length now. What a performance. Westlake boys taking it to St Bede's. Westlake trying to win 4. Stand back, settle back, enjoy all of this one of the great Maadi Cups, the 78th edition. Will it be the Red Swans from Auckland's North Shore? Will they win their 4th? The 41-year drought is over. Stand up, Westlake boys. This is your 4th. This is the one you've been waiting for. Congratulations to Andy Hay. Congratulations to Jordan Stanley, Joe Shotter. You are Maadi Cup champions in 2025. You've won the war. It is Westlake boys who do it. Oh, they've got it over St Bede's. What a performance. What a race. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, that was exceptional, and that was exactly what we saw Westlake do at North Islands. They sit there, they let you think you've got it, and then at 500 to go, they really show you what they're actually capable of, what they were holding back, and that is how they clinch it.
Well, I tell you what, the 91, when St Bede's won it, they ran a really good Westlake 8 down. They won it by 0.9 of a second. Who would think that 34 years later, these two crews would go at it again, but this time the roles are reversed. What is going through the minds of that school? A 41-year drought. They now put their names up against the likes of the Bryn Cosleys, the McIntyre boys, Malcolm and John, the great Eric Verdonk. And the Red Swans, folks, wow, wow, wow. So much talk, so much hype around this crew, but you've got to live up to the hype. And again, congratulations to Andy Hay, who's just been so selfless over the last 3 years. The likes of Jordan Stanley and, of course, Joe Shotter, who's been overriding this program for the last 8 years.
Absolutely. Westlake there. Remember the names: Langley, Bird, Pivac, Buckley, Lease, Oliver Porter, Gartner, Cleghorn and Wigglesworth. Those are names to remember for the future.
Yeah, brilliant. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, St Margaret's in the Levin Jubilee Cups. Westlake now. And I guarantee the monkey is off their back. 41-year wait. Oh, wow, 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 wow. And again, I just want to congratulate once again, though, to St Thomas of Canterbury, because, you know, their first ever Maadi Cup final. St Peter's College haven't won it, their third consecutive final. And you've got to have those crews pushing the rest of them as we go back and just have a look at the replay.
Yeah, we see a great start there from lanes 7 and 8, but really it was St Bede's that had the best start. St Bede's really got out, and of course it was actually the second start, because we did have a little bit of a restart in this race. And there, that's how they went through the first 500 metres there. It was St Bede's, you saw, with just about a canvas. But of course, now we know Westlake was just sitting there stalking them, allowing them to think that they could win.
Yeah, it's gutsy though, isn't it? Boy, that requires some real belief in your systems to do that.
Oh, absolutely. It means you know that we're sitting here, but we're capable of what's up there.
Yeah, just looking back, I've got to say, I've got goosebumps just watching it, a little bit emotional too. I don't actually have a connection to either school, but man, you don't need to be a fan of either school. You've just got to be a sports fan to admire what we've just seen.
It was quite the race as Westlake just powered home in that final 500 metres, and love to see the crowds, everyone getting amongst it, the emotion, Westlake crossing the line. Look at that, hands in the air, everyone splashing the water, and look, the emotions are still with them. They still can't quite believe that they've won the 2025 Maadi Cup.
Well, they'll be presented with that really famous trophy with that pyramid base, and that'll sit in their, well, very distinguished trophy cabinet. Really, really good sports school. And I guess, you know, now it's about defending it in 12 months' time, and everybody else will be going, man, this Westlake program's pretty good. We're just going to have to train that little bit harder or be a little bit smarter in it. But what we want is rivalries, and we're starting to see one re-establish itself. Great to see Westlake boys back in it. And of course, I mean, it was only moments ago we saw, I thought, probably strategically the best race I've seen in the Maadi Regatta, the way St Margaret's approached that Levin Jubilee Cup.
Yeah, out from the front and just keep stretching away was St Margaret's. They really went for it. They knew that they had to do something. Of course, second at South Islands made them a little bit hungrier, and it certainly paid off for them.
Yeah. That is a wrap here from the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2025. Special thanks to Meg Glenn, and congratulations to all the crews. Congratulations to St Margaret's College, and congratulations to Westlake boys on 2 remarkable victories. And of course, we now just want to acknowledge Milford for their wonderful support with this live stream.
Absolutely, as we just get a nice little close up there as the girls' eights are waiting for the podium. Fun socks from the Waikato Diocesan crew, that's for sure. But yeah, follow us on social media, Altitude HD, so you can catch up with us, and we'll see you next year.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
you.